Firefighter in the area, I've got to imagine, is there along with a cop. And, you know, we have no word on any injuries or fatalities. We have no word on what kind of plane this was. And we showed a doorbell video, if you're just joining us, a doorbell video from about a half a mile away, I'm assuming.
All right, Jason.
Yes,
Jason,
go ahead.
So to give you an idea, you're with Wendy's, is this? Which store is this? This is what? The cafe right here. All right. So I'm with a worker right across from where the house is on fire. What did you see in here while you were working?
Man, I was just working. I was making a drink, and then I just see a big old explosion of light just out of nowhere. I felt the vibration. It was crazy, man.
And did you have any idea what it was?
Man, I don't know. At first, I thought it was like a gas leak or a gas truck, you know what I'm saying, collided with a car. But then I hear it's a plane, and I'm like, what? What do you mean a plane?
And then you looked out the back door here. You're fairly close. You see a house on fire here. Do you know what street that is right there? But the side street.
Oh, the side? I'm not really.
Yeah, but
side street.
But you saw all the fires here.
I saw all the fires. Yeah, it was crazy, man.
And what was the reaction of everybody in the cafe and all around here?
Oh man, everybody ran, bro. Everybody ran. They left. And who wouldn't leave?
How did you finally hear about it being an airplane?
Oh, it was crazy, man.
Did you see all the parts in the parking lot next to the cafe here?
Not the parts per se, but I just see fire, man.
Yeah.
Smoke, everything.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Later safe. So there you go, Jason. This worker is about a football field's length from where the house is on fire. So we're behind, and if you're pulling up a map and you're wondering where I'm talking to you from, I'm right behind the Cane's Chicken Store, which is fronts right on Cotman, in the front of the Roosevelt Mall, which is diagonal right across from this house on fire. So it looks, I don't see any more flames on the house, but I see flames initially on the street that have been right in the driveway of the Roosevelt Mall, right next to the store that lists the sign that lists all the stores here. Those flames are now kicking up, and I have no idea what's burning. It must be some kind of fuel, and I don't know if that's the gas line, because now I see a team of Philadelphia Gas Works workers, and they look like they're getting back. All right, Jason, I'm gonna step back because I'm looking at guys with hard hats and PGW vests stepping back. That must be the gas line that the police officers were warning me about. And those flames are now ticking up. That is across from the house. Maybe that's what caught the house on fire. I can see firefighters on the roof of the house. I don't know if that's the corner house. There are now two houses in, Jason, but I can see firefighters on the roof. These flames must be a gas line here that is right in the driveway of the Roosevelt Mall next to the sign that says Macy's, LA Fitness, Ross for Less, Sprouts. So, and this must be a gas fire right here. Although I saw the gas works team with their trucks back off, they're staying off of only about 100 feet. So nobody's running. There's firefighters walking nearby. So there must not be any danger of an explosion. The gas must be burning off from a gas line because they wouldn't allow firefighters to stand that close to a gas line. But this is definitely a gas line that's burning, and flames are shooting 10, 15, 20 feet into the air. And now here comes the black smoke again from this gas line, Jason.
Yeah, they're going to try to get that gas line off. In the meantime, they're probably searching for victims and trying to search each and every house and store there at Roosevelt Mall to make sure that everybody's okay. And this debris field, Steve, we're talking football fields, several football fields.
This gas line is spinning like a top, like a little tornado, and there's something sticking out of the ground. I don't know if that's a pipe, and I'm taking cover. I'm now at the Cane's Chicken Store, taking cover behind their doorway. I don't know if they're even open. I could go inside.
There's a Raising Cane's there. Yeah, a lot of food places right there. In LA Fitness, there's a gym. Keep yourself safe, obviously, and we're doing our best to bring viewers pictures, live pictures, as soon as we can of what we're seeing. What you're seeing right now, folks, is video that Steve took on his phone moments ago. Still very smoky and tough to breathe there.
Jason, I'm gonna get off the phone.
Okay.
I can feel the heat from this gas line fire.
Get out of there.
Get off the phone, get you some new video, and get that right to you so we can illustrate to everybody what's going on here right now. Because this is a sight to behold. These flames are so big that they're lighting up the scene. That's why I'm able to see the house that was on fire, and I can see the firefighters up on the roof. And boy, they're doing a great job. There's hundreds of firefighters here. The gas workers team staying behind. And I guess they must realize that's just gas burning off, even though it's ignited. Must be no danger of an explosion here, or you would think they would clear everybody out of here right now. But there's so many people standing close to that. And then I see another smaller fire as I'm looking down Cotman Avenue, which probably is the remnants of whatever that truck or SUV was that's on fire.
Just
So
incredible.
I'll get off the phone. I'll get right back to you.
Absolutely.
Some video.
Get yourself safe. All right, Steve, thank you very much. Let's go back to that doorbell camera video that we had from a viewer, and on the left side of your screen, I posted this on Twitter, and the replies I'm getting from everyone is that looks like a missile, and it sure does. Now, that doesn't mean that's what it is, but this angle, just the fireball that then ensues after the crash. If that is a plane, it was in a serious downfall at that moment. When you think of some of the planes that fly out of the Northeast Philly airport, there are some smaller Cessnas, there are some private jets as well. No jumbo jets, as you know, out of that airport. But just look at the fireball so you can see why the debris field is what it is in Northeast Philly at the Roosevelt Mall. This happening less than an hour ago, right as people are coming home from work. They're shopping right there. It's a Friday evening. They may be going to dinner at this point. There's no word on any injuries, but it does not sound good. At the moment, Steve Keeley was telling us that there are several fires that are being fueled by underground gas lines, perhaps. The debris, again, from a plane and then from homes and cars that were in the area. Several fires burning. And Steve having a hard time breathing at points there. But again, just watching this video, that looks like it was a midair collision. I don't want to speculate, but some kind of breakup of a plane at that point. You just don't see planes come down like that in Northeast Philly very often. Back to the ground video from Steve Keeley. There's the Dunkin' Donuts right there, and you see fires burning. I don't know if that's a car. As we go over the fence here, I don't know if that's a car or a home on fire in this little area, but there's several little fires like that burning as firefighters try to get the gas off, try to put the fires out, and try to figure out what's next. That looks like an underground gas fire burning. And as Steve mentioned, hundreds of firefighters are on the scene here in Northeast Philly. Our phones have been ringing off the hook here in our newsroom as people called to tell us what they saw and heard, and really out of nowhere, just a loud bang and an explosion from there. So it's really chaos at this moment here in Northeast Philly. Again, Cotman and Bustleton Avenues right along the Parkway, right at Roosevelt Mall. The bulk of this crash, hard to tell where it hit, because there are several different areas. But if you're just joining us, 6 o'clock tonight, around that time, we had reports of a small plane crash that happened here in this area. And a lot of people texting me right now saying, what is going on? And they grew up in this area. They their hearts go out to whoever's involved. And we're getting multiple calls from people, though, who heard the explosion, who saw it. They felt the ground shake. And, and as you can see here, no surprise, that fireball is enough to wake anybody up within a mile or two radius from there. Again, this is from a viewer about a half mile, I'm assuming. And just seeing that fireball right there, it's incredible. We're doing our best to get Steve back. We're doing our best to get some aviation experts on and try to get a ground picture for you. We're doing the best we can to try to bring you the very latest. It is chaos in North Philly, so I'm doing my best to try to navigate you through this what appears to be just a disaster in Northeast Philly right here. And I don't know if you can you hear? I think we had to mute some of the audio from this when that loud bang happens. I think. The person in the house might have cursed a little bit, but you can see what happens right afterwards. And as Steve Keeley reported earlier, gas lines, houses on fire, firefighters there to put car fires out, parking lot, a large debris field that stretches city blocks. Again, Roosevelt Mall is where this happened. And so we're just trying our best to tell you what happened here. There are row homes in this area. There are gas lines that fire crews are trying to shut off, I would imagine. There are people in homes possibly in need of medical attention. No word on any fatalities at this moment, but you have to treat this as a mass casualty event. There's a Dunkin' Donuts. Steve Keeley was down at the Raisin Cane's right there, the restaurant right there next to the Roosevelt Mall. That mall is an outdoor mall. And the parking lot there appeared to be empty in some of Steve's videos. Okay, now we are live. We are officially live. Our first live look at the ground from the scene, and this just gives you a glimpse at the response. Every cop, every firefighter in the area you can believe is suited up and there. I believe this looks like it is the area of, and there is going to be a media staging area, I believe, at Bustleton and Cotman. There is still smoke smoldering there from right to left. Philadelphia fire on the scene. Cops are there as well. And this is going to take quite some time to figure out, first of all, whether everyone, anybody in this area needs help. There might be people inside homes that they don't even know about who need medical attention. So they're probably going to have to go door to door as soon as they can get this fire out. And not only that, but what we've learned in D.C. is these debris fields, they are, to preserve them is of utmost importance. But right now, the priority is saving lives, keeping everybody safe, whether there's another threat of another fire from an underground gas line, that is something they're going to have to look into as well. Based on the body language here, it looks like some of these firefighters and police officers here are trying to get the area cordoned off. Media there as well. This is probably as close as we can get, as safe as we can be in this area of Northeast Philly, right outside Roosevelt Mall. You can see this is a kind of a strip mall. There's that Dunkin' there. Okay, yeah, so police have told us that's it. This is as close as we can get, which is fine. Obviously, we probably can't even get Skyfox up over this scene as well, just due to safety, and then we're talking about a possible plane crash. But again, about an hour ago, we've got reports of a small plane, this was described as a small plane, crashing in the area of Roosevelt Mall, Northeast Philly, at Bustleton and Cotman. And after that, then we ended up getting this doorbell camera that showed the fireball. Fires were kind of burning in just various locations. Cars were on fire. People felt the shaking like a little earthquake in this area. The rest is, you see it. The response, the ambulance is here. It's just chaos. Steve Keeley was on the ground. He says he smelled jet fuel when he got to the scene. He saw what he then later learned were parts of the plane, or a plane. So he backed away, got out of there, and backed up. He wound up at a restaurant there as he was trying to sort through everything. It's just chaos at this moment. That's the only way I can describe it, as we try to learn what that was that fell out of the sky. It very may well could have been a plane. It could have been something else. But that doorbell camera makes it look like, an asteroid, a missile, who knows, a piece of a plane, or, this was a far away plane, and you just never know what we saw. But this is the result of it. We've got major traffic in the area, obviously avoiding the area at all cost. This is not the time to go drive by and be a looky-loo, and I know some people will, but that's the way it goes. We have Drew with us now, and it's, Drew, it's a rainy night.
Yeah.
That's obviously going to help in some of these firefighting efforts. A little bit of a breeze, it looks like, as well. What can you tell us about the conditions?
So I want to talk a little bit more about the traffic in the area. I've been studying our traffic maps here. So police, as you can imagine, have a good section of that area closed off. So we're talking about Cotman Avenue, that's 73. If you're familiar with the area where it intersects with Roosevelt Boulevard, that is the main area that's closed right now. But the closure extends farther back. So on Roosevelt Boulevard, so we're talking 1, that is closed between Tyson Avenue, and then as you kind of go farther down, as you cross over Cotman Avenue down there. And, Jason, Steve was talking about this a little bit earlier, kind of give that location of the mall as a locator. So just imagine a couple-mile radius outside of that. That's where the roads are closed right now. And then on top of that, you have all these slowdowns as we look at the live traffic flow. And the black, by the way, is where things are closed. I'm going to give you a little feel of exactly where things are closed as we look at Roosevelt Boulevard, which is Route 1. And then as I'll give you a little feel for Cotman Avenue, where those sections are closed, you have all these slowdowns around the area. That's slowing things down on 95. In other words, not letting folks exit onto the Cotman Avenue exit just to keep people moving along. So that's just a little bit of a feel for what we're seeing on the traffic maps right now, Jason.
Yeah, that's helpful. This is obviously an incredibly dense area, probably the most dense area, really, if you think about Northeast Philly. I mean, really a terrible location for something like this, and there is no good location for it, obviously. But the Northeast Philly Airport, there are private jets, there are twin-engine jets, there are private-type jets that fly out of this airport, and Cessnas as well. There are people on the scene sending in pictures of what they believe is a tail, a number from a plane that we'll wait to report. But this is not a small Cessna per se. This is larger than that, at least it appears to be. When you look at that explosion like that, you have to assume it's a larger plane, and we might have to, it might be weeks before we find out exactly what happened, what would cause a plane to fall from the sky the way this did. On the left of your screen, you're looking at another fire that looks like it's coming from underground, perhaps a gas line fueling that fire. That is new video from our Steve Keeley. So this is what Steve was seeing. He was describing what appeared to be a gas line that was causing flames to twirl in like a top, he said. But you see the red tape, too. That is obviously do not cross. Investigators will be there for days and days, I would imagine, to try to figure out what happened. And there are several little fires like that burning across the area of this strip mall. You see the Ross and some of the signs of this outdoor mall in this area. On the right, you see a lot of firefighters waiting on orders on what to do and where to go. They may have to go door to door, car to car, store to store, checking on everyone involved. And I'm sure many of the hospitals are preparing their emergency rooms and triage units to try to see anything. Have you seen anybody who's been injured on this as we get Steve Keeley, who joins us again? Steve?
Jason, no. I'm hearing about victims from the plane. So here's what we got from high-ranking police sources here on the scene, that there were 6 people on a plane that had just taken off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. 2 pilots, 2 doctors, a patient, and a family member is what they're telling me. And I said, is that confirmed? They said, yeah. So that's the word Philly police got early on here at the scene. And again, I just want to caution, everything's preliminary when police get this information. But that is what they're being told from folks, I guess, working at the airport, because they're in communication with them, obviously. I was sent a picture of the plane. We'll hold that for now until that's officially confirmed. But it was a larger than usual. I was Fox. All right. So I'm sorry. That's police just looking out for my own good. And the smoke is billowing again. So, Jason, I sent in video of the flames I was telling you about the gas line. You got it, brother. Thank you. You got it. Thanks. So they're moving even themselves back just for everybody's safety. So we're moving away from the gas line, and the sound of new sirens and more trucks showing up because there's so much on fire here, and the smoke is still billowing, Jason. So that's what we got here. So a plane, a jet. And that's why, and that confirmed the jet fuel smell that we were talking about when we first spoke live on the air. And that would tell you why there's so much jet fuel, because they had just taken off probably with a load of fuel. No word on where it was headed to, but it was just taking off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. And the picture of the plane that a source provided had like at least 6 windows on the side. So this was not a very small one, but what we commonly call as Learjets, executive jets that would take off. So I'm walking further down the Roosevelt Mall out of the smoke line. Where are you guys moving up at? Well, the opposite way. They said the boulevard, and thank you. They said that way, because they just chased me this way. But go over that way. All right, thank you. Yes.
Steve obviously is having to do some navigating here with police who are asking him to move for his own safety. So he's trying to do that and try to get to a safe place while giving us a little play-by-play of what he's seeing. On the left is video Steve took about 5 to 10 minutes ago of a twirling fire being fueled by an underground gas line in the parking lot of a Roosevelt Mall. And on the right is a live picture on a rainy night here in Northeast Philly of the response from firefighters, hundreds if not more, dozens there, trying to really just get a handle on what has happened with this, what appears to be what Steve described as a Learjet, a private type jet with twin engines, about 6 windows that may have crashed, and that happened about an hour and 15 minutes ago. This obviously kind of a chaotic scene here as police and firefighters have yet to give us an update on what's going on. We're doing our best to try to bring you what we know and what we've seen.
Right, and police a top police source telling Steve Keeley that this was a plane that was carrying 2 pilots, 2 doctors, a patient and a family member. So this sounds like it was some kind of medical transport situation. 6 people on that plane. Steve describing it as larger than usual. It was not a small plane, obviously involved in some kind of medical transport, according to top Philadelphia law enforcement officials. And just to see the fire, cars on fire, and this chaotic scene, Steve obviously moving about, trying to bring us the latest details while also trying to stay safe himself, talking about just how hard it is to breathe and the smoke in the air. And then we have all these EMT and EMS workers on the scene also trying to make the situation as safe as it can be for people there on the scene. Yeah, and that's the first I'm hearing about a medical flight perhaps, and then you start to wonder what kind of equipment, what kind of items are on this plane that may have caused this crash to be even worse. As far as the explosion goes, I mean, it was almost in a nosedive. Can we show the doorbell camera again? It's just incredible to see the angle in which this plane, as it's described, was coming down from the doorbell camera from about half mile away. There it is on the left of your screen, and you'll see the fireball, and it's a lot of people are saying, are we sure that's a plane? But it appears to be. And again, Northeast Philly Airport's less than 2 miles away. And people saying, Jason, that they heard an explosion, they heard this happen, and then they looked up into the sky. People, reaching out to us on the phone, via email. There you see it again, just crashing down, coming out of the sky out of nowhere, and then that huge fireball. People say they felt the ground shake. Certainly a scary and frightening situation. I mean, this is the ring cam video that we've been showing you this evening, and can you imagine seeing this from your front door and wondering what in the world is happening? Well, especially when you think about what just happened in Washington, D.C., and a mid-air collision, and a lot of people saying, wait, what in the world is going on? Fred Teesey, former pilot, aviation attorney, joins us now on the phone. And Fred, you've flown this airport many times. What can you just tell us about the type of aircrafts that fly in and out of Northeast Philly Airport?
Yeah, so no problem. Thanks for having me on, guys. So I actually used to be based in Northeast Philly Airport years ago when I first came back from New York. My airplane was up at Northeast Philly Airport, so I've flown in and out there countless times. It's an interesting airport. The biggest runway there, it kind of goes up. It runs from almost parallel to the boulevard up kind of around Red Lion Road. And there's the first thing I can tell you about Northeast Philly Airport is that it's surrounded by the urban part of Philadelphia. So it's not like Millville where you take off and the whole world's a kind of an off-field landing strip. So Northeast Philly is, I don't want to say dicey, but if you're a single-engine airplane and you lose your engine in Northeast Philly, you're descending. The question is, where are you going to descend? Right, and that makes it so much more dangerous because of the location of this airport and what can happen, which is what we're looking at right now. Right, it is what we're looking at right now. It's really hard to tell what's going on. I've seen some of those ring cameras. I saw one on your Instagram account, and so that whatever it was moving at a high rate of speed. Yeah, I was going to say, what do you make of the angle, what appears to be a nosedive or what have you? What can cause a plane to fall out of the sky like that? Okay, well, a number of things. And so, I don't have any problem with speculating, but before I do that, the first thing you want to look at is the weather. And so right now, right before I came on with you guys, I looked at the weather at Northeast Philadelphia. It's what they call 700 overcast, which means it's that when you take off, once you get up 700 feet above the ground, you are in the clouds. The other thing that caught my attention is that in aviation, we use centigrade, and it's 10 degrees centigrade. And the reason we use centigrade, not one of the reasons, is that because as you go up, for every 1,000 feet that you go up, you lose 2 degrees of centigrade, and 0 centigrade is freezing. So now that tells me that the clouds start at 700 feet on the way up, and the ice starts to form at 5,000 feet, right? 10 degrees to 5,000 feet. And so back to the answer to your question, I have no idea what happened here. But one of the things that can cause an airplane to have a problem like that is icing, and particularly this type of weather where you have rain that's falling, and depending on what the atmospheric conditions are above, a lot of times that rain will fall and the water itself will get below freezing, and then it's just looking for something. And when it hits an airplane wing, the water droplets splatter and they immediately freeze. It's called freezing rain, and it is an absolute nightmare for anything other than a jet. I mean, it just the weather. So to answer your question, the first thing that I'd be looking at with this is the weather, because that's the kind of accident that would be consistent with either airframe icing. It's just not an engine failure. People don't understand this. When engines fail, the airplane, airplanes will keep going. I mean, they just need to move through the air to create lift. I mean, they'll definitely go. They won't go indefinitely. At some point, they'll come back down to Earth, but not like that.
Right. That was like a nosedive to the ground.
Yeah.
It was.
And Fred, witnesses are reporting just an immense smell of gas, of fuel. And with this possibly being a medical flight, what kind of equipment does a medical flight carry? Oxygen tanks, things that could explode? That's kind of my question.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it depends. So the question, that raises two questions if it's a medical flight. First of all, was this a rotary wing aircraft, like i.e. a helicopter, or was it a fixed wing aircraft? They do carry oxygen. I'd be curious what kind of smell that the bystanders are smelling. The more sophisticated stuff burns jet fuel. So the helicopters, the sophisticated helicopters, the medevac helicopters that you see, they burn jet fuel. The bigger airplanes, the medevac airplanes. I mean, I knew people used to fly medevac on Learjets, which is a private jet that people they can use for medevac. So, and those are the kind of airplanes that fly in and out of Northeast Philly. Northeast Philly has a lot of medevac flights go in and out of there because it's easier for a lot of different reasons, not the least of which is that you're not getting in and out of Philly International is a little bit more difficult on the general aviation side. Not impossible, but a lot more difficult. Whereas Northeast Philly, you gas and go.
So stay with us, Fred, as we try to recap what exactly is going on. And we're showing you some new video, but about an hour and a half ago, reports of a small plane crashing in Northeast Philly, right around the Roosevelt Mall area, several fires burning. And Dawn, you had mentioned the amount of people on that plane. Right.
We're told from top police officials, our Steve Keeley telling us that there were 6 people on the plane, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, and a family member. So that is the presumption that it was some kind of medical transport. Governor Josh Shapiro just making a statement on X saying, quote, "I've spoken with the Philadelphia mayor and my team is in communication with Philadelphia Police, with the Philadelphia Office of Emergency Management and the Philadelphia Fire Department. We are offering all Commonwealth resources as they respond to the small private plane crash in Northeast Philly. We'll continue to provide updates as more information becomes available." So Governor Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, has been briefed on what's happening, offering all resources to the Philadelphia area as police, fire, and EMS try to get a handle on this very chaotic scene. But again, as Steve first reported, it seems like this was a medical transport flight with patients and doctors and pilots on board crashing into the streets of Philadelphia.
And we're looking into where that plane was headed, and obviously it's going to be a while before we find out who was on that plane. But Fred Tisi joins us, a former Navy pilot, and Fred, you just joined us to talk about that midair collision in D.C., and now here we are talking about this in Northeast Philly. So when you're talking about 6 people in a medical type flight, possibly a Learjet 55, this plane could have been headed anywhere. You had mentioned the importance of de-icing, and that possibly being just speculating here, but obviously Northeast Philadelphia Airport, and that's all part of the pre-flight process, correct?
It would be. And so a couple things. So now it's interesting how fluid this kind of stuff is. So we now know that the aircraft was departing Northeast Philly. So it means that tells me it would have been full of fuel. And that's why you're seeing an accident on the ground. You're seeing witnesses on the ground saying that the airplane was full of fuel. Could it be a Lear? That would be consistent with the kind of airplane that comes in and out of there. It could have been a King Air, which is a twin-engine turboprop. It could have been any one of a dozen airplanes. I mean, I could rattle off dozens of airplanes that it could be. To answer your question, you cannot take off with ice on the wings. Now, as I said earlier, the ground temperature is 10 degrees centigrade, which is, what's that, like roughly close to the 50s. So being iced up on the ground before it took off, that's not going to be an issue. So the question is whether or not that aircraft, how long has it been since it took off? Did it climb into icing conditions? Depending on the type of aircraft it is, the first thing you do when you get into ice, if it is, let's say it is a light jet, you get into ice with that thing, you just pull the nose up, you just keep going. Because sooner or later, you get up where the air is so cold that the water's not going to form on the wings. Now, if it's a Navajo, which is a twin-engine, unpressurized airplane that's used for medical transport, that's a piston-powered airplane, that airplane gets into ice, that's a whole different kind of kettle of fish. So, I mean, there's a million different things that go into this. I just can't keep getting away from the fact that the way the airplane came down, which that just tells me one of two things. It could have been a structural issue. Airplanes don't come down that fast. I mean, they just don't.
Yeah.
Unless there's been a structural issue. I mean, there's.
And what kind of structural issue would you think it could possibly be? What could we be looking at?
Well, believe it or not, that's what people don't realize is that the pilot can on either a 747 or the smallest Piper Cub, a pilot can pull the wings off of an airplane, and by yanking back. And so what happens is that we see this a lot, or even the tail. A pilot. I don't know anything about the pilots flying this airplane, but a pilot who is not well versed in flying an airplane on instruments gets into rough weather, they panic or they over control, and they literally can overstress the aircraft. And then that's the kind of, again, I have no idea if that's what happened here, but I'm telling you all the different things it could be. So you can get a pilot get spatially disoriented, but if it was a two-pilot crew, that's less likely, and then actually do something that would either overstress the tail or overstress one of the wings. You see this a lot in these high-performance light single turboprops and light single aircraft that they build. But usually that's an accident that happens to people that are at 21,000 feet and they get too close to a thunderstorm and they pull the wings off the airplane. So,
what about visibility, Fred? Like, would that have been an issue as well?
Well, the answer is to a professionally trained crew in a sophisticated piece of equipment, no. All right, so that gets back to what I was saying earlier, that 700 feet, once you go at 700 feet overcast, once you go through 700 feet in the climb, that's it. I mean, I've been in weather so bad that I can't see the tips of the wings of my airplane like that. And you have no visibility. And so you fly the airplane solely by reference to the instruments that are on the airplane. They could have had an instrument failure that didn't allow the pilots to keep the airplane upright in zero visibility conditions. So it could have been that. I mean, a lot of these airplanes today, like my airplane, all that stuff's kind of computer driven. In the old days, you literally had vacuum pumps that spun gyros that you used to keep the airplane upright in the clouds. So, could there have been an instrumentation failure that ended up being overstressing the airplane? Who knows? Could there have been icing that resulted in a stall in an effort to try and get out of that, overstress the airplane? I mean, it could be a million different things. But I'd love to know. I think the biggest piece of the puzzle that I'd like to get my hands on right now is what type of airplane,
and we'll go from there.
Yep.
Yeah. We're talking to Fred Tisi, a former Navy pilot, an aviation attorney, and many other things. Obviously, an expert in aviation. But there's two stories going on here. There's the plane crash that caused what happened in the sky, and then there's the search and rescue efforts for anybody on the ground in Northeast Philly, at that Roosevelt Mall, at any of those homes in the area that may have been hurt. I think it's probably safe to assume the worst for the folks on the plane. But we have no word yet on anybody on the ground who may have been hurt or worse in this disaster. There are, again, homes, row homes here, stores, people driving, innocent, again, this is right at rush hour. This happened about 6 o'clock, somewhere around there. And this is a video by Steve Keeley. And just look at the debris field. I mean, that looks like just a terrible scene right after the plane crash, and you saw the fireball from a distance. This is up close. Several gas-fueled fires underground. So,
and pieces of the plane scattered
everywhere.
all over. They're on fire. Homes are on fire. Cars are on fire. I mean, it looks like a war zone out there.
It does.
It's very chaotic. It's frightening. We don't know the extent of any injuries on the ground right now. We're still trying to get that information. And as we had reported, we believe there were 6 people on that plane when it just took a nosedive out of the sky for reasons we're still trying to figure out.
So a massive response, and there you can see some firefighters. This is as close as our live camera can get. Now we've got Pico crews there, so you're going to have gas and electrical workers there trying to probably shut off all of it in the area just as a precaution to get the fires out. That video up in the top left is from about 45 minutes ago, and at that moment there was still smoke in the sky. Steve was having a hard time breathing, and a lot of folks in this neighborhood were having a hard time breathing, smelling jet fuel, smelling gas, and obviously several fires burning in scattered areas, just chaos. Exactly what you'd think a terrible plane crash would look like in a very dense area. Unfortunately, that's what we're seeing in Northeast Philly. And we bring in Fred once again to talk about this plane crash, and just a terrible coincidence here, Fred. When you talk about a mid-air collision and then a plane that virtually just fell out of the sky.
All right, so a couple things are so it's funny. So now, you guys can't report on this, but I'm telling you some of the things that I'm saying, which gets back to kind of the speculation that I was saying earlier. There was a Lear 55 that operates as MTS, Medical Transport Services, that was scheduled to depart Northeast Philly, I think for Springfield. I want to say Springfield, Illinois. So if you go to FlightAware.com, you can see scheduled departures from Northeast Philly. And that aircraft, a Lear 55, was scheduled to depart. And so that airplane would have a bunch of jet fuel on it. Some of the aviation rumors are starting to swirl around about an instrumentation loss, which is something we had talked about earlier. Who knows if that is what it was? But with a Lear 55, if that's what the airplane is, a Lear 55 is a very sophisticated airplane. A Lear 55 and a highly trained crew, something kind of went catastrophically wrong.
And so you're saying, based on the FlightAware data that you've looked up, that Lear 55 was taking off Northeast Philly Airport when?
It was scheduled at 6:06 p.m.
And that's
here for a second.
Right, and that's shortly thereafter
right about
is
the time
when this all happened. And Fred, you also talked about, so it would also be completely fueled up, making this crash with fuel everywhere, which people are reporting smelling jet engine fuel. We've seen all these fires.
All right, so let's look and see here. So that airplane may have made. So we have scheduled departures out of Philly. Looking at FlightAware, right? So then there was another one, Canada Regional Jet, going to South Bend, Indiana. That airplane looks like it got where it was going. One of these Lears looks like it's still up going where it's supposed to. So it's really hard to tell, kind of, what's going on. It's some people are saying it was a Lear. Some people are saying it was a Canada Regional Jet. So who knows?
Okay. Fred TC, thank you for joining us, giving us your expertise, and I appreciate what you very much helped us try to understand what happened here. So thanks for your time. We're going to get back to Steve Keeley on the ground. It's been a while since we've talked to Steve, probably at least 20 minutes or so, as he has tried to get to a safe place, and then his reporter instincts kicking in, and he's going to need to sort of tell us what he's seeing, and he'll be joining us in just a moment.
And this all happening shortly after 6 o'clock tonight at Bustleton and Cotman, the Roosevelt Mall. A small plane crashing into Northeast Philadelphia. People seeing a plane taking a nosedive in the sky, and then you see on the left-hand screen there just a huge ball of fire, emergency crews, dozens and dozens, all available, fire, police, EMS crews responding to the scene, which has been very chaotic. As we've talked to our Steve Keeley, he's having trouble breathing. He's trying to report the story. Governor Josh Shapiro also making a statement on X saying that he's going to make all available resources available to the city of Philadelphia, offering the mayor, the fire department, the police department, and the Office of Emergency Management any possible help that they could need in handling this huge crisis in Philadelphia that we've been dealing with for about an hour and a half or so.
Yeah, the AP reporting that, as we just heard from Fred, saying that this flight took off at 6:06, disappeared from radar about 30 seconds after climbing to an altitude of 1,600 feet. And at least that's what this particular flight did. It's only 3 miles from the airport. So however high a plane like that can get in just 3 miles and just a few minutes after takeoff is what we're talking about here. And at some point, this plane, which had been reported to be a Lear 55 medical jet with 6 people on board, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, and a patient and a family member, took off around 6:06, and something awful happened after that, and this is basically the result.
Right, and Fred TC talking to us about that this is a very sophisticated aircraft, and it had a highly trained crew on board, so saying that, something like this is hard to explain.
Yeah. This is a new live look on the right side. That's live. It's a gas station here, and looks like Cotman Food Market right there, one of the strip malls in the area. You still see smoke and sort of a haze in the air. Steve Keeley, can you hear us?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so you're not going to believe this debris field keeps getting wider. So I parked at the McDonald's, as I told you earlier, Jason, at the Boulevard and Cotman Avenue, which is across the boulevard from the plane crash site. 2 officers tell me here is an air tank from the airplane, and the air tank has a number 10 on it with jet rescue label on it. So I said how it was a medical jet with 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, and a family member, a commander had told me, and that was confirmed by another officer. This would be on a medical plane, an air tank, an oxygen tank that is right on the corner where the McDonald's is, across all 12 lanes of Cotman Avenue, and that's how big the debris field is. I just talked to Sergeant Eric Kripp. I said, any estimated time of arrival on the police news conference? He says, we might have to keep moving it back because we keep finding stuff from the plane. So I'm standing here with this air tank now that hasn't been roped off yet, and I don't know if it was kicked down here or it's down. It's across all 12 lanes of the boulevard. It may have been hit by vehicles and ended up here. But they keep moving the scene back. They have closed the boulevard. It was not closed right after this when I was on scene. But this air tank is here, and I'll get a picture in so you can see it. And it's just shocking how much they keep finding. Now, it's dark out. It's been raining, and there's been smoke billowing all the time. I just walked 2 miles to get around everything safely to get to where they're going to have the media news conference, which is at a gas station across the 12 lanes of Boulevard. But they keep finding things, so they may move the media back before they start talking. So I'm going to head back over there. I'll get you a picture where this air tank is. It looks like Philly police are coming over just to secure that now. But what an awful scene this is. And still, I have not gotten any information on potential victims on the ground. This was a crowded mall. It was a packed Cotman Avenue waiting for the traffic lights at the boulevard. And I know firsthand because I was in it moments before and moments after on both sides. So there's your update. I'm going to go back over the scene. I'll get right back to you, and we expect to hear from, I know Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel just arrived. We'll hear from police, and we'll learn what they know at this early juncture still. As you hear sirens, fire department, ambulances leaving, and it's also a gruesome scene. I was warned at one point. Everybody was moving me back to be for our safety, and other things. It's just awful scene. And the police and the fire department doesn't even know the extent of everything that happened just yet, because Cotman Avenue is one of the busiest streets in Philadelphia, along with Roosevelt Boulevard. at the busiest time of day, evening rush hour on a Friday.
All right, Steve Keeley, get to safety, and as soon as you have more information, we will check back in with you. You are doing an awesome job out there.
And I was going to ask Steve about injuries. He obviously has no information on that, but I mean, objective one for first responders is to find anybody on the ground who needs medical attention. And I don't know if you can hear me, Steve, but have you seen any patients being loaded onto gurneys, people being scooped up by ambulance or police officers in need of medical attention, anything like that? Okay, I think he took off. It's very fluid for him.
Right.
We're trying to get him back on the phone. When we do that, we can. But as you mentioned earlier, Dawn, Governor Josh Shapiro is the one who really helped shed some light on this plane. The occupants, the 6 people on board a medical flight. The governor also saying that the plane crashed about 30 seconds after it took off, leading to this scene that we see here. Right near Roosevelt Mall in the parking lot, into stores, into homes, fire crews trying to put out those fires. And in these 2 live shots, the one on the right is live. I believe the one on the left is not. But there may very well still be fires burning as crews try to shut off gas lines that are underground that were disturbed by this plane that fell from the sky.
Right. This, if you're just joining us right now, this all happened shortly after 6 o'clock tonight. We're hearing that a Lear 55 with 6 people on board, 2 patients, or I should say 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, and a family member on this plane that just took a nosedive into the street. We're told that Roosevelt Boulevard from Steve Keeley is currently closed. He's hearing from top police officials. He's been in the thick of this all night long. We're hearing that it is a gruesome scene. He's been warned it's just awful. We don't know the extent of any injuries on the ground just yet. He is waiting to hear more from police. They're setting up a command center, so we don't know the extent of any potential victims on the ground. But you know, as you look at this video, you can see the massive response. The video on the left showing the fire burning after this plane crashed into the ground. And I thought it was interesting, Steve pointed out, Jason, that where he was at this gas station across 12 lanes of Cotman Avenue, that they found an air tank, an oxygen tank with jet rescue on it, presumably medical equipment that was on that plane that somehow ended up, whether it was hit by a car or that's, you know, flying through the sky, landed in this gas station parking lot.
Yeah, and I think what is just blowing people away is just the idea of the angle that this plane came down. I mean, almost straight from the sky. And there are several other videos on social media as well that we will share with you when we can, but that just show different angles of just how this plane fell from the sky 30 seconds after takeoff, reportedly by the governor. And then the fireball so bright that even this camera shot on the left from the Ring doorbell and many others, just you lose sight of everything. That's how quickly and how bright it happened. The debris field, they haven't even been able to cordon it all off yet because Steve is walking around in what may be evidence. And you think about what the job the NTSB is going to have here, and they're already spread thin enough in the Potomac from a mid-air crash 2 days ago. And now they're going to have to respond to this scene in a very, very busy section of Philadelphia, maybe the busiest outside Center City and some other areas, but Northeast Philly and the Boulevard and Cotman, and now you're talking about tanks from a plane that just crashed. But again, objective one, priority one, how is everybody doing on the ground?
Right.
Some of the folks in their row homes, in their cars, in restaurants, in some of those
right. This was rush
businesses.
Hour. People were. It's a Friday night. It's rush hour. People were headed home from work. They might have been headed out for the evening, and this happened. And Fred Tisi was talking about could be potentially icing on the plane or whatever. So let's head over to Drew Anderson. Drew, you can talk a little bit about the weather conditions when this happened and potentially what the pilots were up against.
So here's what I'm doing. I've been piecing together all the data that's coming into our newsroom. So you guys were mentioning how the plane potentially crashed about 30 seconds off of takeoff. So I went to FlightAware and was looking up some of the information that Learjet we were talking about. and the estimates are it only got about a half a mile off the ground. So from that information, we wanted to see, okay, is it icy at that level up in the sky? Because it's pretty mild when you step outside right now, and ice, as it collects on wings, can change pretty much the way a plane is designed to fly, such that it can't maintain its altitude, and it comes down because it's just can't handle that extra weight on the wings. From what I see from the weather data, as I was looking in the upper atmosphere, it is not icy right now a half a mile off the ground. You have to go about a mile or more off the ground before you're going to get temperatures below freezing. So from what I can see from the information coming in terms of the max height that the plane got versus what temperatures would be at that level, it does not look like ice is a factor that would have played a role in any whatsoever. But again, we're still waiting to get more information in to confirm those things. But from what I see, it's mild air where the plane made it and temperatures were above freezing. And when I'm looking right now on the live picture of our Philadelphia Skycam city line and just kind of look at the city sky, the clouds are really low. So the plane for sure would have been in visibility that would not have been existent. They would just been in clouds, not able to see. So that's something to keep in mind. But from what you guys were saying, I could just say ice would not have played a factor from the weather data that I'm seeing coming in at the Fox 29 Weather Authority Weather Center.
Okay, Drew, thanks. We just got some breaking details. We have a statement from the FAA, and I'll just read it to you in its entirety. A Learjet 55 crashed around 6:30 p.m. local time on Friday, January 31st, after departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. 2 people were on board. The plane was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. The FAA and NTSB will investigate. The NTSB will lead the investigation and will provide all updates. So the governor earlier had said 6 people were on board. The FAA now saying 2 people were on board. But now, Dawn, we know that this plane that took off from Northeast Philly Airport was headed to Missouri, Springfield Branson National Airport. So that's what we can tell you from the FAA, an official statement. And now the NTSB will be making its way up. And again, it's just still so shocking that this happened in Northeast Philly. And now, again, a rescue effort underway for the folks on the ground who may have been hurt by this terrible disaster.
Right, and the FAA is saying, of course, that this information is preliminary. It is subject to change as we learn more information. Governor Josh Shapiro also in contact with the mayor of Philadelphia, with the police chief, with the fire chief, trying to offer any and all assistance he can as the city tries to deal with this crisis, with this tragedy. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, this is what happened. You can see that fireball after this plane, this Lear 55, just took a nosedive out of the sky, and it took off about 6:30 tonight, and 30 seconds later was crashing into the Philadelphia streets. And we have learned, as you mentioned, Jason, initially we thought there were 6 people on board, but according to the FAA, it's now saying that 2 people were on board that plane.
Steve Keeley, I don't know if you can pull up Steve Keeley's latest tweet, but he has a picture of the oxygen tank, the medical oxygen tank that he was describing to us on the air. He is right on the boulevard somewhere just outside the Roosevelt Mall, and he said across the 12 lanes of the boulevard, he saw a jet rescue oxygen tank on the side of the road. Right next to a McDonald's, and as soon as we will bring you that when we can. It's just an incredible debris scene and a debris field. Steve Keeley also, there it is. That's what Steve saw. I think that's on a sidewalk, right outside the boulevard.
Right.
Not sure if it was hit by cars or just incredible that is intact.
Yeah, he said, Steve tweeting that the oxygen tank from the jet was outside the McDonald's at Cotman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. That's about a quarter mile at least from where Steve Keeley was earlier when he was reporting near those fires. Right. So that is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and I'm just estimating if that's a quarter mile away, you got to think the debris field is even larger than that, maybe a half a mile at least. But one police commander telling Steve there's pieces everywhere. And when you talk about a plane that falls out of the sky, it's not a surprise at just how widespread the debris field is there. And now we turn our attention to the ground and the folks there and the innocent people on the ground driving and shopping and eating. And it's just way too soon to tell. And we'll certainly be checking in with hospitals, checking in with the community there to try to figure out if everybody's okay on the ground.
Right, and Philadelphia Council Member Mike Driscoll issuing a release on the impact of the crash in Northeast Philadelphia. He is the chair of the Transportation and Utilities Committee, and he says that his heart is so heavy, this is a quote, "As we continue to learn more about this tragic plane crash in Northeast Philly, we are in direct communication with our emergency response teams to monitor the ongoing impact to the immediate and surrounding area. This is an active emergency response situation, sadly, with reported mass casualties." This is coming from City Councilman Mike Driscoll. Right now, our focus is on the needs of our first responders on the ground, as well as the individuals and families impacted by this tragedy. They're obviously asking people to avoid the area, and their prayers are with everyone right now. So just a really horrific scene, a horrific situation after this plane crashed at Roosevelt and Cotman just after 6:30 tonight, shortly after taking off from the airport in Northeast Philadelphia.
About 30 seconds. And again, a Learjet 55, and I don't know if our staff can just put up a Learjet 55 picture when you can, just to show the folks what it looks like. It's got about 4 windows, twin engine jet. It was headed to Missouri, so it had just been filled up with fuel. 2 people on board, according to the FAA. It was before 6:30 when it crashed. 30 seconds after takeoff, something terrible happened in the sky, and we won't even begin to try to figure out what happened there. It's just when you see the angle and the ferocious angle in which this plane crashed, it's no surprise that the debris field could be as wide-ranging as a half a mile, and you know, I'm sure folks may come across some of that debris that needs to be preserved and not touched.
Right, and we were talking to Fred Teesey earlier in the evening. He's a former Navy pilot and also an aviation expert, and he was saying that angle, Jason, the fact that it came down at that angle and it came down so fast that something had to be terribly, terribly wrong.
Well, it came down so fast that people are questioning whether that was even a plane. I mean, because people think it was a missile, and from far away it certainly looks like it, but now we have confirmation that it was a plane. And so I know we have a Learjet pulled up. It's just an example of one, but it's in the computer. I think Drew pulled it up for us. But it can seat probably at least 10 people, if not more. And a lot of times these flights are used for medical purposes. Not sure if we don't have confirmation this was a medical flight, not according to the FAA.
Right, but we do know that Jet Rescue, which was written on that air tank that Steve showed us a picture of, is an air ambulance company. So we do know, you know, there's that, you know, oxygen tank on a Philadelphia street in the area in this debris field. So
and Jet Rescue describes itself as an air ambulance fleet, and they have 10 medical jets and 1 helicopter, according to their website. And so they have 1 Learjet 60, and they have 2 Learjet 55s, and that's what this is here, according to the FAA. So we're learning, as you are here, about what kind of plane crashed. And I just wish I could tell you about the folks on the ground. There was a home on fire. There was an issue with underground gas lines and fires burning. Cars were on fire. And so with the chaos going on, all we can say is we're on it. And as soon as we can bring you information on injuries or worse, let's pray that's not the case. But when you talk about a populated area here at rush hour, you know,
it couldn't have happened at a worse time.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was the height of rush hour. So many people. It's such a busy area of the city. To have this happen at that time in this horrible weather, and right after we just had this horrific mid-air plane crash in Washington, D.C. And as I mentioned earlier, Councilman Mike Driscoll from Philadelphia releasing a statement, and as part of that statement, he said that there were reported mass casualties. Of course, everything is preliminary, and we'll be learning more as the evening progresses. But let's get out to our Shawnette Wilson. Shawnette, where are you, and what have you learned?
So, Dawn, we just got here a little while ago. We are at Bustleton and Cotman, and I'll step out of the way here. This is much of what you've been seeing all night through Steve Keeley's video and the other video that viewers have been sending. Emergency crews just as far as the eyes can see. We're talking, of course, about fire trucks, police cars. We just saw Pico. Pico's actually coming right behind us right now, the water department. And actually, you know, we just saw a little bit ago as well, police bringing in some of those barricades, the road barricades that, you know, we usually see that we saw during the last NFC Championship game that'll be out for the Super Bowl. They are putting those up around this area as well, because a lot of people have come out to try to figure out exactly what's happening here and what is going on. And it's not just people who really want to just look and take pictures, as much as that's a big help, because they've been sending that video to us. One lady walked by. She had on scrubs. She was with someone who had a blanket wrapped around her, and she went up to the middle of, as far as she could go down this way. And I asked her, I said, "Are you good?" And she said, "Yeah, I'm a nurse. I just wanted to go and see if anybody needed help." So as much as we talk about it is cold, it is raining, police are trying to keep people safe and as far back as they can. There are some people out here who just have heard what happened involving this plane and what we reported as a medical flight, and their, you know, their jobs and their instincts have kicked in. They just want to come out here and see if there's anyone that they can help. We've been talking, I was listening on the ride here about whether there have been people on the ground who may have been injured in some way from this plane debris, which, as far as I know, we don't have any information on that just yet. But again, people are out just trying to see if things are okay, if people are okay who are out here.
Shawnette,
so it's just
let me stop you for just a moment, and then
Sure.
I'll let you continue. But folks, if you're just tuning in for a basketball game on Fox, Indiana-Purdue here, that's supposed to start right now, we're staying with this breaking news story in light of this disaster in Northeast Philadelphia. We are staying here with this local urgent news story here, and so I just wanted to pass that along to you. If you're just joining us to watch that basketball game, we are going to stay with this for the time being, and if you want to see that basketball game, I guess you'll have to check your local listings. It might be on another network. We'll let you know. But we're going to stay with this, Sean.
Obviously, people have to understand this is something
absolutely
just very traumatic that we're trying to get information out about tonight. People affected by this, people who have seen that video is being shared on social media of this kind of like fireball or explosion in the air. It brings people out to try to get some answers about what happened here. I heard Fred TC mentioning a little bit ago just about the type of area we're in, very urban, you know, a lot of strip malls around here, those little outdoor shopping centers, a lot of restaurants, a lot of small businesses here, and so there are a lot of people in this area, again, who feel pretty close to what has happened here, and again are just coming out here to look. But a lot of emergency vehicles, police where we are right now at Bustleton and Cotman, really just trying to direct the crowd. There are people on every corner here, cell phones up, just trying to see what they can see, as you know, we are ways back from actually where this is all concentrated. So again, across the street I can look over here at Roosevelt Mall, and we're seeing police vans. We're seeing, of course, you know, EMS, paramedics out here, and I'm assuming that they are just here on standby because we don't know, you know, much about this. We're starting to learn details, but they're here on standby in case they need to do something. I mentioned Pico just came by in the area, and the area also very difficult to get to. Obviously, all these people who are out here live here, so they are just walking from their neighborhoods, which is kind of the route that we had to take. Police now trying to move people back here. The road we had to take to get here from South Jersey through some of those neighborhoods. Okay. Police officer just told the crowd TikTok is over. So he's trying to just get this crowd, you know, get people away from here and get them home so that, again, investigators, police, firefighters can all do their jobs here. So you can see the crowd kind of like dispersing here as police are telling them to try to clear the area. It's going to be pretty tough. It's a tough job. There are people, as I said, on every corner here in the rain, just standing here watching and hoping to hear something. We've been hearing sirens off in the distance, just coming from different directions still, even though we know that this happened, I believe, Jason, at around 6 o'clock today. We are still seeing emergency vehicles just kind of like going around the area or either going to different parts of the area. So that's what we have here right now. Just a lot of people who are just curious. I have to go back to that woman, though, Jason, who and Dawn, who talked about she was a nurse. You know, some people hear of something like this, a tragedy, and they want to do what they can just to come out and help.
And this plane going down just after 6:30 tonight, after taking off 30 seconds after taking off from the airport in northeast Philly, just dropping out of the sky. Let's go to our photojournalist, Mark Lavala. Mark, can you describe the scene where you are? Tell us what's happening there.
Well, I'm not too far from where Shawnette was, but I was able to move up a little bit. As she said, police are just trying to gather and trying to keep people back, but doing the best they can, being calm. What you're looking at right now in my shot is, I believe you guys have my shot up, right?
Yes, we do.
So right there, I believe, is a house. I'm being told that this is Leonard. I'm at the main street. I'm going to zoom out right now. This is Cotman right here, and I believe that's Leonard. I believe maybe you guys showed this earlier, but that looks like one of the houses that was hit.
Well, it looks like they got ladders, Mark, and it looks like they got like a fire out, so there, you don't see any kind of smoke or anything smoldering
when
there.
I got here, I expected to see smoke, but it looks like that's not around anymore. I can see there's a fire truck that is not shooting water right now. Mm-hmm. It seems calm. I expected it to still be burning and stuff, but it's not happening.
Well, we are an hour and a half into this.
Everyone's on standby.
Right. We're an hour and a half into
exactly.
this disaster. And Jason, you pointed this out. I think the focus right now is on the victims, finding anyone who may have been hurt, because earlier in the evening we saw gas lines on fire. We saw multiple cars on fire. We saw, the fireball in the sky. So this is a major disaster that the city is dealing with.
And Mark, I see a gurney in your shot. From where you are, have you seen anybody getting onto an ambulance? Any injured people? Have you seen? Is there debris on the ground near you?
I don't see debris. It looks like I said. I zoom out. You can see all these emergency vehicles are just in the way. We can't see past it. But I will tell you, as far as the mood around here, it's where I'm at. It's like a lot of media around here, and everyone is just sharing all these posts from social media. I'm not going to describe them, but it's horrific, and it just can't. I can't believe.
Yeah, it's shocking the
really
way
shocking.
It happened. Absolutely. It just depends on where you are. When this first happened, there were reports of just scattered fires burning homes, cars, and there was one. You're looking at one of them. Looks like the windows are blasted out of that home. Is that a home? I believe it's not a business. So
that is a home. It's a bunch of row homes, I guess, on that Leonard. I think it's Leonard Ave.
It's the beginning of some row homes, and you pray nobody was in there. And
if you look beyond it, it looks like, I can't tell, but there's another one. There's another one right there.
Yeah, next to it.
It looks like the window's out there too. This is all Cotman.
Right, and earlier in the evening we saw a house on fire, and it was a house on the corner. So.
Not sure if that one is it.
We're not sure if this is it or it was someplace else along in that area. But
Mark, do you smell fuel or anything? Nothing. I don't. That's what I'm saying. Somebody was asking me, what do you smell? I don't smell anything. Yeah. I mean, I expected to smell it, but no. Mm-hmm.
It just depends on where you are, where Steve Keeley is. He must be downwind from where you are.
At least.
Is it smoky there? Is it smoky or?
No, that's what, like I said earlier, I expected to get here and see smoke. At one point I saw smoke, but it's gone. I mean, like I said, the wind is blowing in all directions right now where I'm at. So it might not be up in the air at right now.
Okay, if you're just joining us.
What I do see, I don't know if you can see.
Go ahead, Mark.
When you see in the air, it looks like maybe everyone could be, you see all these drones, it could be people flying their drones right now.
Wow.
But, you know, those could be medical, not medical, but first responder. That could be the police department, could be the fire department using those. In fact, I would imagine it's illegal to probably fly a personal recreational drone over this scene, although I don't know that for sure.
No, you're not supposed to. No, you're not supposed to.
Okay,
We're not supposed to.
So there's at least 4 of them from this shot, Mark. This is interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think they're just trying to really get an idea of how large this debris field is, possibly look for injured people, look for victims, look for even for the investigation of into the plane crash, look for debris. So, but just giving a little play-by-play into Mark's shot here, our photographer, Mark Lavala. He's on, is this Cotman here? I believe this is Cotman.
Cotman, and he said Leonard.
Yeah,
Leonard.
This is Cotman, yep. And Leonard is where that house is, yes.
It's interesting. I think a lot of these first responders, these firefighters are kind of positioned right at that home. They are not running from home to home. They are not running from car to car. It looks like they are just in this area. Anybody who was in that home has either been rescued or, addressed from the fire department. And now police obviously have this whole area blocked off. I think they're going to have to continue to expand that roped off area, and you got a lot of people walking up there wanting to know what happened. And I'm curious if there's anybody around you, Mark, who heard anything or saw anything. Are you near people?
It's where I'm at it's just media. They kept everyone back. We're back where Shawnette was. I believe she was at Cotman and Bustleton, which is where we were told was going to be the media staging area. And all the police officers are like, no, it's going to be beyond what you're looking at right now. But nothing's confirmed. But that's why nobody's around where I'm at.
Yeah. Again,
it's just emergency.
Yeah. Okay,
Sorry,
Mark.
It's just emergency responders.
Well, thank you very much, and sit tight. We may go back to you in just a moment. But this, again, a Learjet 55 with, according to the FAA, 2 people on it, headed to Missouri, taking off from the Northeast Philly Airport about 30 seconds after takeoff, fell from the sky and crashed in an area, I guess, right in the Roosevelt Mall area. And pieces of the plane are everywhere. Fires were burning. At this moment, I'm not sure fires are still burning. Perhaps they have the gas shut off in this area. Perhaps many of those smaller fires are out. But on the left is the chaos that ensued about an hour and a half ago. We're now 2 hours into this. This flight taking off just after 6 and crashing immediately after. So we were on the air at our 6 o'clock news. We started to get phone calls from witnesses saying that something terrible has happened there at Roosevelt Mall. And that was 2 hours ago. And here we are with still not a lot of answers about how everybody on the ground is doing. And we'll have to check with local hospitals as well to see if they are inundated with the injured. Because as you pointed out, Dawn, this is a very busy part of town at really one of the busiest parts of the day, the evening rush.
And the plane was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. And we have learned that it was a Learjet and that it was Jet Rescue, which is an air ambulance company. They have 10 medical jets and a helicopter, including 2 Learjet 55s. We originally thought that there were more people on board, but according to the FAA, 2 people were on board that plane when it crashed. And we don't know much more than that. Yeah.
Shawnette Wilson, back on the scene. Have you had a chance to speak with anybody who may have seen or heard anything in the area?
Not just yet, Jason, because, again, they are really focused on pushing people, from the neighborhood back away from this intersection. I was listening to you talk to Mark Lavala as well, and, we were asking about smelling anything in the area. Since we've been here, I was also expecting, as I've been listening to the reports on the way here, to smell something. I don't. We are seeing smoke, and I don't know how clear it is. This is Martin zooming in about a block or so, 2 blocks away from us, and you can see smoke possibly coming from the right side of the screen, moving across off the road there. So not sure where that's coming from, but we definitely have been seeing it off and on as we've been standing here. There was a young lady and a guy who came by just a minute ago really wanting to talk to police. As police were telling people to go back, and they said they needed to talk to police about something, trying to keep an eye on them. They are also actually across the street talking to police right now. But again, just trying to really clear this area and keep people as far away as they can, aside from media. As Mark mentioned, this was supposed to be the staging area. We have not heard anything from officials yet as to when we may receive a briefing and if it will happen here at Bustleton and Cotman. But, you know, we're on standby for that, of course, to try to hear more of what we can hear. Did you guys make it good for me, okay? Because this is very important.
Pardon?
Did you hear anything?
Yeah. The plane crashed. There was possibly a fireball in the sky. It possibly broke up over the mall.
Where were you?
We were over in that lot over there. So we just saw the aftermath, but I've talked to a couple law enforcement officers and whatnot.
I'm just walking around this area. Do you live in the area or work?
Cruisetown. Yeah, I live not too far.
Just walking around here, even right now, what are you seeing? What's the mood like out here?
Somber, concerning. They're trying to keep people back because we heard the gas lines were at risk. I haven't seen an after explosion yet.
Have you smelled anything, seen smoke since this happened?
We saw a lot of smoke and we saw fire down there.
When you hear that they're saying that this, was a medical flight.
We heard the same
doctors
thing.
And patients on board.
Or Memphis or something.
What does that do to you? It's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking anybody, anytime. Sure. But certainly from what we heard, there were 2 doctors, a patient, a friend, I guess a pilot and crew, whatever. But any tragedy like this is horrific. It's terrible.
What's the area like as far as getting around? I mean, you're on foot, so you're free to move, just not beyond the barricades, but even traffic-wise?
Traffic, it looks like it's moving a little better now, but, all of Bustleton was backed up before, and obviously here on Cotman, they're starting, or they've kept diverting traffic farther away, so nobody can get, even close at all.
And last thing, so I can let you guys go out of the rain, why'd you decide to come down here as far as you could walk?
We were just shopping and maybe going to grab something to eat. So we were inside one of the stores at the time. And then when we came out, that's when we saw the melee and fire and smoke. And then just, red light, blue light, one after another. Police, firemen, just all racing down. Common sense tells me to not get too close to what appears to be an explosion.
Yeah.
That I can tell you.
Out here right now, why'd you guys decide to you're out here now?
Just to be part of the community with anybody who needs anything. A hug. Just to be around.
Well said. Thank you so much. And that's what, the good part of this that we're talking about. As much as there are a lot of people out here walking around and taking pictures, there are certainly people who are looking to see if they can help in any way. And again, we're not close exactly to where the heart of the scene is. So it's not likely that people will be able to get down. And they don't even know what they can do, right? Jason and Don, they just, as you heard him say, feel like they want to be a part of a community here. It is heartbreaking. We talk about what type of flight it is, the size plane, and he made a good point. Whether it was a 2-seater, these are people who are a part of someone's family, who have been in this situation tonight, which, as far as we know, does not appear to be a good ending. So again, where we are at Bustleton and Cotman, police trying to keep people away. People are leaving and coming back. We still see those same emergency vehicles around here, which are still on standby for anything, as we wait to get word, hopefully, from officials here on the scene at some point tonight.
Shawnette, thank you very much. Let's get back to this video that just came into our newsroom. Can we take it full? Okay, we're working on it. You just saw it was 2 people entering their home much closer to the crash scene from what I believe is a doorbell camera.
Here it is.
Watch this. So you see 2 blasts. You see this man. He doesn't turn around until, he hears something.
Right.
Before the crash.
And it seems fairly close. You can see the plane there. A ball of fire.
And 2 explosions, one after the other, which makes you think, were there pieces of plane falling at the same time? Was this plane intact by the time it hit the ground? Your guess is as good as mine. But these poor folks just, running inside for their lives. And we thank them for sharing this disastrous video with us. But I mean, it just gives you an idea of what people in this neighborhood had to deal with. What incredible video from that. And there's the other video on the left of the fireball.
Yeah.
That one not showing the simultaneous back-to-back blasts that we just saw.
But you can see emergency crews, firefighters, ambulances, police, as far as the eye can see. Every available unit is on the scene of this mass disaster in the city of Philadelphia. Let's get back out to our Steve Keeley. Where are you now, Steve, and have you learned anything new?
Look, I'm standing on Roosevelt Boulevard, and the outer lanes are closed. The inner lanes go under Cotman Avenue here, and we're being careful because even though the road's closed, you see police vehicles and Philadelphia Gas Works vehicles are coming through. Plus, they are bringing in things that indicate that this is going to be a long investigation, like the steel barricades that we see up for the Eagle celebration. So we've seen truckloads of those. We've seen porta-johns come through because there's going to be teams out here for hours and hours and maybe days and days, I should say. Now, look, they kept moving the media back, and that also moving back the updates. And we'll learn whether there's a discrepancy between the Federal Aviation Administration's information about the plane and what Philadelphia police were told about the plane. So we'll get that sorted out when police give us an official on-the-record comment. But police are standing by what they had said earlier because I showed them the FAA statement. Now, you'll see on the corner where the green traffic lights are here at Cotman. Now it's turning yellow. That McDonald's is there, the big McDonald's M sign, the arches. That light is out now. They've closed the McDonald's. That's where I parked initially thinking I'd be okay. The police moved all the people and all the cars out of there because that's where that air tank was. And then on the other side of the McDonald's, further away from the scene, we were told an air tank went through the window of the family-owned diner next to the McDonald's. So they said they keep finding pieces everywhere, and that's why they moved us out of the Philly gas station over there initially as well. So they are finding this debris field even further out every time they see something, and it's dark and raining. So that's what's going on out here right now. They are trying to sort out and find out where all these parts are because that is a crime. They treat it as a crime scene. They treat it just like a crime scene. So they don't want people trampling on it. People see usually car parts here because there's so many accidents. And as I said, these parts were so small, you would never recognize them unless you were probably in aviation somehow. And we'll learn about all that coming up when we get information from people. Go ahead.
And Steve, you're hearing now that there were 2 oxygen tanks that were among the debris, one that was in the parking lot and then one that went through a window?
Yeah, and the diner is right next to the McDonald's. And in fact, we've been there on Christmas morning, a family-owned diner. When I get off the air with you, I'm going to run over there and see and get what the police were telling me and see if that's for sure and see if there's a smashed window with a tank. But I took pictures, and I was talking to you earlier about the tank that was right there on the corner by the bus stop you're looking at Bustleton and Cotman. And again, that's across all 12 lanes of Roosevelt Boulevard, and as Greg moves left, you can still see the initial area where the first smoke and flames were. You can still see smoke billowing up into the sky here over that AutoZone roof. And the fire was a few blocks back from that on that side street where you guys are looking at on everybody's video. And then the smoke was coming across Cotman Avenue into the Roosevelt Bowl parking lot. And to get to this scene, I walked for 2 blocks behind that. The smoke was just crawling along the ground, still thick, still the smell of jet fuel burning as far as I walked through it to get to Philly Gas. And then the Philly police said, no update coming right now because we're still finding pieces everywhere and we're probably going to move you guys back. So they moved it completely across the boulevard and moved whenever they plan to talk to us back, as well as the information is still coming in, and you can bet they're on the phone with that company. It was headed for Missouri. They're talking to the company. They're talking to the folks at Northeast Philly Airport that likely saw the folk getting on the plane and boarding the plane somewhere from one of the hangars over there and one of the offices over there. And so they're getting all their information correct. And then you've got the National Transportation Safety Board with that GO team on the way to Philadelphia. And it'll be a very busy, hard week on that team because they're still busy with the crash into the Potomac in Washington this week. Yeah. That's why this was so hard to believe. You always want to triple check and confirm all your sources. And when you're being told there's a plane crash and you're thinking, here we are. We're covering the plane crash in Washington. That was our lead story when I was reporting at 5. And then here we go at 6 o'clock, a plane crash here in Philadelphia, and it boggles the mind, and you just try to get all your facts right, and then they go, yeah, it's a plane crash, and then you can smell it when you're here. So the story I was on at 5 o'clock was only about a mile from here, where the police caught that guy that ran into a New Jersey police officer, came across the bridge, and that's why I was so close to the scene initially and saw so much that I did see and videotaped what I saw. And now we keep saying things. So there is the Sergeant Eric Grip is here right now. So I'm going to walk over there. Greg, you can stay here. I'm just going to try to get an update when we'll find out what we're hearing from police and when we'll hear from police tonight. And we'll see. Here we go.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Eric.
It's good. Yeah, they're gonna come over.
Eric, any idea rough time of when you're going to talk?
Hopefully within 20 minutes.
All right. So within 20 minutes, we're going to hear from Philadelphia Police for the first time. You'll probably hear from the Police Commission, any other people that are here in terms of command for this crash. So that's the story here, right along Roosevelt Boulevard, where you see the outer lanes closed, and they likely will be for a while. They're still bringing in teams. They're still bringing in investigators, and they're still bringing in equipment. And the folks dealing with this are also dealing with some harsh conditions out here with wind, rain, and a whole lot of people up here that they keep moving back as well. Jason, Dawn?
Not an ideal situation at all. Steve, have you talked to anybody who was close to what happened or witnessed it?
Yeah, I mean, from the moment I got here, and I talked to people that were working in the Roosevelt Mall who had no idea what happened. They just heard the loud bang, saw the large flames, and didn't know if they were in safety or danger. And they were all starting to close up shop. They were worried about their customers, and they were locking the doors and getting out of there before they even needed to be told to get out of there. The problem was there were so many people in that mall, then police, for their own good, telling the people to get back, don't breathe this heavy smoke in, and get out of here. And then there was kind of a traffic jam in there as well, because the mall was crowded, the parking lot was crowded, and like I said, even that McDonald's was crowded. When I parked there was one spot left, and then all the gawkers usually come to see what's going on because they hear plane crash and they want to see what they can see as well. And that's why there were so many people here to begin with, and then so many more people came afterward to try to see what they could. And now I'm looking at Gasworks, I'm looking at Pico Power Company people here, and so many police and so many firefighters here as well. And we got moved so far back, I can't tell you whether all the flames are out or all the fire's out or not. But you would hope by now maybe they do have a handle on it, because the thing I kept hearing as well from officials is that this is not under control by any means.
And earlier, Steve, you showed us that auto zone, and there was some smoke right on the other side of that. Is it believed that that's where the plane crashed?
Yeah, that's where the house that was on fire, and that's coming from, you're looking down Cotman Avenue, right?
Yeah.
So that's where the house was on fire. And as I told you, and the police were like, these are parts of the plane that was across Cotman Avenue in Roosevelt Mall's parking lot. So if that was indeed parts of the plane, I don't know, if you would think the airport's north of here, then you would think, the plane crashed and then careened across Cotman Avenue, and that's why we saw the vehicles on fire, and then the house is on fire, and the gas line on fire. So you would think there was parts on this side of Cotman Avenue, and then maybe careened across Cotman Avenue, or through the Cotman Avenue into the vehicles, and then into that house on the corner as well.
And then if your cameraman can pan over to that McDonald's, that's where you found a tank that you believe was on that crashed plane that flew from somewhere in the Roosevelt Mall parking lot all the way to that McDonald's. And let's show a picture of that tank.
Two police officers.
Go ahead.
Yeah, two police officers. Corporal Jasmine Riley, who I deal with, she and I walked over to that because she says, I'm told there's a tank from the plane. It had a number 10 on it. It had, labeled Jet Medical. And then there you see the diner next to the McDonald's. Most of their lights are out. The restaurant word is out, but you see restaurant and diner with the red lights. And we're told another tank went over there. I can't confirm that, but I will as soon as I get off the air with you guys.
We are showing your tweet right now, Steve. We are showing that tank that you're describing on the air right now.
Yeah, that McDonald's now shut down, and pretty much
Yeah,
every business in the area is closed.
Yeah, and there was other debris in the McDonald's. That's why they're saying, let's clear out this parking lot so we can see the parking lot, because people may have had cars parked there and debris may have been flung under their cars as they were parked there. So they cleared all the cars out of that lot and cleared all the people out of that lot as well.
So as we heard from Sergeant Grip, that we will hear from police in about 20 minutes. I would imagine dignitaries, the mayor will eventually make her way out there. This is my assumption. On a moment like this, it's still chaos, and we're still trying to gauge the amount of injuries on the ground. Oh, we're seeing a shot here now of a burned out car. I'm not sure where this is. This might be in the parking lot of the Roosevelt. Is this live on the right? Okay, that's live on the right. So now we're getting an idea of the aftermath in one of these parking lots with a charred out car.
Yeah, so Mark Lavala is our photojournalist out there on the scene. What can you tell us, Mark?
Well, a couple fire department vehicles just moved, and I'm seeing this for the first time now. That is not the parking lot. That is Cotman Ave. Just beyond Leonard Street. I don't know if I was calling it Leonard Street earlier. I might have called it Leonard Ave, but it's Leonard Street. There's a Raising Cane's across the street that's on Cotman, and Leonard Street is directly across. Now, I can't see the house that was burning anymore, but after those vehicles moved, you are now looking at, like you said, a burned out car, and I don't even want to guess what's in the middle there, but there's a lot of debris right there.
Yeah.
So that's actually, we're looking at Cotman right now. That's Cotman.
That's Cotman. That is Cotman, yeah. So Steve Keeley was talking, he was on the other, my shot is facing towards Roosevelt Boulevard. So Steve Keeley, like if you look at that 18, the number 18
yes.
fire truck right there, I believe Steve was on the other side of that. And so I'm totally opposite of him. And I am like, this is what's in between us.
Wow. Mark, hold on there for 1 minute,
I can
because
only imagine this.
We just
Go ahead.
got some information from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. They released a statement saying that at approximately 6:25, Jet Rescue Air Ambulance experienced a crash. The Learjet 55 crashed after takeoff from Philadelphia, and they are saying that there were 4 crew members and 1 passenger, a pediatric patient on board. No further information is available at this time. They go on to say that they cannot confirm any survivors. No names are being released at this time until family members have been notified. It says our immediate concern is for the patient's family, our personnel, their families, and other victims that may have been hurt on the ground. And then it just says more information will be released as it becomes available. And this is coming from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. This was released just a short time ago from that company.
Back to Mark here, because this is as bad as we've seen the devastation on the ground. This is our closest look at it. I mean, here, Mark, it looks like, this is ground zero.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of when I was trying to describe, because we don't want to disrespect the scene too much, and I'm hoping we're not seeing anything too graphic, but it just looks like, I see that car ahead, and I did see some workers using their phones and taking pictures, probably doing video walks.
If you back up here, can you just widen out here, and I just kind of want to get a better lay of the land. Okay, so there you can see.
So this is the Leonard Street.
Yes.
That's the house where I was telling you about. That's what we were looking at earlier.
I see.
Leonard Street, and then there's a house next to it. And
that house is still smoldering.
Well, no, I think it's that smoke is beyond. I think Steve was describing what he was seeing. That was also that was where closer to Roosevelt Boulevard, and I didn't see that earlier. We just started seeing that like about 10 minutes ago, and so right near Leonard Street, it's just a little beyond. This is where? So there's the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And as you had described, a fire vehicle moved out of the way and gave you a clearer picture of the devastation on Cotman.
Yeah, there was nothing clear earlier. It was just all cars and a couple big fire trucks just moved, and this is what we're seeing now.
Yeah.
And I don't even, I mean, I just can't even, you can't even describe it, because I don't see people walking through there at all. So,
yeah.
I mean, normally at these scenes, you would just see them, you know, walking through and looking through. But at this point, I would guess NTSB are the ones you got to wait for them to.
Well, yeah, they'll investigate
they'll
investigate the cause and try to gather every piece of plane they can possibly get their hands on. And the firefighters who arrived on scene, they probably went car to car, house to house, business to business to try to find anybody in need of medical attention. There is a car there that, I mean, talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, the fireball.
I might be able to go out in the street. Sorry, Jason.
Go ahead.
Police asked us to stay on the sidewalk, so that's where I'm at. And it's amazing that I can even see the shot. I might be able to go to the street a little bit. Let me, excuse my moving here. I guess you get a better shot of the car only, but...
Well, the fire department has their rescue lights blaring to try to see the scene better. You know, judging by their body language, they're just kind of walking around at this point. So you have to imagine anybody in need of medical attention has already received it and has been transported or whatnot. And now it's just... they're kind of walking around in a daze, in a shock, it seems.
Right. It looks like a war zone out there.
Exactly. No, and you called it ground zero earlier. That's what it seems like, because normally at these scenes you would see people running around and going back and forth. I'm not seeing that at all.
We're a little over 2 hours into this. I mean, the plane reportedly went down at 6:30 tonight after taking off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. And so 2 hours in, we're still trying to figure out exactly what caused that plane to just drop from the sky and burst into a fireball.
Dawn, if I can
crash.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? I don't think we described this earlier, but I'm now looking at the house that was on Leonard Street. Earlier, we did not. I don't know if you had the shot up, but I did see fire crews walking through.
Oh, walking through the house?
Guess they were walking through the house earlier. Yes, I don't know if we had that up. That's this house right here, but that is not the case anymore. You know, they're just still.
And does the house look burned out? I mean, it does from our vantage point.
If you
look at this door. Yeah, you look at the door. It looks like that. You know, there might have been flames at the point. I mean, you see the
scorch marks.
That awning there looks like it's burnt up. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to go back to the. The ground zero. Here we go. Here we go. They're walking through now. You see fire crews, but.
Again, and these crews have been on the scene for hours in these horrific conditions. It's rainy. It's cold. It's windy. And
I mean, you see the car that's burnt up. I'm seeing something in front of the car. I don't know what that is. It could be from the plane. I can't tell. Can you guys tell what that is?
We can't. I would be shocked if there's not a lot of plane.
Yeah, we don't even want to guess. Yeah, we don't even want to guess. Yeah, you can't even guess.
But you are looking at Cotman Ave and Leonard Street, which is just northwest of the boulevard. But basically, it's Cotman between Roosevelt and Bustleton. And that's what you're looking at there. It's just a war zone. It's ground zero, as we're, I guess, calling it. And
right, horrific scene.
Yeah, and can we show the ring camera of the two people coming into the house again? This really gives you an idea of the ferocity in which this plane, this aircraft, came down. We'll pull that up in just a moment. It's a fluid situation. We are waiting on police and officials to give us their first press conference since this happened. And I would imagine there's a lot to still be learned. I'm not sure how much they're even going to be able to tell us because the situation is so fluid. I'm not sure they'll have numbers or a lot of information about the number of people hurt. We've already heard conflicting reports about how many people were on this medical Learjet.
Right, and you can see
as many as 6, as few as 2.
Exactly, and there's the mic there. We're waiting for a police spokesperson to come and give us a briefing on what they know at this point, and that's going to happen any minute now. And so hopefully we can clear up some of the numbers and get some solid information for you. But again, looking back here, this is Cotman and Leonard Street. Our photographer Mark Lavala with this shot here, and he's, you know, showing us this burned out car. You can see, you know, smoke still coming from the street there, and just...
You've got the Roosevelt Mall right on the other side of the street here, and there's a Raising Cane's, there's a Dunkin', there's... and here's that video.
Yeah.
Let's just take a look again. Couple coming home, and they have the door open, and 2 slams.
Can you imagine? Like, she looks like she has something in her hand, the woman, and to have that happen, and it looks like 2 explosions.
He reacts before the explosion. He hears something falling from the sky, and before you know it, he turns around and there's a fireball. I mean, look at the camera. You lose sight of everything. That's how bright things were.
And I'm just curious, I'm just wondering where they are in relation to that fireball in the sky, because like you said, he stopped, so they were close enough to hear something loud, and we also have been hearing from other people that they heard an explosion.
Yeah.
So...
And back live, but you know, it's such a heavily populated area that there are many, many videos, different angles, different... a lot of Ring doorbell. There's some dash cams as well, and you better believe the NTSB will look at each and every one of them to try to figure out what happened. You just can't help but notice it's almost already a fireball before it hits the ground.
Right, and it's kind of surreal, and then we see that fireball in the sky, Jason, and then we see multiple fires on the ground, cars on fire, a house on fire, at a time of the evening when everybody is either headed home from work, from school, headed out for the evening. Again, here's this couple coming home and opening the door and just witnessing this disaster right before their eyes.
Yeah, the people on the ground, I can't even imagine what they saw, felt. I mean, just with no warning, suddenly a fireball right on Cotman between Bustleton and the Boulevard, and now a firefighter's still there. You know, obviously they're still trying to make sure that there are no danger of fire. Let's go in now and listen to officials give us their first update. It's Mayor Sherelle Parker along with firefighters.
Let me start by thanking each of you for being here. I want to go through some basic facts about what we know for certain right now. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cotman Avenue. This occurred shortly after 6 p.m. this evening. As of right now, we have no reports on the number of fatalities. So right now we're just asking for prayers for any and everyone who may have been affected. We do want to note that several dwellings and vehicles were impacted. So what are we asking you to do for us right now, Philadelphia? We're urging you to please stay away from the scene. If you see debris, call 911. Don't touch anything. This is still an active scene under investigation. I'm proud to note that all of our federal and state partners, they are either en route here or on the ground with us right now. We did see some neighbors who live in the surrounding community. Just stay in your home. Again, it's still an active scene and it's under investigation. This is only the first of many briefings, I'm sure, to come on this evening. And of course, when daylight comes, when we have more facts and information to share with you. But I do want to say a special thank you right now, again, to all of our federal and state partners and our amazing first responders right here in the city of Philadelphia. Our fire, our EMS, our police department, they have been here working vigorously to ensure that we get this perimeter and the surrounding area blocked off to ensure that we make public safety and health our #1 priority. So we don't have any further information to share at this time. I've spoken to our Governor, Josh Shapiro. He is en route. I've spoken to our U.S. Senator, John Fetterman, other federal officials, and everyone. All hands on deck. That's where we are right now. Thank you so very much, and we'll have more information to report in the near future.
Thank you, Mayor.
And that appears to be it. Just, I didn't expect a lot there. It's just so fluid, and there's so many things yet to be determined. So Mayor Sherrell Parker, the main point there saying, if you come across debris, first of all, stay away from the area. Don't touch anything, and if you see any debris, call 911. So that's really was the gist of what she had to say early on. She had no information on injuries, fatalities, casualties on the ground. I would have liked to have known, what the hospital situations are like, what the triage units in some of the area hospitals are like. Still too soon to tell. You're looking on the right at what we believe is ground zero, where this crash happened on Cotman, and on the left, the mayor, along with the police commissioner, Kevin Bethel, and Adam Teal, the managing director, the former fire chief, was all there. But again, they did not take questions. Just a very stern ask of the mayor to don't touch anything. And
Shawnette and Steve Keeley both were saying that there were a lot of people who live in that neighborhood who had come out to see what was happening, to see the scene, some people gawking. And basically the mayor is saying, please don't do that. Stay away from the scene. Stay in your homes. And if you do see something that you suspect may be a piece of wreckage from the plane, any kind of evidence that may be related to this huge disaster, to call 911, not to touch it, not to do anything, but basically, keep away from this scene. And we do know that Roosevelt Boulevard is closed to traffic right now. And the mayor, Jason, saying all hands on deck, that she had talked to Governor Josh Shapiro, and that he was on his way to the city of Philadelphia to do whatever he can to help in this crisis the city is facing at this moment.
It's pretty shocking to think about, just 2 plane crashes in just a couple of days, one right here in our own backyard, one down in D.C. What does that mean on a federal level when you're talking about 2 major crashes that have, wide-ranging implications? How will the NTSB divvy up that? The FAA says the NTSB will be leading the investigation into this. It could be months before we have an official cause, whether they can recover. I mean, can you imagine trying to find a black box here?
No.
I'm not sure if that plane, I think that the Lear 55 has one, I would imagine. And so, again, every piece of debris and evidence is of utmost importance to investigators. But again, priority one, how's everybody on the ground doing?
Right.
People coming home from work with no warning, and suddenly a fireball right in their own neighborhood, houses on fire, gas lines burning. Some of that chaos is wound down, and now we're left to just figure out what's next.
Exactly. And if you are just joining us right now, this was a small plane crash that happened just after 6 o'clock. The plane was departing Northeast Philadelphia Airport. We're hearing different reports on how many people were on board, anywhere from 2 to 6 people. We believe it was a medical transport aircraft. It was headed to Branson, Missouri, to the airport out there, when for some unknown reason, this plane just fell from the sky, burst into flames, causing multiple fires on the ground. This was at Roosevelt Mall. This was at Cotman and Roosevelt Boulevard. We just heard from the mayor. She said right now she does not have any report on the number of fatalities, that she's just asking for prayers. She did confirm that several houses and vehicles were impacted, and we have seen video of a house on fire. We've seen cars on fire. We've heard from people on the ground describing an absolutely horrific scene, and the mayor saying it is still a very active scene right now, giving one of the first of what she said will be many briefings. And Jason, you can only imagine. I mean, it's a damp and dreary, cold, windy, awful night. And tomorrow, when we see the light of day, we'll really be able to see the impact of this, and top police sources describing to our Steve Keeley that it's a gruesome scene, an awful scene. So just a major disaster in the city of Philadelphia unfolding shortly after 6 o'clock tonight and just impacting so many people.
Yeah, and this is, all my friends in the Northeast, they're so proud of where they come from, and this is just such a dark, terrible day for these folks who are so shaken up. It's a day they'll never forget. This is one of those days you'll never forget, this terrible crash that happened, and now we have so few answers about what happened and who's truly impacted here, and just some of those videos of folks reacting in real time. There's another surveillance type video of the fireball as the sky was bright orange in this moment. Firefighters doing a tremendous job getting all the fires out and doing the best they can in this chaotic situation where the smell of fuel was in the air. Visually, you couldn't see anything, black smoke, and people in the mall. I'm not sure how crowded the mall was at this time. You have to assume there was a lot of people at 6 p.m. And so let's get out to our Cheyenne Corinne. She is where Mark Lavala was, along Cotman Avenue. Cheyenne, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Jason, and I just heard you say the word chaotic, and I think that's the best way to describe this scene right here. Just to give you guys some perspective, we're here at Roosevelt Mall. This is right near the Raising Cane's, the Panda food, and just trying to navigate this scene myself, I actually had to have a police officer escort me, and that kind of just speaks to the danger that's in this area. And right now, a lot of people, they have a lot of questions about what exactly happened, but as you just heard the mayor say, the priority right now is people staying safe. And of course, we are working to figure out what exactly caused this crash. But right here behind me, you can see that we are kind of right near ground zero. That home that was on the corner, you can see that it has some damage. It actually was on fire. And just trying to get to the scene, I was going through the neighborhood, and a lot of people were asking, what exactly happened? And to be quite honest with you, a lot of people are really afraid because we just saw exactly what happened over in D.C. on the Potomac River. A lot of people have questions about how does this happen back to back, because the reality of the matter is this is something that doesn't happen often. So a lot of people are on edge. I mean, it was a Friday evening. People were coming home from work. Some people were getting ready to enjoy their weekend, and then something like this happens right in their backyard. And as you said, this is Northeast Philadelphia. Right here, there's a shopping center, there's homes. This is a very active part of our community. So a lot of people, they just really are honestly scared right now, Jason. And officials, as you just heard, they are going to continue to give us some updates about what exactly happened. So as soon as we know more, we'll absolutely make sure that we let you know. But Jason, Dawn, this is just still a very active scene right now, and a lot of people are quite honestly afraid and concerned.
Right, and you can understand why people are frightened. I mean, we've seen Ring camera video of people opening their door to come home for the night, and all of a sudden hearing an explosion and then looking up into the sky and seeing this ball of fire. What is the mood there, Cheyenne?
It's actually quite eerie. Like I said, when I was on my way to get to the scene, I was walking through the neighborhood, and there were a lot of people. I mean, it's just natural for you to step outside your door and you're just wondering exactly what is happening. People are freaked out, for the lack of a better word. And like you just said, like how I found out about this happening, my phone was going off. You know, a lot of my family members in Northeast Philadelphia were reaching out. I was reaching out to them, and that's a lot of what's going on. People are reaching out to their family members to make sure, if you live in this area, that they are okay. So that's definitely top of priority for people here. And a lot of people are just like, well, what is next? What possibly more could happen? Because we are still very much so on edge after what happened in D.C. And it's hard to ignore what just happened, you know, less than 2 days ago. And then this hitting so close to home, it definitely has a lot of people frightened.
I'm curious if you had a chance to speak to any witnesses who saw or heard anything.
I did. I spoke to one guy actually on my way when I was trying to make my way here, and he said that he literally opened his front door, and he said people were saying get down, get down, get down. And of course, you know, when you hear get down, you automatically get down. He wasn't sure what they were saying get down for. He wasn't sure if there was a shooting going on, but he was just still shaken up because this is definitely not what he expected. If anything, he expected it to be some type of unfortunate shooting happening in his neighborhood, but he did not expect it to be, you know, a plane crash happening here in Northeast Philadelphia.
Yeah, an explosion, and people reported feeling shaking, a deafening sound, and a fireball that just really engulfed cars and homes in the area, and fire crews doing their best to try to put those out.
Those images, they're just flooding around social media, and it's a lot of people are like, this is like nothing they've seen before. And actually, that police officer who escorted me over here, what she had to say, she said, this is just crazy. You know, and there's a lot of things that police officers see here in Philadelphia. So for a Philly police officer to say this is just crazy, it definitely says something.
Well, and even seasoned journalists, Mark Lavala, Steve Keeley, decades and decades covering news in this city, even they seem a little perplexed and just dumbfounded by what has just happened in Northeast Philly tonight, and the way this aircraft crashed right on Cotman at rush hour. And so, yeah, it's just, and now so little answers about how everyone's doing, and most importantly, the loss of life here in Northeast Philly as well.
Absolutely.
Right, and
definitely the loss of life that possibly, you know, could be coming. You know, he's talked about the home there. We know that there was a lot of homes on damage. There's police right now. They're making some type of announcement, probably telling people to clear the area. But definitely the focus is making sure that people are okay and safe. And we know, obviously, there's the NTSB investigation. But right now, again, because of what happened in D.C., their hands are full, but they are continuing to investigate.
I'd like to know what that announcement was, to be honest. Curious what...
I think that they were saying for people to clear the area, so you can see that if you want to just show Mark, you can see that officers are coming over because people want to see what's happening. So officers are just making sure that people are, you know, avoiding the area. This shopping center over here, this is a store, they're an electronics store, and they're making sure people stay out of there because there's been people trying to navigate this entire Northeast Philadelphia area. So that's been one of the main jobs also of the police out here, is just making sure people stay as far as possible because this is a hazardous area, guys.
I see all those row homes there, Cheyenne. Are folks allowed to be in there? Are they evacuated? What's the situation with that since it's so close to the crash site?
There are some people that are actually still in their homes. So I'm working to see if there is an exact evacuation order, but we have not received any. And because I was walking through right here, but if you look, you see officers right there walking towards those homes, the back of the homes. I'm not sure exactly what they are going to, but they could possibly be going to, you know, maybe get some people out of their homes. But we definitely see them working in this back alleyway area, and this is the first time that I have seen them focus over here. And also, if you look towards me, there are some firefighters that are working right here. So it does seem like some of the work is being brought towards this direction. So we'll definitely work to try to figure out. But we did just see those police officers walk towards the back of those homes. So possibly there could be some evacuations or just checking to make sure that people who live so close by are okay.
Yeah, you have to almost go door to door and check on everybody.
And we just saw a gurney go by. So, you know, as the mayor said, this is still a really active scene, and police encouraging people to stay away, but it's human nature, especially if you're right in the middle of it all, to see what's going on, because it's frightening and you want to make sure you're safe. You don't know. You look out your window, you see this, you hear this, and you wonder, am I okay?
Another observation here, Cheyenne, the power's out. That street light is out. Looks like that whole block has no power. But if you pan right, Mark, to those row homes, there are lights on in there. So perhaps, I don't know if it's a backup generator or if they have power there. But, you know, crews had to shut off the gas, I think, in this area.
And we saw Pico out there.
Cheyenne, you there? I think we lost Cheyenne's mic, but we still see her shot. But fire crews are still there monitoring the situation. That house that we're looking at right in the middle of your screen was on fire at one point. They still have a ladder up where I believe firefighters went room to room, floor to floor, looking for people in that house. We have no information on who was in there, whether anybody was home. I'm praying nobody was home. And that's you still see smoldering back beyond that other house, too.
And that's the thing. We don't know the situation regarding injuries or casualties on the ground. We know that Jet Rescue Air Ambulance confirms that the plane was headed to Branson National Airport in Missouri, and we're understanding that there were 4 crew members, a passenger, probably a family member, and a pediatric patient. And they are saying that they can't confirm any survivors, but we have no idea the situation on the ground either here in Philadelphia, because we know that houses caught fire, we know cars caught fire. We don't know that car that we saw earlier that was completely burned out. Was anybody in that car? We do know it was an extremely busy time. It was rush hour. It was just after 6:30 in a super busy section of the city when this all happened.
Cheyenne, Mark, can you pan to the left again where that car was charred, where we believe the plane crashed? Can you try to describe the scene for us? It's hard to make out what's going on in there right now, and you can probably see better than we can, Cheyenne.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now there's just, an entire effort to, kind of get this situation under control. You can see right ahead of me, Mark, if you're showing the firefighters that are straight ahead. And then also you can actually see that there's still some smoke coming from that home right there at the corner. But the firefighters, they were able to work pretty quickly to, contain that fire. But what's a big concern in this area, we talked a little bit about this earlier, is that there could be some other things that happen as a result of either the equipment. It's still a very hazardous area. So that's definitely a focus right now for officials. And I know that we just received the update in terms of, it's presumed that there were no survivors on board. And Jason, can you just confirm for me that we also updated the amount of people that were on board as well?
6. That is the medical flight company.
6 people.
Says that 6 were on board. This is according to the company, and that there is no confirmation tonight that any survived.
Right.
So we've had conflicting reports, but that is the latest.
That is the latest from the medical company.
Okay. And that's actually what we were initially reporting. If you remember, we were initially reporting that there were 6 on board, and the FFA said 2. And that kind of, right now there's a lot of questions, but it speaks to exactly, what was, on board, right, of this jet. But definitely 6 people, that is the latest update, and that is what we first reported here. And you can also see, if you go towards the scene really hasn't died down at all. But Mark, can you show the water that the firefighters right now are...
What did you say?
The water that the firefighters are right now trying to put out or something. Zoom in right there. Can you see exactly what they are focusing on?
Yeah, I don't see it from here.
Jason, can you see the fire that the firefighters are trying to...
I see, all I see is those firefighters gathered at this point, but...
it's hard it's hard to see
well, far in the
that.
distance, you can see that they're... Okay, well, far in the distance, you can see that they really are focused on one particular area here at the scene. But this is just, honestly, again, as you said, it's some sort of chaos. There's actually some people that are starting to, come outside. But again, the weather's not the best right now. So I think that to a degree, that's kind of helping some people stay inside. But in between, when you came to me last, I went back on social media, and people definitely are, shocked, especially hearing that update that there were 6 people on board. And now, there is a question of, what exactly was happening, where we know they were headed to Missouri, what was actually on board. So there's all of those questions. But right now, we see officials again. I think these are fire officials. Hello, how are you? Fire officials making their way back to the scene, and that's really the focus here.
All right, let's keep your shot up here. I just, Dawn kind of read the statement earlier, but it's from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. That's who owned the plane and operated the plane. And they said at 6:25 tonight, Jet Rescue Air Ambulance experienced a crash. There were 4 crew members and 2 passengers, including a pediatric patient and an escort. You have to assume a child and a parent.
Right. And they were headed to Springfield, Branson National Airport. That is in Missouri. Yeah. And Steve Keeley showed us earlier an oxygen tank with the company's name on it that presumably is part of this massive wreckage that has been just strewn across blocks and blocks of this area at Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt Boulevard is closed. There is a sea of police, ambulance, fire, emergency responders here on the scene. and they've been here for just almost 3 hours now.
Yeah, we understand the governor's on his way. We'll hear from him when he gets there. Our Shawnette Wilson also reporting that people may be displaced, which would not surprise me at all with some of these homes that caught fire. And so, you know, I don't know where they're going to go tonight. I'm sure people will step up and help them. Again.
And the mayor confirming, too, when you talk about people displaced, that homes and vehicles were impacted.
Absolutely.
And we've seen the video, so we know they were on fire. So, and also, Jason, as earlier in the evening, Steve was just talking about, like, the thick smoke, like, billowing into the sky, and people living in, working in those areas or just driving through, experiencing that. So just an awful, awful situation. Yeah. Terrible night in every respect, and the weather certainly not helping the situation at all.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, 9 o'clock straight up here, and we're almost to hour 3 of our coverage of this disaster in Northeast Philadelphia. A medical plane carrying 6 people crashed on Cotman Avenue or near it, right in the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. Somewhere in that vicinity is where this plane literally fell from the sky, creating a fireball, shaking the entire neighborhood. We have shown you many, many doorbell cameras, each one more shocking than the next. What are these firefighters carrying here? Not sure, but they are emerging from the scene. This is, you're looking at Cotman. They're walking on Cotman Ave here. I think they have a ladder.
Right, it looks like equipment there that they're carrying, and it's been a long night for these emergency responders, Jason.
Yeah, and it's just
they've been in the thick of this for 3 hours now. We've had people describing the scene as chaotic. It does seem like it's calmed down substantially since we first went on the air with this disaster. But
beyond those firefighters are power, possibly PECO or another utility workers, making sure that the gas lines are off or and addressed. That was a big issue earlier. It literally struck so hard it rattled the underground gas lines, and there were fires everywhere. Yeah, right. Little fires everywhere. Some like in a tornado type of a pattern. Some of these fires, but those are all addressed. Again,
but you can see, like, look, you can see this, you know, this house here on the corner that Mark had shown us earlier, clearly impacted by this disaster, by fire. We understand that Governor Josh Shapiro is probably about 15 minutes away, and of course we will be hearing from him. He probably needs to be briefed. We did not get a lot of information from the mayor. She spoke a little while ago, just asking for people's prayers, saying that there was no number on any reported casualties, asking people to stay away from the area. And this is significant if they see debris, because we've heard all evening that this debris is just strewn everywhere, all across this area.
Maybe a half mile.
Right. And if you see it, don't touch it. Just call 911, because the FAA and NTSB investigators need to piece this all together, and all of this will help them as they try to figure out what exactly went wrong tonight.
Mark, can you pan up? And I wonder if those drones are still there. At one point, there were 4 to 5 of them over the scene. There's one blinking. These, I would imagine, are, that looks like it could be a fire or police drone with cameras that really could give first responders a good idea of the crash scene, the perimeter, and you know, any other evidence they might be able to gather. I have to assume that those who need medical attention have been addressed, transported. There's another one over, I believe that might be the mall area there. There's, again, it's a large scene between a residential area, businesses, restaurants, and so on, and still some smoldering homes, row homes in the area. So there may be some displaced people. We have crews headed to the hospital as well to see how that effort is going for anybody on the ground who may have been injured. Again, just so much to still be learned. And we just, all we can do is kind of give you the play-by-play here of what's going on here in hour 3. And it's still a very much an active scene. I have to think this is going to be a shutdown scene for days, if not longer.
Let's head back out to our Cheyenne Corinne, who is at the scene. And have you learned anything new? What's it like there at the moment?
Yeah, we're still working to, figure out more information. But right now, the scene, it honestly has remained the same. As you just said, Jason, I mean, we're now in hour 3. And this scene, it hasn't calmed down, or we haven't seen less of a police and fire presence since we got here on scene. That means that there definitely is still, a lot going on behind me. You can just see based on the amount of flashing lights that are out here. Since I've been out here, I've also been trying to, check social media. As you heard my coworker, Shawnette, she's checking on those who are displaced, because obviously, it's so close to homes here in Northeast Philadelphia that there are people displaced. We at least know that that home at the corner, those people, there's no way that they are still inside of their home. And actually, since you came to me, I haven't seen too many people in these homes right here come outside or even poke their heads outside. So we don't know if possibly those officers were telling people to, stay inside or possibly leave. But I do know people personally who live in this area, and just out of caution, which is probably a good idea, they are just evacuating the area. So although we haven't heard any official evacuation orders, a lot of people are just getting out of this area. And that's really what Mayor Sherrell Parker was focused on, was people staying safe. As you said, there's a lot of debris on this wet ground here in Northeast Philadelphia, and officials are telling people to not touch it. If you see something, call it in, because as you saw, my coworker Steve Keeley, he saw a really critical, crucial piece of that jet on the ground. So if you see something like that, do not touch it and just call it in. Right now, as you said, this is just going to be, it's going to take some time to really get to the bottom of this. I can't imagine that Northeast Philadelphia is going to be the same anytime soon. I can imagine that this is probably going to be closed off for quite some time. We're going to be out here until it isn't at this point. But there's just a lot of people in the neighborhood that are on edge. We're not expecting something like this to happen. And again, we keep going back to the fact that just 2 days ago, we lost 67 people in the Potomac River due to a plane crash. And then 2 days later, about 2.5 hours away here in Northeast Philadelphia, we now have a plane suddenly come down, crash in the neighborhood, and, it's not looking good. So a lot of people are on edge. Right now, we're trying to get more answers for people, trying to get some type of clarity about how this could possibly happen. But people are just really on edge about what exactly happened here, Jason.
Yeah, it's just still so shocking. After even all 3 hours later, we're still trying to sort through it. Steve Keeley is kind of walking around the neighborhood trying to speak with people who may have witnessed things. And when you get a chance, control room, check out his tweet. He was at a diner nearby, and Steve is reporting that debris. I think it's the Country Club Diner, which is up Cotman.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's right up Cotman, and he says, okay, this is his tweet. That's the picture of now a boarded up glass, and a piece of plane flew through that glass into that diner, which has since been evacuated. It's empty now, but a piece of plane flew into that diner. And so that is down the street from where Cheyenne is. And it just, again, a debris field that's stretching city blocks a quarter of a mile to more. So, and obviously that will be preserved.
Jason,
yes.
I think that speaks to, the amount of injuries that could possibly be a result of this crash. Because, of course, we have the 6 people who were on the jet, but also, there's a lot more injuries that possibly could have come. We know that there were cars on fire. We know that there were homes on fire. As you just said, debris went into a diner. Those are a lot of people that are possibly injured.
Yeah.
So that's why we also have a crew going to the hospital, because we are expecting that there are going to be a lot of people that show up that, also were injured as a result of this crash, too. So that's something that we also are trying to pay attention to as well. Anytime that there's flashing lights, and we just want to bring your attention to what's going on over here. It looks like police may just be making sure that this car over here does not cross these barriers, the red and yellow tape here. And then there's also a fire truck that here is leaving the scene.
All right, Cheyenne, thank you very much. Steve, I don't know if you can hear Steve Keeley or on the other side of the street. I just saw we just showed your tweet at that diner.
Jason, that's the story I was telling you. When Dawn, I got off the air with you. I went in there. The police let me through the line. The manager let me in, and he showed me on his phone this piece. And as I said in the tweet, that piece didn't just go through the window and land on a table. It went through the diner, past about 3 booths, by the salad bar, and then hit a diner on the far side of the diner, eating restaurant, and it hit him in the head. I said, was he okay? He goes, no, I think he's hurt real bad. And so there was a big heavy piece of metal that came flying through the diner, and the diner is right next to the McDonald's you're looking at. And so that, you were talking about a half a mile, that, as Greg pans to the left, right across all 12 lanes of the boulevard, and then smoke. Greg, come back where I am, and you can still see smoke going up over the AutoZone store, which is at the corner of Cotman and the boulevard. And that smoke is about 3 or 4 blocks deep. And the reason the mayor was staying away from saying numbers is because you saw them. They fluctuated. The officials here on scene, as I reported way back when, were told 6 people on that plane, and then the plane people confirmed that. But the mayor also is knowing the scene there, and she and everybody else out here is fearing that that number and the death toll could grow because of the injuries and maybe fatalities on the ground. And I was showing you and talking about SUVs and trucks that were completely on fire, completely gutted out, and that was almost initially afterward. And I had said, I had come from the 5 o'clock live shot, which maybe was a half a mile from here. I was in that traffic, and it was stop and go traffic. And it's a busy mall, it's a busy time of day, and this is maybe one of the busiest intersections in Philadelphia, the Boulevard and Cotman Avenue. And there's a lot of people eating dinner, and so many fast food restaurants you talked about, Jason. And I was in that Cane's Chicken place where I was close to the scene, right by the plaza entrance, where all those flames were burning. So that is the fear, that there could be more deaths and fatalities than just on the plane itself because of where it crashed and landed. And that also tells you something. These pilots, even when they know that they are in trouble, they always try to steer it away from any other people, whether they're in the military or whether they're in general aviation. The last thing they want to do is hurt anybody on the ground if their plane is in trouble. That tells you that this plane was in dire trouble when they took off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. So that is an investigation that could take months, but everybody wants to know what happened, because you would think right as a plane is getting ready to take off that it would go through the checkpoints, and it also, when they're going to fly from Philadelphia to Missouri, they're going to load up those wings and those fuel tanks, and that is probably why I was telling you how the heavy smell of jet fuel was thick in the air there, around there, and that also helped the flame spread so far through that debris field as that plane crashed right along Cotman Avenue, just past the boulevard. And people are saying it could have been even worse than it already is because of where it could have landed, whether it was in the mall itself with all those stores, or whether it was on the boulevard with all that traffic. So as bad as it is, all you kept hearing from officials on the scene is it's bad and it could have been even worse. Jason, right. Dawn?
And we were hearing earlier tonight from an aviation expert talking about exactly what you just mentioned, Steve, that plane was filled with fuel. It was taking off. It was headed to Missouri with a pediatric patient on board. So it had, a significant flight to make to get this patient to Missouri when it just fell from the sky. And I was just curious, when you were inside that diner and you were talking to people, was the diner packed with customers as well when this piece of wreckage just went flying through the window?
Yeah, that diner, it's a busy diner, and it's open 24/7. It's open even on Christmas, but at dinner time, it is crowded. And then it was getting evacuated because people were being told to get out. Plus, everybody in the diner wanted to know what happened, so they were all curious, and they were among the first onlookers who got close and then got told to get away, and then got told to move their cars away because there's debris in the McDonald's parking lot and the diner parking lot. And they didn't need to be told there was debris down there because they saw, if they were in there, a piece of the debris fly through the window and across the diner with such force. And then again, I'm going to remind everybody, the air tank from the jet, according to Philly police, laying outside the McDonald's here on the corner of the boulevard. Just that alone, a heavy piece of steel could have done damage for somebody waiting for a bus on the boulevard in the 6 o'clock hour as well. So Governor Josh Shapiro should be here momentarily, and I will give you a warning and a heads up, and I'm sure he'll have the latest information. You can bet he's on the phone with both the White House and the new heads of the National Transportation Safety Board, Federal Aviation Administration, and so forth. And what a busy, bad time for those folks this week in January 2025.
Yeah, you got to think a sleepless night for this community. We've heard from the Red Cross now, saying, quote, "Our hearts go out to all those affected by the tragic incident in Northeast Philadelphia tonight. A team of trained Red Cross disaster workers is on the scene to help those who've been displaced." And we're still looking into how many people have been displaced, dozens if not more. Red Cross goes on to say, we're working with our city, state, and federal partners to assess any other needs we can assist with. So they're going to be helping some of those folks who need a place to stay tonight, and not just tonight, but beyond.
Right, and let's get out to our Cheyenne Corinne, because you just spoke with the Red Cross on the scene there, Cheyenne.
Talk about the Red Cross.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you talk about the Red Cross?
Off camera, I actually just spoke to someone who was a part of Red Cross, and they say that they actually do have some people that are displaced. I think this is the first confirmation for sure that there are people who are displaced. But they're telling us that people who are displaced, they say that at least there have been a few families that have come to them. They say that they are asking people to actually come over to this Wendy's right here. Specifically, they're telling people to go to the SEPTA bus. You can see that right there. And they say anyone who has been impacted by the incident and that is displaced, this is where they are telling people to meet. And Red Cross, they say right now they're just trying to gather people's information, and this is where that intake will happen. So again, here at Roosevelt Mall at the Wendy's by the SEPTA is where they are telling people who are displaced to go, guys.
Yeah, we had heard at the time when this happened that multiple residents were reportedly engulfed after this plane crashed. And I know we showed you one that was already the fire was out, but it was charred, and you can tell it took a beating from this terrible crash. So you have to assume there are several on the other side of Cotman that you hope that people weren't home from work yet.
Right.
You hope that the residence was empty. We will obviously be looking into that, but we don't know yet. But great that the Red Cross is there to help some of these folks who, if they don't have power, they don't have heat, it's a cold night.
Right, it's a terrible night to be out of your home and be dealing with a disaster of this magnitude. And if your home has caught fire or your car has caught fire and you have no way to get out. So the Red Cross assisting people, and I think we have a crew headed that way to talk to maybe some of the people who've been displaced. We also have a crew headed to the hospital. I think that's the big question tonight, Jason, is we know that there were 6 people on board the Learjet 55. That's been confirmed by the company and by top Philadelphia brass. What we don't know is the impact on the ground. We have no idea how many people have been hurt. We have seen videos of cars on fire. We've seen videos of houses on fire. We've seen the fireball in the sky. Certainly a frightening and dire night here in this neighborhood of Northeast Philadelphia. And, an army of first responders, police, fire, been on the scene for well over 3 hours and will probably be on the scene all night and into the morning hours. Mayor Sherrell Parker saying all hands on deck. We're awaiting Governor Josh Shapiro's arrival at any minute now. I'm sure he's being briefed on what happened and what they know at this point, but certainly a dark day for the city.
It's tough because, clinging to any kind of good news we can find, and there just isn't any, because the mayor didn't have any information on injuries or anything like that. And maybe the best case scenario, many on the ground avoided this plane crashing. I don't know how you could not see this coming. And some of these doorbell cameras just show how fast it happened.
Right, so you have no warning. You have we saw the people opening their door and seeing a ball of fire in the sky. Right here is the video. These people are coming home, opening their door, and then an explosion into the night sky right behind them. And Jason, you said that man turned around before you saw the sky light up, so he likely heard some loud explosion or a big thud or something.
Yeah, that man who shared that video with us, I would love us to try to get him on the phone if he's willing and able. Totally understand if he's not, but I would love to hear his firsthand account, because we've heard so few from eyewitnesses for their firsthand account of what they heard and saw, and I'm genuinely curious to know what it was like. It looks like, okay, here's another ground live shot here. But, you know, we've seen a couple of different doorbell cameras and people kind enough to share them with us. And there's some others on social media floating out there as well. And each one just shocking to see. Right in the middle of your screen is a car that must have been a few feet away from the crash. That car is just a shell
completely
of its former
burned
self.
out,
Yeah,
and
in the middle of the street.
In the middle of a street. So you
fear the worst.
You fear the worst because it's not a car on the side of the road.
Yeah.
It's
not parked.
It's not parked. And as we mentioned, it's in the middle of rush hour on a Friday night when everybody is out. It's been a long week. People headed home. People maybe headed out for a bite to eat. There are a lot of restaurants in this area, so I mean, the timing could not have been worse. And one thing I thought it was interesting that Steve mentioned, and I've covered plane crashes before, where the pilots do at all costs, if they know they're in trouble, they definitely try to avoid an area where there would be lots of people. And so when you see that plane just take a nosedive into the sky, just dropping out of nowhere and then bursting into a ball of fire, you can only imagine that it was a dire situation, and the pilot or pilots had no warning, had no choice, were unable to do anything.
Yeah, Fred, we had a aviation attorney, former Navy pilot Fred Tichy, who joined us earlier, and you know, he was pointing to possible de-icing of the wings or lack thereof, mechanical
instrumental issues,
pilot overreaction. I mean, obviously there's a lot of speculation there, but it's just your mind wanders when you think what could cause a plane to fall out of the sky like that 30 seconds after takeoff.
And he did mention that it's a sophisticated aircraft, and presumably the pilots were experienced. They were doing a medical transport, a pediatric patient flying from Northeast Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri, flying into the Branson International Airport with a child and presumably a family member when this tragedy occurred.
Cheyenne, Corinne there, it looks like you were at one of the staging areas where they had brought a SEPTA bus in for anybody who needs a Red Cross assistance so people can board that bus. Are you seeing anybody get on that bus, Cheyenne?
No, I haven't seen anyone get on that bus yet, Jason, but the Red Cross official that I did speak with off camera, he did say that there was one family at least that came to this area, and this is really just like a secure location to where they are trying to process people. Usually when people are displaced, they just need a place where people can know to go to, and that's where they get your information, your number, and they get you set to go and make sure that you have somewhere warm and, in this case tonight, dry to stay. But that's definitely one of the priorities, is making sure that the people who are displaced have somewhere to go and they get your information, and then also just making sure that people again stay out of this area, because where we are stationed, this is probably the closest that you're able to get. I actually have been trying to, hopefully speak with some people in the area, but understandably so, officials are making sure that people who live in the community are staying away from us. So this is honestly the closest that we are able to get, and it's honestly just us out here right now. I mean, there's a lot of rain coming down, but it is just me and my photographer, Mark, out here. But we've been seeing crews, firefighters, police walk up and down. We've been seeing them continue to focus really at ground zero that you see a shooting right now. And again, the focus has been people keep trying to get closer to see what happened. I'm sure they're seeing all of this video on social media, and of course, you are curious about what is happening. But again, we are waiting for the governor to get here. He actually should be here any moment, and that's where my colleague Steve Keeley is, because the last press briefing with Mayor Shabara Parker, we really didn't get much information, but just with experience, reporting on different disasters such as plane crashes, explosions, usually in the beginning, you just are trying to make sure that people are okay. That's the priority right now. There were 6 people that were on board. So
Yeah.
that's really the priority right now in this case.
All indications are they did not make it. As you see this video that
Absolutely.
we have shown many times of this couple running in for cover. The president, Donald Trump, releasing a statement saying, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all." Federal help is coming in the form of the NTSB and other FAA and other agencies there. If these first responders need it, they've got drones in the air, they've got crews on the ground. Every firefighter in the Northeast, I would imagine, is here to try to help those who need it. The power is out from this angle. There are charred cars, homes that have burned, and people who have needed help. This was a good 3 hours ago now when it happened. So here we are on a Friday night, 3 hours later, still trying to make sense of this. The mayor has said if you see debris, first of all, stay away. If you see debris, call 911. Do not touch anything, and let the crews and first responders do what they need to do. But that's all the information she had. No other information about the people on the ground or some of the numbers and totals that we're all waiting to hear about when it comes to the people on the ground who were affected by this disaster. The weather appears to be deteriorating right now. Rain continues to fall as crews try to piece this together. They've got a huge area of Cotman Avenue and Roosevelt Mall and many other areas all cordoned off, discouraging anybody from trying to come and see what's going on. Any looky-loos getting any ideas to come see what's up, don't even try it. There are people who live in this area who may need another place to stay tonight and beyond. There's a whole line of row homes on the right of your screen. As firefighters take this gurney, I don't believe there's a victim on it.
Can you hear me?
It's just equipment as these firefighters move by. This is Cheyenne Corinne's camera. And so crews are just kind of making their way through and still probably looking for anybody who needs help. The mayor was the only one who spoke at a press conference, I want to say about 30 minutes ago. Let's go back to Mayor Sherelle Parker as she addressed the media.
I want to go through some basic facts about what we know for certain right now. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cotman Avenue. This occurred shortly after 6 p.m. this evening. As of right now, we have no reports on the number of fatalities.
And that's all she had. And otherwise, stay away. We're doing our jobs, and we'll update you, she says, a little bit later. And so now we wait, hopefully in the next few minutes, to hear from Governor Josh Shapiro, who will brief us as well. He's been briefed by federal agencies, state representatives. He's been in touch with Senator Fetterman. I mean, all the elected officials in this area have released statements saying that their hearts are with the victims and the first responders. And I think that's how we all feel tonight, thinking of the victims, thinking of these first responders who are doing everything humanly possible to help people and save those who need it. But it's 9:30 tonight. It's dark here. It's hard to see anything. They've got the drones up. They're doing everything they can at this moment. But as far as numbers, as far as information goes, it's going to take hours, if not a day. Cheyenne, I'm really curious about the folks who live here. You have somebody with you in this area?
Yeah, I do. He actually somehow made his way over here, I hope safely. You live in the area, correct?
Yes, I live in the neighborhood.
What exactly, where were you when that happened?
What happened was, we was coming out of Ross, out of the plaza. All we seen is a big fireball up in the sky. We ain't know it was the gas explosion or whatever happened, but it was just crazy. People just running all over and trying to see what happened, exactly what went on down there.
And what was your first reaction when you heard that it's a plane crash?
Well, you heard a big boom, so it was like a bomb. I didn't know it was a attack going on or whatever. I mean, we just heard about the terrible tragedy that happened in D.C. So, and then another plane was going down, so we didn't know what was going on out here.
And did you hear that, unfortunately, there were 6 people on board, and it's presumed that there are no survivors? What's your reaction to that?
Yes, they said there's no survivors. And then the bad thing about it is that they said it was a little girl that was being rushed on medical alert to another hospital, and this happens.
And how far from the scene do you live?
I don't live far, right off, like about a half a block down. We're down in that area.
Are you able to get to your home? I know that there are some people that are
we're blocked off. We can't even get down in the area. They're not allowing no cars to go in the area. They got it blocked off like 10 blocks around the area. No cars can go in the area at all.
So what do you plan to do tonight? Is the rest of your family safe?
Tonight, well, I DJ. I'm DJ Thorpe, so I'm working at a club on the other side, so I got to go way across and around, so I can't even go to my destination to get records and stuff to do the work.
And you mentioned the recent DC plane crash. With this happening so soon after, what are your thoughts?
I'm thinking it's like I'm trying to figure out, like, it's like very, like, I don't know if it's like to me, I'm thinking this is a terrorist thing going on or something like that, or but unfortunately, there's prayers going out to all the families that went down in this collision here, especially the little girl that was going for medical attention. It's terrible.
Absolutely terrible. Thank you so much.
All right.
And this is just one resident who lives in the area, but as I said, this is Northeast Philadelphia. There's a lot of homes, a lot of row homes in the area. As you just heard him say, he doesn't even know how he is going to get to his home, which is on the other side of this scene. And I just want to also say that right now we don't know exactly what caused this crash, but this is as you can see, this is a very chaotic scene. This is just the reality of one live TV and also an active crime scene right here. Thank you so much. But you see the Northeast Philadelphia community, they are very strong, but they definitely are trying to figure out what exactly happened. And it's only normal for people to speculate and be a little weary after what we just saw happen over in Washington, D.C., guys.
Exactly, Cheyenne, and we appreciate you being out in these conditions to bring us the latest information. We want to head over to Drew a little bit and talk about the weather. I mean, it looks like it's raining harder now. You have hundreds of first responders, fire, police, EMS on the scene trying to make sure people are safe, figure out what happened, what went wrong, and the weather is definitely not helping, and we will find out as well later when we learn more information if it played a role in this plane going down.
Yeah, I was doing some research on just that, Dawn. So one of the things that folks look at when a plane comes down was there icing, like icing on the wings, because that essentially changes the structure of an airplane and it can lead to it coming down. There's actually been a lot of crashes because of that. That does not look like the case. I was looking at some weather information. It sounds like the plane only made it a little bit off the ground, about 1,600 feet. So we're talking just over 1,000 feet. Where does the air get really cold? In other words, below freezing, and that was 2 miles up. So the whole time the plane went up, it was in above freezing air, so ice was not a factor for this plane. In terms of the conditions, there were some light rain falling at the time at that airport. Clouds were really low, and I was just looking at the city skyline, and you can tell there's some of the buildings we normally see we can't see because this cloud deck is so low. And to give you a feel, when it's a blizzard and you have those whiteout conditions you can't see in front of you, that's what the pilots had to deal with when they went up in the sky. Now, this is common when you have overcast and rain falling. You're going to have these whiteout conditions just because of the thick clouds. Those were only a couple hundred feet off the ground at the airport, about 600 feet off the ground at the time. So the plane quickly was in these sort of conditions where it couldn't see, and then, from there, we don't know exactly what happened, but it does not sound or look like icing was a factor for that. So certainly some light rain when the plane took off. As for the conditions right now, we have wind gusts in the 20-mile-per-hour range, so the wind's starting to pick up a little bit. And also, as you mentioned, Dawn, the rain is getting heavy. We went from light rain at the time of when this issue happened at Northeast Philly's airport to the rain picking up a bit more, and it will continue to stay a little bit heavy over the next hour. In fact, as I look at live ultimate Doppler radar here in the Fox 29 Weather Authority Weather Center, I can see there's a pocket of heavy rain that is actually sitting right over where we've been talking about, Cotman Avenue, the Roosevelt Boulevard, where the airplane took off and what happened to it. So that is something that the first responders are dealing with right now.
Thank you very much, Drew, for trying to bring us some of that, the weather impact of this, because we're all looking at what may have caused this plane to fall about 30 seconds after taking off from Northeast Airport en route to Missouri, as we now know, with 6 people on board, a Lear 55 headed to Missouri with a pediatric patient, a parent, and 2 pilots, as well as, of course, more crew members. So 6 total people.
I'm back.
Cheyenne's back. And again, ever since then, you see the result of this. Houses that are some destroyed, cars that are charred, a whole neighborhood just rocked by this, and still trying to piece together what in the world happened. And so we're still looking into that. 30 seconds after takeoff, not much. There's have been some. There you see it on the left of your screen, another video of the fireball. But there has been some maps of this plane's route from the airport straight to this area of Cotman.
Yeah, the plane just takes a nosedive before the sky just turns into a fireball. Look at this is a close-up of what happened, and you can only imagine people living in that area. Or look, you see people driving by wondering what in the world is happening. And Jason, even earlier in the evening, we now know that it was a Learjet 55. We know it was medical transport, but because of the angle of that plane and the fact that it just took a nosedive, some people initially thought it was a missile. Nobody was even sure it was a plane until we got confirmation from the FAA and the NTSB and then the company operating that medical transport plane, that it was in fact a plane headed to Springfield, Missouri with a pediatric patient on it. So just really a devastating night for Philadelphia, and the weather has just gotten worse and worse as the night went on. It was lightly raining earlier, now it's raining heavily, and we have all these emergency personnel on the scene trying to assist people. We know the governor, he should be, you can see it's just pouring there. He should be arriving shortly, and hopefully we can get some more information. I think a lot of people, ourselves included, are wondering about the damage on the ground.
Yeah,
are there any casualties here? Were any innocent people hurt? Or
and I would have to think 3 hours later, it's still a search and rescue effort, still door to door, and just trying to find anybody in the community who may have been impacted. There was debris flying everywhere, and who knows what can happen in that situation, fireball like that, and cars, charred out. So I'm sure that firefighters are still making sure that everyone's accounted for on the ground and knocking on doors and making sure that the folks in harm's way are okay. You got something?
Well, Steve Keeley just saying that the fire department says they had fires in 6 homes. That
I believe it.
Calvert Street home off of Cotman Avenue, which he says is in the 7200 block. So we heard from the mayor earlier saying homes and vehicles were impacted, and he's telling us that a source of his in the Philadelphia Fire Department said that they had fires as a result of this plane just plummeting into this neighborhood. Different homes. We saw at least one of those homes on fire earlier in the evening.
And still some smoldering. Our camera crews are in place. They really can't move from this location. The whole area's been cordoned off, and media cannot cross certain lines here in this situation as the rain is pouring now for these first responders on the scene. This is Cotman Avenue that you're seeing there in the Northeast. This is Cheyenne Corinne's location with photographer Mark Lavala. Cheyenne, have you spoken with anybody else?
Okay, well, obviously, Cheyenne is not able to hear us at this moment, but... Oh,
can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey, Cheyenne. I know it's live news, right?
It's very fluid.
Exactly.
Yes, it is. Yes, so, it's very fluid, and the bad weather doesn't help at all either.
Exactly. So have you talked to anybody else in the neighborhood? Are you hearing anything from people who may have witnessed this? Anything from crews on the scene?
Well, we just heard from our sources that apparently at one time there were 6 homes that were on fire that firefighters had to work on. That means that at least 6 people, but more realistically, if you're thinking about a household, that could be up to 15 people, a dozen people who were impacted and had their home on fire. Again, 6 homes that firefighters tell us at one time were on fire. We are also seeing straight ahead, if you can point to the back of that police truck, it looks like that police may be putting up some type of barriers, because as you can imagine, this area is going to have to be secure for quite some time. It looks like that's what those orange and white things are right there, barriers, making sure that people stay out of the area. Because we did just speak to someone who lives in the area, but I'm not quite sure how he was able to make it over here, because this is not an area that they are recommending people come to. But of course, you know, people are very curious, so I can imagine that another focus for officials are trying to put up maybe some more secure barriers to keep people out of the area, just so they can really focus on what they are trying to do right now, which is to make sure that people are safe, and also to, you know, continue to work the scene here at Ground Zero, guys.
Okay. Thank you very much, Cheyenne. Let's go back to the statement where the president has just released a statement about this particular crash, saying, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all."
And then the American Red Cross of southeastern Pennsylvania on the scene, as we know, in northeast Philadelphia. Its communications director also releasing the following message, telling us, quote, "A team of trained Red Cross disaster workers are on the scene to help those who've been displaced. We are working with our city, state, and federal partners to assess any other needs that we can assist with." And we know from talking with Cheyenne Corinne that she also spoke to the Red Cross on the scene. They're trying to reach out to families in that neighborhood who need to leave, who need someplace to go. And she knew of at least one family who was actually displaced and looking to go to a safer location for the evening, because you can only imagine, as we're hearing now, that 6 homes, and it could be more, did catch fire, were impacted by the debris from this plane crash, as well as burned out cars. And you can only imagine the fear that must be so rampant.
I can't even imagine how it must have been to be there, to see it,
and
to
not
experience
know,
it,
and not know
what
what
it is.
happened. And what if you were inside? We've seen the ring camera video. We've seen people who witnessed it. But if you were in your home and had no idea,
or like these people, right at their doorstep,
right,
running in for cover,
right, and all of a sudden this. But what if you were inside and you didn't know, and all of a sudden your house catches on fire, and you're like,
what in the world was that?
Right.
You know, the diner that's nearby, the Four Seasons Diner, had some debris. Steve Keeley has been all over, has been running around this whole neighborhood trying to get some, just some reporting for us to tell us what's going on. There's a McDonald's there that had some debris, an oxygen tank from the plane, we believe, which had the same markings and same branding as the plane that crashed. That's at a McDonald's. There was an AutoZone in this area that had some smoldering plane parts near it. A Dunkin' Donuts here across the street, a Raising Cane's, all these businesses that may have some serious damage. Here's an earlier look on the left of the fire that was taking place right after. This video Steve Keeley took at about 6:45, showing the aftermath, and really the whole intersection, the whole street was on fire, with some homes as well as gas lines. It was just a chaotic and dire situation at the time, and now a bit of a lull, as it does appear that a lot of the rescuing and that needed to take place has happened. The fires have been put out. And now we wait for federal agencies to come in, and they might establish a new perimeter as they see fit, based on the amount of aircraft that may have been strewn across this area. It could be days before Cotman is opened again, maybe a week.
Yeah, we have no idea. Our Shawnette Wilson is actually live for us on the phone. She's been out trying to talk to people. And what have you been able to learn, Shawnette?
Well, Don, we've been driving around. You know, people are eager to help and get information out, as you all know, from just the videos and things that we've been getting into the newsroom. And so we, received some information that we went to check out that didn't completely pan out, but realizing that things are changing minute by minute with the situation. We went to check out a location where displaced residents were supposed to be, and that location has since changed. We stopped by another business, the Ritz Diner. One of the workers there told me, and they're a little bit ways down the boulevard, but said that, police had come in earlier that day just to make sure everybody was okay. But they said once this happened, of course, everybody cleared out of there. They wanted to either get home where they felt that they would be safe or get closer to see exactly what was going on. And I know we've been talking tonight just about like how this is going to be just a long night. And for, Don, you were mentioning also the weather and the conditions that police and other emergency crews are dealing with out here with the rain, and it's, getting cold with the rain. It's not just that, it is also what they have seen. And they've seen a lot. Cheyenne mentioned this a little while ago as well, but one police officer, we had gotten on the back street not too far from the house that Mark Lavallo was showing earlier, the house that, had caught fire. And the police officer was trying to direct people, including us, off the street. And he said to me, I'm sorry, it's just that earlier I watched a house burn down before most crews were even here. And at that point, he kind of just stepped away. And so, here his job for tonight is just to kind of man the area, block off roads, and make sure people are moving through and not stopping. And the weight, I felt the weight of what he said when he said, I watched that happen. We're getting through right now. Police are trying to let us through the road, so I apologize for that. But just driving through some of those back neighborhoods, we could see that people who are inside their homes are in the windows, they're looking out, and these are people in the neighborhood. They're not, on Cotman, on Bustleton, and so there's not a lot for them to see aside from maybe emergency vehicles going by and roads blocked off, but yet they are in their windows. Some of them I saw on their phones and just trying to, deal. It's
What's their mood, Shawnette? Are people worried? Are they scared? Are they anxious? So
those are people that when I was driving, we just saw them in the windows looking out. But, I've received a few text messages, Dawn, from people who I interviewed in the Northeast on a story just within the past 2 weeks. Tara Cameron and her husband, Charles. And she said to me, my heart just breaks.
Right.
She's here in the Northeast. Her house, thankfully is not right here. But she said that what they had been doing was, people are calling around trying to make sure that people in the area are okay. And I just texted her back and I said, same. Your heart breaks during a situation like this for what people are dealing with. Surprisingly, though, there's still a lot of car traffic out. Many of the businesses where we are right now, have shut down or, have closed. But there are still people out. People have come in the parking lots and just kind of like parked their cars and they're just here. And so even with the weather, I think that this is so tragic, so unexpected that people, it's hard to just go home and just, for some people, and just sit there. They feel like they're a part by being out here.
I know you said earlier that in the course of your evening that you ran into a nurse who was just out wanting to help. And I think that's really like so Philadelphia, people wanting to do what they can when their city is in crisis.
And she was dressed like, she had been at work today. She had her scrubs on and everything. And as I said earlier, she had someone else with her who had a blanket wrapped around them. And so my initial reaction when I saw them was to say, are you okay? I didn't know where they were coming from. And I wish I had a chance to speak to her, in greater detail. But she was nice, but she was moving fast because after she went into the middle of the road to ask firefighters and police, if there was anything she could do because she's a nurse and they said they were fine, she was going to the next parking lot to see who was around and that everybody was okay or, that they didn't know anyone, that maybe they knew someone who needed help. And you're right. It's so Philadelphia. We get a rap sometimes for how divided sometimes things can be. But in moments like this, I feel like people come together. We're blessed in a way that we so far haven't heard that people who were, on the road or out shopping or anything like that were hurt from any debris. We haven't, I don't believe, heard anything like that yet. But people
come together in this moment to make sure that their neighbors are okay.
Yeah, and I was thinking the same thing about some of these folks who are displaced. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these neighbors opening their doors to their friends who are displaced here. You know, we're looking at, we're still looking at, we've been looking at the same shots for a while. We cannot move. We cannot give you a better glimpse because this is it. I mean, any closer, we can't pass these police lines. We can't go to the other side. It's all locked down. So when Shawnette says things like a police officer watched a house burn, I fear that, you know, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface on some of the damage, some of the devastation by this crash and the fires that then ensued.
And, you know, normally we would have our choppers up for something like this, but we can't because of the weather conditions and because of the gravity of this crash. So it's really hard to get an idea except for ring camera video and video that viewers have provided to us. But, you know, the lingering question as we approach 4 hours, Jason, from when this actually happened is, you know, what is the impact on the ground? Because presumably the people who were in that Learjet 55 didn't make it. We're hearing from the company that they don't believe that there are any survivors. Right. Obviously, that's not confirmed, and we have to wait to get official word. But the question is, what is the situation on the ground, especially when we know that cars have been burned out? You know, we've shown you the picture of the charred car in the middle of the road. That wasn't a parked car. That wasn't a car in a parking lot. That was a car probably on its way somewhere. So we know that 6 homes caught fire. We don't know the extent of it, but those people are probably displaced. So just a really sad night for Philadelphia. And, you know, when we talked to Cheyenne Corinne earlier, too, and I asked her what was the feeling, and she said eerie.
It is eerily quiet there.
Yeah, eerie.
You don't hear a lot of activity. You don't hear sirens. You just... the rain is falling. You see flashing lights and a lot of stunned people. Not sure what hospital that was. Was that Jefferson Torresdale? Because I know that we were going to be checking on some of the hospitals. And so as soon as we can get information as far as, you know, how many people are being treated and that sort of thing, we'll bring it to you. On the left there, you see some of the aftermath that followed. Black smoke reported, just chaos afterwards with the smell of fuel. We're hearing the governor has
We're going to go to Governor Josh Shapiro right now, who just arrived on the scene. He is there along with Mayor Sherelle Parker. Let's listen.
Again, for joining us. I want to give a quick recap of the information we shared earlier, and then we will give you some additional facts. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cotman Avenue, and it did occur shortly after 6 p.m. Again, we have no reports on the number of fatalities, so we are asking everyone for their thoughts and prayers for all who may have been impacted and affected by this tragedy. Several dwellings and vehicles were also impacted, and so we are urging people, particularly those families who live in the surrounding area, to please stay home if possible. If you see any debris, and those who are conducting the investigations have repeated consistently, please do not touch anything because it is still an active investigation. Just call 911, please, if you see anything. Investigators and all of our federal, state, and local partners are working as expeditiously as possible during this very difficult time. New information that we want to share with you, that shelter is now available at the Samuel Fells High School located at 5500 Langdon Street. Samuel Fells High School, 5500 Langdon Street. If anyone has been impacted and you need shelter and support, it is readily available for you. In terms of our federal and state partners, I want to say a special thank you to the NTSB. They are here on site now. The FAA, the Pennsylvania State Police, Pennsylvania DEP, of course our police and fire departments, and OEM. I am here with Governor Shapiro. We've been in constant contact since it started. You'll be hearing from him shortly. But I also want to say a special thank you to our additional partners who we have spoken with, our federal leaders, U.S. Senators Fetterman and McCormick. Thank you so very much. All hands on deck. They wanted to make sure any and everything that we needed from the federal government, those supports and services are available. Congressman Evans, Boyle, and Scanlon, our congressional delegation, a special thank you to each of you for your support. I also need to affirm that locally here, Senator Joe Picozzi, Rep. Solomon, Reps. Nielsen, Doherty, who represents this area, and Bellman, Commissioner Dealey, and Council Member Driscoll was present. If there was ever a time when we needed to affirm what the One Philly philosophy means, the time is now, and I'm very proud about how our federal, state, and all of our local partners are working hard to deal with this tragedy. I now want to turn it over to our governor and to say thank you, Governor, for your support and being here with us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. The mayor preaches about One Philly. She talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together, and I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening. We know that there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city. We have, at the request of Commissioner Bethel, 45 state troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community. I also spoke earlier this evening with the United States Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy, who offered his full support to Northeast Philly. And as the mayor alluded to, he has dispatched 4 members of the FAA to Philly, and there are 4 members of NTSB on their way as well. We have all the resources that we need. And again, as the mayor always says, One Philly, we are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight in this very, very difficult moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all. When we have additional information to report, we will come back and give another briefing. But now we want to let our federal, state, and local partners do their jobs and go to work. We'll report back to you when we have more information. Thank you all so very much for your patience and understanding.
Just been listening to the mayor of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro addressing reporters on this monumental tragedy in Philadelphia, a plane crashing in Northeast Philadelphia shortly after taking off from the airport there, a little bit before 6:30, just dropping from the sky into a huge fireball, fires all over the wreckage area, 6 house fires, cars burned out, and the mayor and the governor both talking about the unified response to this awful aviation disaster. The governor saying that this is when you see the best of Philadelphia. And we talked about this earlier, neighbor looking after neighbor, people coming together to help each other. You're looking at video shortly after that plane just dropped out of the sky, and you just see this huge ball of fire, the wreckage strewn across Roosevelt Boulevard and Cotman Avenue. It's a half-mile area of wreckage, and the governor saying that they are providing all the resources that are needed. They have 45 state police troopers, 25 members of PennDOT, members from the Emergency Management Office, from the State Emergency Management Office, also the Department of Environmental Protection, to address any hazardous material concerns, because we have all this wreckage, this plane wreckage, just lying in the street here of Philadelphia. The mayor telling people don't touch it, call 911 if you come across a piece of wreckage, as they try to piece together what exactly went wrong here, Jason.
Just a day that so many of us will never forget. I just heard from a friend who says his daughter was at Target nearby, about a couple blocks away, and heard the bang, felt the shaking of the store, and just saw a fireball right outside there, just at the Roosevelt Mall area. And so Cotman, there are some videos out there. Cotman looks like a war zone right when this happened. And that's where we are looking right now. So here we are. It is just about 10 o'clock straight up. Normally, we'd be going on the air right now with our newscast, and we are staying on the air with that right now to bring you continuing coverage, hour 4 of this disastrous plane crash of this Learjet, this private medical plane that crashed on Cotman Avenue, resulting in what is likely the deaths of 6 people, including a child and a parent, and medical personnel.
And this is the start of the 10 o'clock news. Let's get live to Shawnette Wilson with more information. Shawnette.
And so, Don and Jason, we had just pulled back up here near Cotman in Bustleton, and we noticed that Councilman Anthony Phillips was walking by here. So I wanted to stop him. I know he's headed over to where the mayor is and where the press conference has been happening. But you're out here in the neighborhood. First of all, your thoughts and your feeling tonight.
Thanks, Shawnette. I just wanted to be out here tonight because I wanted to hear from residents about how they're feeling, what they saw, and also like what is needed for us to get through this. Honestly, what I'm thinking is that we need God. And not only do we need God, but we need to utilize our bodies and our intellect to figure out what is going on with aviation throughout this nation. Earlier this week there was a plane crash, but even before that, there were crashes that were almost a crash. There was near crashes. So there's clearly things that happen to aviation. And when I was happening here from residents today is that they felt like they heard a bomb. Right, and there was people in the Macy's who felt like it was an earthquake at the beginning because it shook the whole building. But they said when they looked outside, it was beyond an earthquake. It was far more devastating and worse. So people right now are shocked, they're in disbelief, and they're asking for answers like what's next, especially with all the changes that are happening in this country. It's just like people are just at a state of shock and fear.
What do you make of those images? I'm sure you've seen them. It breaks your heart.
It's shocking. Right here in this Northeast Philadelphia, I represent this area 3 blocks away, and a lot of our residents utilize this Roosevelt Mall for shopping, joy, and this is supposed to be a place where people have good times. And now it's a place where you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't feel as peaceful right now. And so when you first see these images, you're like, this is the mall that I go to. This is the place where I reside. And you're wondering how many people are devastated and how many people are hurt. Because when it initially happened, it's like, oh my God, this must be a catastrophic, because of the thousands of cars that come out, the thousands of people that reside here, but also shop here as well every single day. So those are the thoughts that have been going through our mind. And, our thoughts and prayers are with that family. But most importantly, we got to figure out how do we prevent these things from happening? Because clearly this seems like a never-ending story right now, and it's hurt me. Like, it really hit me in the gut that this happened today, because I was already upset about the plane crash in D.C. And everybody that knows me, I'm afraid of heights. And so this plane crash in D.C. was bothering me all week, and now it hit close to home in Northeast. So I had to come out here tonight to see what is going on, what can I do, and how can I be helpful, because our city deserves the best.
Thank you very much. We know you got to get to the other location, so we appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
And so Councilman Anthony Phillips out here saying that he's walking around the neighborhood. You just heard him. He wants to know what people stand in need of right now, who may have witnessed or who are watching these images, or just reaching out to see what he can do to help out this area as well. So where we are, we're right back kind of where we started earlier tonight at Bustleton and Cotman, and the police, you could still see the presence up there. It seems like a lot of the corners have thinned out with people kind of crowding the corner, but there certainly are people still walking around because they are aware that this is going to be what it is for quite some time throughout the rest of the night and into tomorrow. And Jason has said earlier, into the future, to figure out, as the councilman just talked about, what happened, how do we prevent these things from happening. So that's the investigation side. We're hearing sirens off in the distance again. So, again, just as the councilman said, praying for these people who have been affected, the families affected, and then also this community who has been that has been devastated.
Yeah, Sean, it is a freak coincidence that the DC crash and now this, and I know a lot of people are going, what is going on? And by the way, that's not live. That's earlier tonight. But Cotman is right at Leonard Street. That's where this is, and that is presumably ground zero for this plane crash, and so that's what you're looking at right there. But a freak accident that
and I think it's weighing heavily on people's minds because of the situation in Washington, D.C. That was the deadliest U.S. air disaster in a generation. And then 2 days later, I know when I was in the newsroom and I heard a plane went down in Northeast Philadelphia, I thought, what? Yeah. And I think that's the feeling in this neighborhood, but it is so close to the Northeast Philadelphia airport, and it's a very rural area, and it's a busy airport, and it happened at a busy section of Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think the shock of it is where it's starting to wear off, and the reality is sinking in. The human toll is really starting to sink in. People are starting to really understand what has occurred here 4 hours ago now, just about 4 hours ago, when that plane, that Learjet, crashed on Cotman, right near the Roosevelt Mall. And so, it's still fresh, but the reality is sinking in.
Okay.
Is that Cheyenne? Do we have Cheyenne ready? Who do you have with you, Cheyenne?
Hey, Jason. Yeah, first off, just for people who are just joining us, we're now in about our 4th hour since this plane crashed here in Northeast Philadelphia. And just to kind of also give you a feel of the environment out here, it's very eerie, and that's what I'm hearing from a lot of people, especially who live here in Northeast Philadelphia. But I do want to bring someone with us, just as you mentioned, if you want to come over here. He lives close by, and you were actually not home when this happened, but you said your mother was. If you want to come closer, what was that phone call that you received?
So I was around 20 minutes around from here, and I received, a call from my mom saying she was crying on the phone. She was like, Abner, a plane just crashed around the house. I'm like, what just happened, Mom? I'm like all worried. And I started rushing over here. But as soon as I get over here, all the cops are blocking everything. I see a huge fire. And I can actually tell you what she said because she was here. So she told me, she was on the living room. She was listening to some worship song. And out of nowhere, she said, everything just, when you get a flashbang or something. Yeah, she said she saw something like that, like a fire. And everything just started shaking, and she was terrified. She looked outside, she heard people crying, screaming, and it's terrifying.
And how is your mother now? And also, just to give our viewers at home some perspective, can you show them exactly where you live?
So I actually live, you see the street Bradford right there? The one that has the one-way sign right here, this first one? Yeah, so you just kind of go a little bit back. You see the green by the PC Richard right there? If you look kind of back to you, where the truck is right here, headed right there. Those green with white, that's right there, pretty much, a little back, and yeah.
And how is your mother doing now, and also the rest of your neighbors? How have they been impacted?
Everybody was just shocked. Everybody was just rushing outside, trying to see what's going on. Especially my mom, like I said, she was crying on the phone. I was I was worried, man. It was tough, It's something that it was out of nowhere, and everybody's pretty much shocked around the neighborhood. I'm pretty sure it's pretty sad.
But you are able to go back into your home right now. At any point, did you lose power? Is that power back on?
Yeah, the power went out. I'm pretty sure for the whole neighborhood around here, because, when I got here, me and my boys, went around trying to see what's going on, and the houses they're all shut out. So I'm pretty sure the power was shut out for everybody. So, but as you can see, I think it's pretty much back. You see some houses with the lights back on, so should be back.
And your reaction to hearing the loss of life, 6 people, what are your thoughts?
It's saddening to hear that. I was honestly so shocked when I heard that. It's a medical plane, I'm pretty sure. They had 2 pilots, 2 medical people in there, and 2, what are they called? The patients. And so, just hearing that, it's just so shocking. People were trying to get them to the hospital, the pilots, to get maybe a surgery, you never know. And just hearing that, it's so sad. It's really sad.
Well, thank you for speaking with us. I know that right now, even though you were not home, I'm sure getting that phone call from your mother who was home at the time was definitely frightening. And just this happening right here in your community, as you said, this is just not something that people expect to happen. A Friday evening, people are, getting off of work, getting ready to start their weekend, and then a plane comes crashing down in their neighborhood, and then they learn that 6 lives have been lost. Jason and Dawn, this is just, again, another person who lives in the area, but there are many people impacted by what happened, and this is just the very beginning.
Right, and we've been talking about that all night. That man was describing just how frightening it was, and that his mother was crying, and neighbors had no idea. This is what they were looking at. They had no idea what was happening, and just how scary that is, especially with everything going on and in this country right now.
Cheyenne, thank you very much. I have some information I want to pass along from the AP reporting that Shy Gold, who is a spokesperson for Jet Rescue Air Ambulance.
Now he's going to say
it was a little girl and her mother. They were from Mexico on this plane. And the child had been treated in Philadelphia for a life-threatening condition and was being transported home to Mexico, according to this representative from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. The flight's final destination after a stop in Missouri was going to be Tijuana, Mexico. So this mother and child were in Philly, and they boarded this medical transport jet with 4 others. And 30 seconds after takeoff, it crashed here in Northeast Philly. So we just learned a little bit more about the occupants on board this aircraft here. So just adding to the heartbreaking nature of it, just a tragedy.
All right, let's get out to our Steve Keeley, who is live at the scene. Steve, I know you've been out there talking to people. What have you learned?
Well, a few hard facts that we got from a fire official who said, you can report this, but just don't name me. But he's high up in the fire department, and said at least 6 people transported by fire department medic units, ambulances, the big square ambulances, say, to the Jeans Temple University campus, which is the closest hospital to this spot here in Northeast Philadelphia. He did not know the extent of burns or injuries, just people that were hurt somehow, whether they were in cars or homes. And he also told me it was 6 homes, a total, that they put fires out on. But the jet fuel and the debris initially had burned 3 houses and then started spreading to the other houses. And I was showing you, or I was at least talking to you live on the air, I think I was on the phone at the time, watching the flames shoot through the roof of the corner house at Calvert and Cotman. And then those flames obviously spread, and they had a collapse in that first house as well. So it was dangerous for the firefighters, but their job, number one, was to get into those houses and get all those people out, and they were successful in getting everybody out alive of the homes, they believe. So that is some good news from the fire department. And boy, I was breathing in that jet fuel smoke. I can't imagine as close as I saw those guys. And they were on the roofs of those houses as well, doing that job. So a little bit of positive news and a little bit of news on what happened to people who were hurt, not in the plane. Still no information about all those vehicles that were on fire. You would hope people maybe ran for their lives and got out of there, but I was around there with all the witnesses, and we didn't hear anything about anybody that was in any of those cars at the time. So that is the fear, and that is why officials do not have a number on casualties, because they know who was on the plane. They don't know about anybody on the ground. And so when you have a plane crashing into a populated area like this on a populated road at a very populated time at 6-something, there is the fear that there could be more people injured and hurt bad. and maybe even killed in this crash here. So let's go to what we talked about earlier, because we're now on the corner where the governor and the mayor just spoke, and across the street is that diner you were talking about. And boy, how much of that debris, and you'll see in the video, and our executive producer Abby said just run it and let the manager talk, because I went in there and he was showing it to me. So let's play some of that video. And there was a piece of plane, they believe, that shot through the window while people were eating dinner in there. So a piece of metal from the plane came through.
Yeah, it just broke the window.
Did they take it from you?
Well, not from me, but from one of my manager. Yeah, the guy was sitting right here.
So it came through the window and landed all the way over here. All the way here in the seat.
Yeah.
Was somebody eating at the time?
Yeah.
They didn't get hurt though, right?
No, I think it hit his head.
It hit the customer in the head?
Yeah.
Okay. But luckily everybody's safe. But something flew through the window. You had no idea. So there you go, and that shows you how far and how fast that debris was flying and, you know, ricocheting off whatever. Here is Corporal Jasmine Riley, who I deal with the police department. That's her on the left with another officer, and they're examining what believed to be an air tank from the jet, and that's right across the street from where we are now, right outside of the McDonald's. And here's a close-up shot of it where it says Jet Rescue 10, an air tank, something that would be on an airplane in case somebody needed oxygen while they're being treated. And so on the plane, a paramedic, a physician, a pilot, co-pilot, and that mother and young girl. And the plane itself, Jason, you mentioned the family being from Mexico. The plane itself, according to an official here on scene, also registered in Mexico. So it was on its way to Missouri and then maybe back, maybe refueling there and then on its way to Mexico. Now here's another personal observation. So for the folks who weren't watching us at 5 o'clock news, we broke a story about a man who stole a Mercedes over in South Jersey. And then when the police over there tried to stop him, he hit a police officer, maybe two, hurt one of them seriously, then led police on a pursuit across the bridge. That's why I was so close to the scene at the time. I did a 5 o'clock report. And the reason I'm bringing that up, I want to talk about the weather conditions, which will play a part in this investigation. And the reason I had to go from my place in Center City in a car all the way out here, which was almost an hour drive in traffic, is because our helicopter couldn't fly because of the conditions in the air. So there were no news helicopters flying. Maybe jets and other aircraft can fly, but these were harsh conditions to fly in, which is why all the news helicopters were grounded, and that's why we couldn't cover that story. And I had to get out here and hightail it out here at 2 o'clock to cover that story because we couldn't send the helicopter to it. You had a low ceiling, which means fog/clouds, and we had rain, and so visibility obviously is bad and certainly not safe enough to fly a helicopter. And that'll be part of this investigation. Did weather play a part in this crash here in Northeast Philadelphia today?
All right, Steve Keeley, thank you. Let's talk to Drew exactly about the weather and the impact it could have played. And just also the conditions that these first responders, police and fire are dealing with now, because they've been on the scene for over 4 hours in rain and cold and wind. It's not ideal on a good day.
Right, and let me just jump in on what Steve was talking about. So he talked about a low ceiling, which just means clouds are not far off the ground, and that's the main reason why we couldn't get the chopper out there. Two things that ground the chopper, in other words, you can't fly, is the clouds are too low and helicopters are flying with line of sight. A plane like this, they can use instruments when you can't see, because these are these thick clouds. Like right now, it's covering a good portion of the city skyline. You can't even see the buildings that we normally see. So when these planes, like the one that went off, fly, they use their instruments. And it's not uncommon to do something like that. But for a helicopter, that's a concern. The other thing that would ground a helicopter is winds. Winds are not an issue right now at the ground. But when the plane took off from the Northeast Airport in Philly, it encountered stronger winds pretty quickly once it went off the ground. Now, that's not uncommon because winds are always stronger higher up, but it was rapid. The winds did keep staying from the same direction. One issue that smaller planes can run into when they go up the ground, if winds as you go up start twisting or come from different directions, that makes it harder to fly. That was not the case here. It was the same wind direction from the ground up coming from the west. The The plane only made it a couple thousand feet off the ground, just under 2,000 feet, so not even a mile off the ground. Temperatures were above freezing for the plane, so icing on the wings was not an issue. Icing of wings has brought down planes, and that's happened before, and that's something, one of the first kind of questions that needs to be answered. Where was the freezing level? Well, that was about 2 miles off the ground, so temperatures were above freezing, and that's one of the things that the first responders are with right now, temperatures that are pretty mild for this time of the year. In fact, our numbers outside are right around 50 degrees in Philadelphia. That's above average just for a high. So we have the warm weather right now. As for the winds are not particularly strong at the moment, which is helpful, and the rain is no longer as strong. The first responders ran into some heavier rain just a short time ago. The rain was light when the plane took off of the ground. When that happened, the issue at around 6:06 this evening. And so those are some of the weather conditions that we've been following the Fox 29 Weather Authority Weather Center.
All right, Drew, thank you.
Steve Keeley there, you have a witness with you?
This is a young man, Palace, who I had seen earlier. He was out here with me. He had just gotten back from a college visit with his mom, and they live nearby.
5 minutes.
We were talking about how gruesome the scene was, and we won't talk about that now because we saw some bad stuff.
Right.
All right, let's talk about what we can talk about. What the first thing you said was, I saw it before I heard it, meaning the sound of the bang didn't hit you, right?
Yeah.
So what were you doing, and how did you?
Like I said, I just had gotten the house because I just got back from the visit. Like, it was 5 minutes before. So my mom in the kitchen, I'm upstairs. I see it, and I heard a loud bang. She like, what was that? I'm like, a plane had to crash. I hurry up, darted out the house, went up there, pulled my phone out. I was recording. It was a tragic scene. So, like, when I got up there, like 5 minutes after that, too, we standing there. A boy comes out. He's burning, blood down. It was tragic. I ain't never seen nothing like that before.
Yeah, because we were wondering about all the people that were outside shopping and all the people in cars, and we haven't heard how they are. We know 6 people were taken to the hospital. Hopefully that young man is okay. But you saw stuff like I did. We didn't know what we were stepping on.
Right.
And now we realize what we saw.
Yeah.
You know, body parts, car parts. It was awful.
Yeah, I got all that.
And it's hard to believe that you were like, it was like a movie scene.
It was. Like, I never experienced anything like that. And it was right there. It happened so quick.
Yeah, and it was car parts and airplane parts, we learned too. And when did it hit you that it might have been a plane?
Right away.
Right away?
Right away.
What made you, because you live here and you hear the planes coming and going over your house all the time.
Yeah, right away. But when I heard that, yeah, I knew what it was right away. And I hurry up, darted up there.
You've been growing up here, you live over there on the Alliance Street. You're looking at these planes come and go all the time, like everybody in Northeast Philly, and it's second nature. Did it ever occur to you that, hey, we're in the line of where these planes take off over Mom's house?
Nah, I would have never thought that would happen out here. And especially not on Cotman, the main strip.
And what was your mom thinking and telling you? Stay away?
Yeah, she was telling me stay away. She went out there too. She went out there quick too. Like, I really went out there quick. You feel me? I'm not no firefighter or nothing, but I was going to try to do whatever I could do. But the fire department and police did a very good job getting up there quick, but they wanted everybody to move.
Yeah, well, you saw it. We found how hard we couldn't even breathe.
Yeah.
It was like a fog of black fuel and smoke.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And then you knew you better not stay there, right?
Nah. But that's the thing, though. I stayed close. I didn't stay like too close though. Like, I went back to when they told me to go back. But it was just a tragic scene. I want to send my condolences out to anybody that lost their family. And it was real tragic. Nobody should go through that.
All right, your mom should be very proud of you. You were out there trying to help everybody in the cars and everything.
Sure.
Best luck in your college career, brother.
Appreciate that.
All right, man. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good night.
Yeah. So it's very bad. We were shooting videos, and we didn't know realize what we were seeing until later. Then we realized it, and I was telling him, don't post that stuff. Just awful stuff, and for a young 17-year-old guy to see that and deal with it, and he's handling it pretty well right now, and hopefully one of the best and brightest of Philadelphia's future right there, Palace Ezzy.
Yeah, Steve, thank you very much. And just Lives were changed tonight. Lives were absolutely changed in Northeast Philly tonight. The Eagles has released a statement about this tragedy saying, quote, the Eagles organization was heartbroken to learn of the tragic loss of life earlier this evening as a result of the plane crash in Northeast Philadelphia. We extend our condolences to the victims and loved ones they leave behind. We are grateful to the first responders for their heroic actions at the scene. So the Eagles chiming in. I think the Flyers released a statement as well. But as Steve reported, lives were changed. He said some victims may have been taken to Jeans Temple Medical Center. Those displaced have a place to go now, a temporary shelter at Samuel Fells High School. That's at 5500 Langdon Street. So people are helping people. There were some heroic bystanders, some heroic good Samaritans who tried to save lives and do the right thing in this just awful moment of a fireball on Cotman from this plane crash. And I'm sure people did all they could to try to help. But just looking at some of these cars that are right there on Cotman,
just burned,
just shells.
Burned out,
and you just think the worst because these are innocent people driving home, I presume, driving somewhere, and had no warning and you know, may no longer be with us.
Right, and we now know, too, that there were 6 people on that plane, and one of them was a little girl who had been treated in Philadelphia for a life-threatening condition, and she was being transported back to Mexico. All 6 people on board were from Mexico, a little girl and her mom, and then 4 crew members. And a spokesperson for Jet Rescue Air Ambulance says that when an incident like this happens, it's shocking and surprising. And she said, quote, all of the aircraft are maintained. Not a penny is spared because we know our mission is so critical. The flight's final destination was Tijuana after that stop in Missouri, which is where the plane was headed. The child was being transported home. So just a really sad situation. Here you have this little girl with a life-threatening illness. She was treated in Philly on her way back home, and then the plane drops out of the sky. But the spokesperson for Jet Rescue Air also saying that the crew was seasoned and everyone involved goes through rigorous training. So the question that the NTSB and the FAA will have to pore over is exactly what happened, why did this happen? Because even when we spoke earlier to an aviation expert, he said plane doesn't just drop out of the sky at that angle so fast. 30 seconds after takeoff, it fell from the sky and burst into a ball of fire.
Yeah, with a fuel tank that was full en route to Missouri, resulting in just that fireball. That explains everything. What doesn't make any sense is how it could fall from the sky. And as Drew pointed out, you know, visibility was poor, but a little bit of rain. I mean, nothing too crazy that I'm sure these pilots, these experienced pilots, had seen before. So this might be a very difficult one to figure out. But the toll on human life on the ground is a big question mark tonight. What are we dealing with in terms of casualties in Northeast Philly? And it may be a while before we have answers there, but the videos out there, you know, seeing Cotman look like a war zone is just some out-of-body experience.
You can see the fires just... There were several fires in the streets. We know 6 homes, Jason, were burned. Cars are just reduced to shells. Governor Josh Shapiro arriving in Philadelphia not that long ago. He joined Mayor Sherrell Parker, and he had this to say to the people of Philadelphia, commending the city for its unified response and its resilience.
What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community.
Governor Shapiro there describing it as an awful aviation disaster and saying quote, we know that there will be loss. It's just a matter of what's the cost on human life. And it's still, we've heard a lot of eyewitnesses here who have described their accounts of seeing people try to help others. Just the devastation, the humanity here in Northeast Philly. We did hear from a witness here. This is a long soundbite, 5 minutes long, we're told. So let's listen to this witness here in Northeast Philly on what he or she saw when that plane crashed.
I was right next to Dunkin' Donuts when I was talking to my mom about getting my ears pierced with my daughter again, and we just heard this bang, billowing cloud of purple and orange smoke, and then all of a sudden screams. I mean, I've had PTSD before because a guy was shot outside my house, so loud noises bother me. I was stunned, and then I'm being yelled at to reverse, and I'm like, I can't. There's people behind me. There are people driving up on the embankments to get past everyone. And then I park my car a little whiles away, and I instantly get out of my car and run to anyone that I can see that just needs help. I mean, that's one of the things my parents taught me. If you see someone that needs help, help them. And that's what I do.
And tell me a little bit about what you saw in the next moments.
My wife saw a disembodied foot. I saw a disembodied arm. I saw medical supplies scattered everywhere. I saw explosions happening from various cars. I was on Cotman, this side of Cotman. There was a car burned to a crisp with a baby seat in the back. And I've got 2 small children. I was absolutely scared. But I'm like, I need to find someone I can help. Because I cannot stand by and watch people just record. I can't do that. I don't record. I help. I don't care about social media. I help so that I can save lives.
What did you do to help?
I gave the shirt off my back to help a young child with a head laceration. A piece actually went through a red pickup's window, hit the kid, and the parents were shouting, help us, help us, help us. No one was around to help at the time. Cops are just approaching. I took the shirt off my back, gave it to them, said, push this on his head, keep pressure. I ran back to my car. I got rags. I got anything I could find to absorb blood, push on cuts. My mom worked at a doctor's office. She was there. She was helping me. She's disabled. She doesn't walk fast. She was walking fast. And cops were very thankful to us. They said, thank you very much. We've got this now. Please try to get out of here safely. There were 3 or 4 car accidents just getting out of the mall. And I'm like, I'm getting out of here. I got home. I threw up twice. Because the adrenaline just said, hi, I'm here. And I threw up. It was a very shocking and disturbing experience, seeing everything that happened.
Did you know it was a plane right away?
I figured it was a helicopter or a plane because I was hearing someone say it was a 747. I'm like, it's too small. We would have heard it. Those big engines. I find out it's a Learjet 55. My sister works on airplanes, literally at Northeast Airport. Well, not anymore, actually. And she texted me saying, yo, did you see that? Yeah. Because she knew that I was going to be right there. She was worried. My entire family was worried. My daughter texted me and saying, please be okay. Please be okay. Please be okay. And I literally got home and I collapsed. I was unable to do anything for a little while.
So when the plane initially crashed, you said the truck next to you got impaled with some debris. Did you see anything like that else going on around you, or was that truck looking?
Very much so. The car that was parked on Cotman on the side had a hole at least 2 feet big in its windshield, and it was burning.
Was there anyone in that car, or was it just parked?
I don't know. I looked and I couldn't see anyone. I'm hoping that the child got out safely. I don't know anymore. I wish I could find them because it was a small silver car and say, thank you for being alive. Thank you for getting out. The brunt of the impact was absorbed by Dunkin' Donuts. And then I've been scared, but this was a new level.
You've been listening to a witness describe the horrific moments that he witnessed this plane crash in northeast Philadelphia. Jason describing just a horrific scene, seeing the fires, seeing people on fire.
Yeah, a lot of stuff that, you know, it just, we mentioned lives were changed tonight. His was, after what he just saw and had to endure, and sick to his stomach about it, but, you know, brave enough to tell us his story, and he tried to help. That's what I remember most about what he said.
Yeah, that he didn't bring out his phone to record it.
No, he wanted to help someone, whoever he can help. He tried to help, and so that man's a hero in his own right. And I know there are many people like him who tried to help here in front of that Dunkin' Donuts there on Cotman. We continue to get new videos of the crash. This is another one to the right, showing the moments right after. You see, look at that person running toward it, not away from it, toward it, which just goes to show, you know, the instincts that some people have in this moment. You never know how you're going to react. But that guy.
And the governor said, we're seeing the best of Philly. It's a terrible tragedy. The city will never be the same. This neighborhood will never be the same. But we are seeing neighbor helping neighbor, people wanting to help. Let's get out to our Cheyenne Corinne now, where the FBI and other officials have just arrived on the scene. Cheyenne.
Hi, Dawn. Well, yeah, we heard Mayor Sherelle Parker say that this is really going to be a combined multi-agency effort, and that's exactly what we are seeing here on scene. Just moments ago, we saw officials from the ATF walk past us, and they were standing side by side with the FBI. You name it, they are out here in Northeast Philadelphia trying to get to the bottom of what exactly is happening. Now, since the last time you came to me, this scene, it actually did clear a little bit in terms of some of the officers' cars and fire trucks turning their lights off, so we are getting a better picture. Actually, I'm not sure if my photographer can show you. You can see closer there are a lot of charred cars. I actually just checked some of my messages, and I had someone asking me, hey, my car's in this area, do you know when I'll be able to get to it? And the honest truth is, we don't know if that is going to happen, and it possibly could be one of these cars that we see that are burnt to a crisp. But you can see here that there are multiple cars that have been damaged, and this is something that we have been following all evening as one of the factors. And also, I'm not sure if you can see, you'll see kind of an object, and it has numbers on it that looks like it actually may be a part of the plane. And on the ground, me and my photographer, we also spotted what looks like an engine. We've been reporting all night that there's a lot of debris in this area, and this is just an example of it, because that absolutely does look like a part of the plane, because you see those numbers very, very clearly. And I mean, we all know what an engine looks like, and it definitely looks like that is what is on the ground there. You actually, I think there's officials looking right in that area to where the red numbers are, if you can look at that. And I think that if you're able to see that shot, it absolutely looks like a part of the plane. And although there is a lot of debris in this area, officials just continue to tell people, if you do see something, make sure you do not touch it, and instead you call, because these are things that are going to really help officials piece together what exactly happened, what caused this plane to randomly fall from the sky. But as time goes on, even though things are getting, I guess you could say, quieter out here in the neighborhood, the more details we get, the more gut-wrenching it becomes. So as time goes on, it's really not getting any better, although the scene is still a very active scene. Let me clearly say that, still a very active scene, but we have seen some of the cars leave. It's still just gut-wrenching, and this is just the beginning of, one, the investigation, and the community healing from this. But as you heard from the person just messaging me, hey, my car's in the area. We just heard someone who lives right there at the corner. Off camera, I talked to him, and he said his mother was trying to go to sleep after, you know, hearing what happened right outside of her front doors. But I can imagine if she gets to sleep, which I'm sure is going to be difficult, it will not be a restful sleep at all.
I don't think it'll be a restful sleep for many people in that neighborhood, especially people who witnessed what happened or maybe know someone. We know 6 people, Cheyenne, were taken to the hospital. We know at least 6 homes caught fire. So
yes,
definitely, you said heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching, unimaginable. It looks like a war zone out there. And I think when everyone wakes up in the morning, reality is going to hit when daylight strikes.
It's almost unrecognizable, Dawn. This is a shopping center, the Roosevelt Mall, that I am very familiar with, you know, growing up in Philadelphia. And if I came to this area, I would not recognize it. And that just speaks to, you know, how different it looks than it just did this afternoon at 5 p.m. This completely changed this Northeast Philadelphia neighborhood. And I have a feeling that it will not be the same for some time, and it may never be. Yeah,
Cheyenne, well said. Can we take Cheyenne's shot full? We're just getting she pointed out the numbers of the tail piece of an engine and an engine right behind it. Firefighters, they're scouring through it, but there are some folks there who are not in firefighters' uniforms. You do wonder if, is that the NTSB? Have they arrived yet? Have federal agents arrived on the scene who will begin to investigate? Where do you begin? Where do you begin when you first arrive to a crash scene like this to try to investigate a cause of a disaster of this magnitude? 2 charred-out cars and just pieces of plane everywhere here. It's just an overwhelming task to try to piece this together. But we do know at least 6 people have died, if not more. 6 people on that plane, including a child who was in Philadelphia to receive medical treatment. And it all ended tragically here tonight in Northeast Philly just after 6 o'clock. As this plane fell out of the sky about 30 seconds after takeoff.
And the debris field, Jason, when you say where do you begin, debris scattered across a half a mile, and as you mentioned, 6 people killed, a neighborhood shaken to its core. Let's get out to our Steve Keeley now and see what new information he has at this point. Steve.
You know, when I started there, and I was only on the phone, so I couldn't show you what I was seeing, and I was talking about tripping over what I believe were pieces of the plane. And then, you know, I never knew. I mean, I've seen this Star of Life is what it's called, and I'm going to pull up a screen grab without showing anything bad. And what that is that's this thing that's on the side of the plane, and it's on the sign of medevacs, and that is over in the parking lot on that big chunk of this airplane. And so that is called the Star of Life. I'm sorry, Greg, I'm moving around the phone a lot. But that was one identifiable piece of this plane that is sitting over there in the parking lot of the Roosevelt Mall. And you can see the police. There are so many officers here. They're parking like South Philadelphians on Oregon Avenue diagonally so they can get all the personnel into that scene this far back. And Jason, you were, first of all, lives are what's important now. But we also are talking about the scene out here and how long it's going to be a scene out here. And don't be shocked to hear that Cotman Avenue needs to be repaired, because we saw that gas line burning. We saw the fuel, and the road just melted under the intense heat from all those fires. And it wasn't just one fire or 2 fires. There was like 4 burning at one point that I could see from one vantage point standing at the Cane's Chicken fast food restaurant there. So, and as I said then, there was no effort to put out those fires because there was no lives in jeopardy there. They were down concentrating on those homes on the side street off Cotman called Calvert. And then we saw how those flames shot up through the roof, which eventually collapsed. And then they were worried about saving lives and getting people out of vehicles and out of homes. But this road is probably damaged and could be down for a few weeks. So that is just another thing I'm noticing as I look around here at the corner of Cotman and the Boulevard. And it is so eerily eerily quiet now. All of the boulevard is shut down here, and you'll hear the occasional police horn. No more sirens, but it's eerily quiet for Roosevelt Boulevard and Cotman Avenue. And here is the number that keeps sticking out. Everything we're saying has the number 6 in it. This happens right after 6 o'clock. We have 6 confirmed fatalities. We have 6 homes that are damaged. We have 6 people at the hospital. And the number that probably might change will be those fatalities if people were killed in those cars. And you can think, when you're in a car, you have no expectation that anything's going to hit you from the sky, and you're not an expectation of all that jet fuel burning and then combining with your fuel, and you don't, maybe even if you get out of the car, you're in trouble. So that is the fear right now, and that's why city officials aren't even saying numbers. They're not even just talking about the 6 that the company has confirmed were on the plane, because they fear that there could be more people when they get to this scene. And you got medical examiner personnel coming out here as well. But just an awful scene to deal with, awful conditions, because now the rain's kicking up again. And I'm sorry if I've looked like a wet rat all night, but nobody's worried about how they look in this kind of story. This is just an awful, tragic story out here in Northeast Philadelphia. And they've had plane crashes linked, for the people who are lifelong Northeast Philly residents, they've had links to this. We in our business had a link to Northeast Philly Airport when the great team from Action News, that's their home base, when they died at Christmas time last year. So tragedies have been linked to Northeast Philly Airport in the past, and sadly this may be the worst one of all.
Yeah, and it just comes 2 days after the worst aviation accident in Washington, D.C. in 24 years. So
there's 67 lives 2 days ago, and now this. Steve, thank you very much. There are reports that this plane that took off just after 6 today was in Opelika, Florida this morning, and took off from there this morning around 11 a.m. and got to Philly at 2 p.m. And so it flew up from Florida, this plane, earlier today, and landed at 2 p.m., eventually refueled, and that's when these folks boarded the plane at 6 and took off for whatever that's worth. The plane was on the move today and was not here overnight or anything like that. So,
right.
Yeah.
And we know it was a pediatric patient and her mom and 4 crew members that boarded that plane. They were coming from a hospital in Philadelphia after treating a life-threatening condition and headed back to their home in Mexico via Missouri, but didn't make it 30 seconds out because the plane crashed 30 seconds after taking off. And it's just unthinkable what the people in that area saw and felt when they looked to the sky and saw that ball of fire. And
as you pointed out earlier, and as the company has said, that these are seasoned pilots, described as a seasoned pilot and a seasoned co-pilot, as well as a physician and another flight paramedic. So these aren't inexperienced pilots operating planes like this. And
right, and they talked about the rigorous training that their staff goes through for these kinds of missions, because we're talking, this was a critically ill child. This was a life-saving mission, and this child was on its way back to Mexico. Yeah. We're told everyone aboard the plane was from Mexico, and they were on their way home. Back to Tijuana, yeah. We heard from Mayor Parker, we heard from Governor Shapiro about really just trying to spread a unifying message that we're here for each other, and really didn't have a lot of facts about those taken to the hospital, fatalities on the ground. But here's what they had to say just moments ago, the governor and the mayor.
We are urging people, particularly those families who live in the surrounding area, to please stay home if possible. If you see any debris, and those who are conducting the investigations have repeated consistently, please do not touch anything, because it is still an active investigation. Just call 911, please. New information that we want to share with you, that shelter is now available at the Samuel Fells High School, located at 5500 Langdon Street. Samuel Fells High School, 5500 Langdon Street. If anyone has been impacted and you need shelter and support, it is readily available for you.
The mayor preaches about one Philly, she talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together, and I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening. We know that there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city. We have, at the request of Commissioner Bethel, 45 state troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community. I also spoke earlier this evening with the United States Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy, who offered his full support to Northeast Philly. And as the mayor alluded to, he has dispatched 4 members of the FAA to Philly, and there are 4 members of NTSB on their way as well. We have all the resources that we need. And again, as the mayor always says, one Philly, we are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight in this very, very difficult moment. Thank you, Mayor.
We've been listening to Governor Josh Shapiro and Mayor Sherrell Parker addressing reporters earlier tonight, giving an update, not giving really specific information about fatalities or people who are injured, no numbers or specifics, but just talking about a unified Philadelphia, the governor offering all kinds of help and resources to help Philadelphia heal and recover and piece together this tragedy. Just to recap, a Learjet 55 was leaving Philadelphia International Airport shortly after 6 o'clock tonight. It was headed to Missouri before then departing back to Tijuana, Mexico. It was carrying a little girl and her mom who had been receiving care for a critical illness here in Philadelphia, and 4 crew members when, for whatever reason we do not know, it just plummeted from the sky, nosedive, big fireball in the sky, causing fires on the ground. 6 homes caught fire, cars were burned out. Just a horrific scene. Dozens and dozens and dozens of emergency responders, firefighters, police, every available personnel responding to this disaster of incredible magnitude. And right now, the NTSB, the FAA, the FBI, the ATF, all kinds of federal partners are here in Philadelphia to assist the city in figuring out what exactly happened just after 6 o'clock on a Friday night in one of the busiest sections of town at Cotman and Roosevelt Boulevard, where the plane just crashed into the street.
Yeah, sadly, there are some people there in Northeast Philly who saw some things that nobody should ever have to see. Some of the scenes and some of the descriptions are just gruesome. And, you know, as they were trying to help, we heard from a witness who, even though he was seeing some gruesome things, was still searching for people. Who can I help? Who could I find? And just, you know, between people driving on Cotman, there was a Dunkin' Donuts, perhaps there was somebody in the drive-thru or employees there. There were a lot of businesses in the area. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface on some of the employees and workers in the area who may have been injured or worse here as we try to learn more, and there's just no information on that at this moment. But it's just a tragic situation that people had to. Those who survived and those who are okay physically may have some emotional issues down the road. This was just a lot for somebody to see.
And we know that 6 people, according to Steve Keeley and a top source from him, 6 people were taken to the hospital who were on the ground, and we don't know the extent of their injuries. We just know that they were taken to the hospital, and we're hoping to learn more information. But when you have homes catching fire and cars driving down Roosevelt Boulevard and Cotman Avenue at one of the busiest times on a Friday night, headed out for dinner, headed home for work, headed out of town for the weekend, who knows, and then a ball of fire just comes crashing down. Steve Keeley telling us and talking to an employee at a diner where some part of the wreckage went flying through the window, jutting across the diner and hitting a person who was eating their meal. I think Steve said the person was hit in the head and may have been seriously injured. And I'm sure that as time passes, we're going to learn more about the severity of some of these injuries, because when you have a situation like this, we heard the governor say, we know there are going to be losses in addition to the 6 people who were on that jet.
Yeah, there are some people who may have suffered burns. Steve Keeley saying that many people taken to Jeans Temple Medical Center. Those are just the 6 people that he mentioned that he heard from a fire official. But that's, I find it hard to believe that it would just be 6 people. I mean, I hope that's true.
Right.
And this is, okay.
Let's get out to Cheyenne Corinne. She says the ATF is there on the scene.
NTSB jackets here as well.
So they've arrived. Cheyenne.
Yeah, you can see that NTSB, they just walked past me and got here to the scene. We knew that they were here, and they are going to be who are investigating. And again, I said earlier, their hands are really full right now because it's been only 2 days since the plane crash in D.C., but they just arrived here in Northeast Philadelphia, and we can imagine that they will be looking at a lot of this debris that I've been reporting is here on the ground. A few moments ago, we showed you that there was a piece of what appears to be the plane with red numbers, as well as on the wet ground, also an engine. And also, just going off of some of the sound that we were just listening to, a big theme right now in Philadelphia is going to be the community coming together. And since I've been out here, I've been speaking with neighbors and even just listening to that man who was trying to assist people and, wasn't focused on getting footage. That's what's really going to get Philadelphia through this moment right now. But again, there's a lot of different agencies here on the ground. We saw the FBI come here not too long ago. Again, the NTSB, we saw state police come to the scene. And we also, of course, we have to thank our local Philadelphia Fire Department that have been here on scene right away, Philadelphia Police Department, as well as thinking of the families impacted. We also have to keep in mind just what our first responders are working with right now. It is cold, it is wet, they have their hands full. And what's also something that I just can't help but to continue to think about is that this was a rescue jet. This means that the little girl, her family, her mother, they were probably feeling hopeful in this moment. They were thinking that they were about to get help. And then something like this happens, they thought they were about to be rescued. So we absolutely are keeping that family in our prayers, the family of the pilot in our prayers, anyone else here in Northeast Philadelphia who has been impacted, because as we said, we don't know, that's why officials aren't really giving us any number in terms of people who, did not make it, because there could be some other casualties other than the ones we know of right now. But again, this is still a very active scene here in Northeast Philadelphia, and we are imagining that it will continue to be. We know that there will definitely be more briefings and more updates to where we can learn more information about what's going on. But yeah, Jason and Dawn, I feel the energy out here. It's somber, it's eerie. It doesn't even feel like Northeast Philadelphia. And it's such a contrast also, I want to mention, just because we're going through a high right now, you know, with our team going to the Super Bowl. And it's such a stark difference of what we now are feeling here in our community. You know, you just don't know how quickly things can change. So the good thing is, you know, the city definitely, you know, we have been united, and we are going to have to continue to be united to get through this horrible tragedy. But again, just reiterating, we are here at the scene. This is the Roosevelt Mall, where there's the Brazen Canes and crews there just continuing to work the scene, and eventually we will find out what caused this plane to suddenly crash in this Northeast Philadelphia neighborhood, guys.
All right, Cheyenne. And that little girl was being treated in Philadelphia for a life-threatening condition. And I imagine that there was hope, that she was on her way home to Mexico with her family. So
that's even more gut-wrenching, Dawn. It's like nothing that you can even imagine. And you feel here in Northeast Philadelphia, you feel that people are feeling for this family. People just keep, you know, coming over, and they're saying that they're just praying for this family, praying for the community, and they just want some answers about, you know, how this could have possibly happened.
Exactly. And Cheyenne, is it still raining there, or has it let up at all?
No, it did not let up at all. It is, it's pouring, it's wet. Most of the people did go inside because it's very cold out here, but there were some people, you know, gathered at the corner. And I mentioned, you know, the hard work of our first responders, the police officers out here. They're cold, they're trying to warm up, drink coffee. So, you know, these officials, they're definitely working in very wet, rainy, cold conditions, and it doesn't seem like they are going to be leaving here anytime soon either.
Right. Mayor Sherrell Parker was saying all hands on deck. So we have all these people, and they've been on the scene for 5 hours in pretty difficult conditions, trying to find answers and piece together this puzzle and help those who needed help earlier in the evening. So just a really desperate situation.
Stand by, Cheyenne. We're working on turning around some audio from the control tower, and we'll bring that to you when we can. Okay. We've got, I can tell you, Fox News has tweeted out some of the confusion in the tower from some of these air traffic controllers, saying things like, what's going on down there? We have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened. So there's confusion in the tower as to what led to this, which leads you to believe that the pilot did not issue any kind of mayday, any kind of warning, although that's still yet to be determined. But according to this early report from Fox News, that there was confusion in the tower about what may have happened on board this plane.
Right, and I think earlier, Jason, we had a report that they had lost contact with the plane shortly after it took off, and then just 30 seconds later, it was plummeting to the ground, and it was fast, and it was, so that's very interesting that is coming out.
And so we'll be playing that for you when we can, but it's just even more puzzling when you see a plane fall from the sky like that, because you know, and many of the plane crashes in this area that we cover from smaller planes, you know, it's an emergency landing, it's an engine loss, but the plane has to glide down, and you know, it's
and no mayday, no call for help, it just fell from the sky.
Yeah, and to the point where people didn't even think it was a plane. I mean, it was a fireball. And it's just a full speed, terminal velocity down onto Cotman, creating just chaos, fires. And as Steve Keeley was pointing out, potential infrastructure, long-lasting infrastructure issues there on Cotman, where they may need to get underground and try to, you know, some of these gas lines. When will folks have their power and their gas back in the middle of winter? These kinds of little side stories.
Yeah, Cheyenne was saying it looks like a completely different neighborhood. She's been in that neighborhood countless times, and now to come back and have to be there to report this immense tragedy and see this neighborhood changed forever, lives changed forever, and people searching for answers. The big question, why? How did this happen? and what is the impact on the ground? We only know really at this point that the 6 people on the plane didn't make it. We know 6 people in Philadelphia were taken to the hospital. We know 6 houses caught on fire. Steve was saying everything was in 6s, which is very odd. But of course, it seems like the number of people killed could potentially rise. We heard the governor say that there is going to be loss here. So just a really devastating time for the city of Philadelphia.
Just past 11 o'clock here as we continue to bring you coverage. What hour is this? Hour 5? 5 of coverage. And so you're watching here Fox 29 as normally we'd be airing our 11 p.m. news. We've been with this nonstop since. This day that so many of us will never forget, this terrible aircraft tragedy in Northeast Philadelphia that will lead to loss of life, visuals that a lot of folks out there will never forget, some really traumatic things. The Roosevelt Mall occupied about 6 o'clock, restaurants and homes in this area destroyed. And it's going to take weeks, if not months, to sort of rebuild this area that was struck by a devastating crash by this medical flight that just happened right after 6 o'clock. And so at that point on the left, it had just happened. The smoke was billowing into the air. It was just dark. So again, at daylight, we might even get a better idea and understanding of the damage and the devastation of this community.
I think that's when reality is really going to strike, when the sun comes up and people see firsthand in the daylight the damage, the impact that this has had. And it was drizzling lightly when this all happened, but now we've talked and seen reporters out in the field. Cheyenne just told us it's pouring. Drew, talk a little bit about what these emergency responders, we have the federal agents, we have all kinds of people dealing with these conditions.
So I just want to get a feel for what it's like on the ground. We were looking in some of our other live footage. We were looking at some of those folks that were investigating the scene, and I was watching what they were wearing. They just had a light coat on, and they had a hat like Cheyenne had, and they had regular pants. When you're out in the field and it's raining like it is now for hours, your pants are going to be getting wet, just kind of dripping off the edge of your coat. And it's not like they came prepared with ponchos and things like that. So they've been out in the field now since the 6 o'clock hour. So we're talking over 4 hours of just getting rained on. Temperatures right now are actually going up. Just since last hour, we've gone up a degree. We're now in the 50s, and temperatures will be going up for about 3 to 4 more hours before they'll drop fast. And by the morning, our numbers will be in the 30s. It's going to be cold and windy tomorrow. But the fact that you've been out for hours getting rained on, just think of that chill you kind of have to the bone. And that's what our first responders are experiencing right now as the rain continues to be steady. In a few hours from now in Philadelphia, about 3 hours from now, the rain will stop. But when the rain stops, that's when the temperatures will rapidly drop. Let's walk through a little bit of what the weather conditions are like when this happened at 6:06. So as the plane took off from the Northeast Airport in Philadelphia, there was some light rain. And the really thick clouds, and I'm talking clouds that would be something like whiteout conditions. You can picture on a blizzard what whiteout conditions are like. Clouds that are just thick, that overcast, when you hit into that, you can't see anymore. Now, pilots are trained to fly just on instruments in these conditions. We get overcast and rainy days plenty often, so that's what the plane experienced when I got just a couple hundred feet off the ground. So 600 feet off the ground is where that layer of thick cloud started. And I was just looking at our city skyline. You really can't even see the city skyline right now because of those thick clouds. So went into that, and then just a couple hundred feet off the ground, just about a half a mile off the ground, is where the last contact was, and temperatures were above freezing, and it was wet for the whole plane. So that's what weather conditions were like then, and you can certainly see what weather conditions are like right now with the rain continuing in Philadelphia.
Drew, thank you.
Not good. Thank you, Drew.
Samuel Fells High School is a temporary shelter for those displaced. The mayor announced that a couple of hours ago. Shawnette Wilson, you are there.
We are, Jason, and just to the left of your screen, you can see a Red Cross truck that just kind of pulled up just a few seconds ago along the side to, I imagine, take supplies and things inside the school. I talked off camera to someone with emergency management, and they said that they are going to be open throughout the night for people who need to come. They need a place to stay overnight. You know, they'll have things like food, they'll have things like clothing if people need them. I did ask if he had an idea of how many people were coming. He said he did not, but he knows that people are coming. They do have a list, and that, you know, the number keeps changing. And we mentioned just the investigation, right? That's a big, big, big part of this. But there are people, plenty of people who need immediate help, people who are out of their homes tonight, and, you know, who knows when they might be able to get back in. Jason, you were talking about people wondering when their power is going to come back on, gas, electric, that kind of thing. And so people like that who maybe don't have family or friends they can go stay with are asked to come here because they are staffed to be able to handle a crowd of people who may come. Since we've been here maybe for about, I want to say maybe a half hour, we've seen at least 2 people that I could say for certain almost looked like they were here for help. There was a woman that walked in with a cane, and she had a dog with her. I could see through the glass that she sat down, and people were coming to get information from her. And then also a car just pulled up and then pulled into the parking lot here. So they're, you know, asking the media, you know, to obviously be respectful and kind of stay a ways back from the doorway. So we're in the parking lot, but they are definitely prepared to help people who need to get out of the rain, get food, get clothing, get dry, and also have time to maybe think about what their next steps are. So again, this is Fells High School. It is at 5500 Langdon Street. And they said that, you know, for people who are displaced, if you know anyone, they can certainly come here for tonight.
Yeah. And how many people did you say were there, Shawnette?
He didn't have a number off the top, you know, right on hand, but he said he did have a list of people. This is a gentleman with emergency management. He said, forgive me, I don't know the number right now. He said, but I do have a list that people, we are expecting people. And he said that that number does keep changing.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to get it for me, so if I get it, I'll make sure I pass it along to you.
Yeah, I would imagine there's some people who are going to stay with friends and neighbors and that sort of thing, and that's a beautiful thing as well. But for those who don't have that luxury, there's Samuel Fells for those people, and you know, the number of displaced not known. I think it would be dozens. There's row homes in this area. There's no power, even if there's no damage. There's no power, so I mean, I guess you could stay home in that scenario, but it's a cold night, and Drew was telling us about that. It's rainy.
Yeah, the temperature is going to drop later on tonight, so it's great that the Red Cross this is available.
And you think about those people who, you know, you said some people have family and friends, but for example, like I said, the first woman that I saw when we arrived, she was by herself. She got out with the cane, and she had a small, you know, a puppy in her hand. So she clearly, you know, needs a place to go tonight. So this is why this is so important to let people know, if you know someone, they can come
and
here.
That's the Samuel
Elected
Fells.
officials have also been showing up just to check and make sure, to see what they can do, to see, you know, if there's any extra help they can have, and to make sure that things are running smoothly. But again, 5500 Langdon Street is Fells High School for people who are displaced.
Yeah, that's it's great that people have a place to go, and as we've been saying all night, that Philadelphia really is a city where people come together when there are times of tragedy, and it seems as though the city is really unified in its response to responding to this tragedy and to helping others. So, Shawnette, thank you.
Let's go back to the live picture that
And
Cheyenne...
you can see...
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shawnette.
We just wanted to give you a quick look before you moved on. You can see that they're taking supplies out. We were expecting them to do that, to try to, you know, just get what people need inside. They just opened up the Red Cross van and have boxes and things coming out to go inside.
And this is what Philly's all about right here, people helping people, and just, you know, these gentlemen taking the time out of their evening to help those desperately in need. And so good for them, and makes you feel good to see the people helping people. On the right, you see live pictures of the crash scene, if you will, ground zero. And notice the firefighters have not touched any of the airline pieces and fragments, knowing that is for the NTSB to discover, to investigate. They have arrived. We showed them about 20 minutes ago walking up to the scene with their flashlights. In fact, that's all you see at this point. A few firefighters in the distance, but more suits, if you will, with flashlights documenting and just sort of observing that they'll file in a report, I'm sure. And at some point, I would imagine tonight or tomorrow morning, we will hear official word from the NTSB. Somebody will step up to a mic and give us an update on where they're beginning. And we've heard from the NTSB down in Washington, D.C. quite a bit the last couple of days. And, you know, we're going to have a representative up here, to give us an idea of what this investigation will look like and how long it may take and where they begin. Some of these people may have driven up from that scene to this one today and this evening.
Right.
This is the shelter information. If you or anybody you know needs a place to stay, warm, maybe even get a meal, 5500 Langdon Street, Samuel Fells High School. It's on a Friday night, so with tomorrow being a weekend, I would imagine they may have the weekend to stay there and seek shelter.
Let's head back out now to our Steve Keeley, who's been gathering more information. Steve, what can you tell us at this point?
Well, believe it or not, I found some good news on this, okay? We talked about the 6, you just mentioned it, Dawn, 6 people hospitalized. 3 have been treated and released, and the other 3 in fair condition. How about that for some positive news out of this?
That's great.
All right, so there's the update from the medical staff and the fire department. My friend Billy, whose girlfriend is a nurse, was in on the treatment of this young girl from Mexico. She had been in Philadelphia since September, and the Shriners, the folks who have those hospitals and help children and raise money for all the children, they were in helping her, and so that's how she got to Philadelphia and to America, and they were doing all they could to help her. And so she had been in Philly, look at it, count the months, several months. Wow. And that was the end of her treatment, and about to go home when this happened. So there you go. And then talking to the firefighters, as bad as this is, they keep hearing that phrase, and they're saying it could have been way worse. It was actually fortunate that it hit where they did when it comes to the houses, because it hit the end of the block and it hit the middle of the block. He says there's nothing they could have did. It would have spread. And if you're familiar with jet fuel, if you're familiar with the Philly Fire Department, if you ever take off and land, when you're on the runway, instead of looking at your phone or a magazine, look out the window, especially if you're on the left side, and you'll see a Philadelphia Fire Department firehouse specifically for the airport. And they are experts. They have all the equipment, and you need special equipment and special chemical foam to put out jet fuel fire. And they don't have that here. And so that's why this fire was so stubborn. And I said how the fires were burning well over an hour after I was there, well over almost 2 hours. And they don't have what they have at the airport there, and the trucks that spray that fire with a jet sprayer on the top. And you wouldn't think you need that with a row of row houses on Calvert Street, but they still did a job saving, and they would have lost the whole block had it been in a little further. And so another bit of positive news. What are you looking at, Greg?
My camera's going down.
All right, his camera's going down. It's been out in the rain and working nonstop for a few hours, so I'll wrap it up with this. So again, a little bit of positive news out of this for now, but we're still waiting for what could be not so positive news when it comes to the street.
All right, well, Steve Keeley, thank you for that report. It's really good to hear a little glimmer of hope amongst this tragedy. We do have a statement from Councilman Mike Driscoll. This is his district. So he has released a statement saying his heart is so heavy as we continue to learn more about this tragic plane crash in Northeast Philly. We are in direct communication with our emergency response teams to monitor the ongoing impacts to the immediate and surrounding area. This is an active emergency response situation, sadly, with reported mass casualties. So this was from Mike Driscoll. Again, this was his district, and he released this statement earlier in the evening. Again, at least Steve Keeley with some good news. We know the 6 people who were taken to the hospital, 3 were released, and the others, it seems, are going to be okay. So that is certainly a glimmer of hope.
Every sports team in Philly has released a statement just saying that their hearts and prayers are with everybody in Northeast Philly. We know Northeast is where everybody gathers when our teams win. Not actually Frankfurt and Cotman, not too far from here. And so obviously there's a connection between this Northeast Philly community and our sports teams, no doubt about it. Just a wonderful community, and your hearts just go out to everybody here affected by this. And you know, we don't know how long this is going to take as far as Cotman's closure and just that huge amount of traffic that comes through here, what the traffic situation is going to be like. And obviously great news from Steve Keeley on, you know, ground, people saved on the ground. And you know, we think the worst about how many people on the ground may have been impacted by this.
Right, and Steve kept saying that he was hearing from emergency responders and people involved in this disaster that it could have been a lot worse. Now, we know it's terrible, but so, and we still don't know the extent of it, but you know, when where the plane went down, it could have gone down in those homes. So, sure. Certainly a tragic situation, but, you know, Jason, you mentioned that all the sports teams have, you know, released statements in support of Philadelphia. And the one thing, you and I both were at a fundraiser last night for the Eagles as they get ready to go to the Super Bowl to benefit Make-A-Wish and the Eagles Autism Foundation. And the one thing about Philly and Philly sports fans and Philly sports teams is they do come together. They're such a giving community. And so I suspect that they will also be part of this healing effort and part of this recovery, because that's just how we roll in Philadelphia.
And let's bring in Cheyenne. And you know, you pointed out, Cheyenne, it's a joyous, celebratory time in Philly up until this tragic moment tonight. And the Eagles stepping up with at least to reach out to the people of Philadelphia and Northeast Philadelphia specifically, to say, hey, we're with you. You're with us all the time, and we're with you tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Jason. I mean, Philadelphia, we are a sports city, and what's going to get us through this is us sticking together. And absolutely, right now, you know, we are all celebrating, you know, our team going to the Super Bowl, and just that quickly, the entire mood in Philadelphia has changed because of this plane crash. And also what's interesting is just, a week ago for the NFC Championship, Philadelphia and D.C., they were the worst of enemies, and now these two cities have something so horrible in common that is unfortunately bringing the two together. But here in Northeast, we're on Cotman, and we are just right near Ground Zero. You can see a few moments ago I was showing you that it looked like the NTSB, the ATF, the FBI, they were really focusing on a lot of the debris that's on the ground. We saw a piece of what appears to be the plane with red numbers on it, as well as an engine on the ground. Again, I can't reiterate this enough. Officials are telling people that if you do see debris, because just the magnitude of this crash, the debris isn't just here in this area. It has gone in restaurants, as my colleague Steve Keeley reported. We've seen on social media, people have found things all over the Northeast Philadelphia area. But if you do see something, you are asked to not touch it. But here on this scene, you can see that officials, they really right now, this is the investigation that's going on. It's going to take some time for us to get a report. Usually how this works is the NTSB, they will release some type of preliminary report within maybe 30 days. But the other report, it usually takes some time. But they piece a lot of that together based on the scene. So right now we see a lot of the NTSB, ATF officials, they are picking up the phone, making calls. They're trying to write things down and make notes, but, you know, this weather and this rain is making that more difficult. But right now, the main focus is just assessing the scene and also making sure that people are safe. We haven't received a lot of good news tonight, but that update from my colleague, Steve Keeley, was some positivity. But there still is a loss of life here in Northeast Philadelphia. There could be more loss of life. We are expecting more updates from officials, possibly giving us a little more insight into exactly what happened. And again, I said earlier, you know, with this being a rescue jet, and learning that the little girl, she actually was being treated and she was on her way home, you know, this was supposed to be a happy ending. She got help here in Philadelphia for whatever medical emergency she was dealing with. It sounds like she may have been in the hospital for quite some time. And on her way home, the unimaginable happened. So certainly sending prayers to her family, and I know that the entire community is just coming together and surrounding those that have directly been impacted by this.
All right, Cheyenne, thank you. Yeah, just when you look at that picture there, it just looks surreal. It looks like a war scene. It doesn't look like it's Northeast Philadelphia, and as the photographer zooms out, it just kind of strikes you the impact and the severity of what happened in our city. We're going on almost 5.5 hours now since that plane, for some unknown reason, just fell from the sky, and people were killed, lives were changed, homes caught on fire, cars caught on fire, neighborhood left in ruins.
And that scene that we're looking at, it may be frozen in time for some time, because investigators might want maybe nobody touch anything. Let us look at everything. Let us document everything as it is, as it stands, so we can properly get an idea of the angle in which the plane came down. The debris field actually tells a lot of the story. So you see the red tape and some of that police tape. This may be frozen in time for some time. Even that fire truck that's there, maybe even don't move it. You might move something, or who knows. But just something to keep in mind over the weekend and the coming days.
And I know typically the NTSB, then they will remove the debris once they've assessed the actual scene, and then they will remove the debris as much as they have of it. And oftentimes they take it to a hangar where they then try to put it all back together and figure out exactly what happened. But you're right, Jason, for right now, that scene tells a story. And then once they've been able to assess that, then they will pick up the pieces, the different pieces of debris, take it to a hangar and evaluate it. And that's, I think, one of the reasons, too, the mayor is saying and officials are saying, if you encounter a piece of debris, whether it came through the window of a diner or it was in the parking lot of a convenience store or Dunkin' Donuts, don't touch it. Call 911, let officials know, leave it there, because it could be critical in telling the story of what exactly happened just after 6 o'clock tonight, when that plane fell from the sky just 30 seconds after taking off from the airport in Northeast Philadelphia and just disappeared. You were talking about that earlier, Jason. Went off the radar, and the folks in aviation were saying, wait, what happened? Where did it go? What's going on?
I can guarantee you right now that is part of somebody is investigating the communication from the tower to the plane, on the radio, which is public. We've heard it from the other incident in D.C., the other disaster, the communication back and forth, some of the pre-flight conversations and documentations that these pilots had before they took off. It's all there. And so now these investigators will look to find any kind of clue as to what led to this disaster, this plane to fall from the sky.
Right, and Jason, there was no call for help. There was no mayday. You mentioned that the plane was coming from Florida to Northeast Philadelphia, to the airport there, picking up this little girl and her mom and 4 crew members, and then they were headed to Springfield, Missouri, to the airport there, and then they were headed to Tijuana, Mexico, to head home.
After being here for months.
After being here since September, being treated for a life-threatening condition. Finally, at Shriners Hospital in Philadelphia, they were headed home, and they never made it. No one on that plane made it. We understand everybody on that plane was from Mexico. The plane was registered to Mexico. It has operations in Mexico and here in the United States. That company released a statement earlier. We talked about it, that their crew was highly trained, that they knew what they were doing, that they, were zoned in on getting this little girl back to where she wanted to be, and that this was, just a trained crew. and that this kind of thing does not happen.
Yeah, we've heard from some witnesses who've tried to do everything they could to help, and some of the things they saw, I mean, just we can't even repeat on TV. It's just awful, you know, with a fire and a plane full of jet fuel and a nosedive onto Cotman. You know, just use your imagination. Cars in the area in harm's way, fire everywhere, and these videos, there are probably hundreds of videos at this point of the wreckage right afterwards, the aftermath. Just as this happened after 6 o'clock, and we've shown you a few, and you know we're not going to show others, but we're doing our best to kind of paint the picture for you. But you are looking live here. I believe this is another street. This is that's Bustleton. Okay, so that's just another angle of the response and the police. Nobody has left the scene, that's for sure. Police and fire, everybody's still on the scene. The flashing lights remain as the NTSB now will begin its investigation. As far as, and then you get an idea that that's a piece of the plane. It hasn't been touched. We've been looking at that little piece of plane for hours, and you know, firefighters know, leave it alone, let them do their thing. And in the back, you know, that tail, that red, the lettering tells you that this was that medical Learjet 55, which was holding 6 people.
Yeah, we spoke earlier tonight, and this interview was really hard to hear, almost. It's a 5-minute long interview with a man who actually witnessed what happened. He was completely rattled. I imagine he still is. But here's a little bit of what he saw and how he felt and what he did as he witnessed this horrific accident.
I was right next to Dunkin' Donuts when I was telling my mom about getting my ears pierced with my daughter again, and we just heard this bang, billowing cloud of purple and orange smoke, and then all of a sudden screams. I mean, I've had PTSD before because a guy was shot outside my house, so loud noises bother me. I was stunned, and then I'm being yelled at to reverse. I'm like, I can't. There's people behind me. There are people driving up on the embankments to get past everyone. And then I park my car a little whiles away, and I instantly get out of my car and run to anyone that I can see that just needs help. I mean, that's one of the things my parents taught me. If you see someone that needs help, help them. And that's what I do.
And tell me a little bit about what you saw in the next moments.
My wife saw a disembodied foot. I saw a disembodied arm. I saw medical supplies scattered everywhere. I saw explosions happening from various cars. I was on Cotman, this side of Cotman. There was a car burned to a crisp with a baby seat in the back. And I've got 2 small children. I was absolutely scared. But I'm like, I need to find someone I can help. Because I cannot stand by and watch people just record. I can't do that. I don't record. I help. I don't care about social media. I help so that I can save lives.
What did you do to help?
I gave the shirt off my back to help a young child with a head laceration. A piece actually went through a red pickup's window, hit the kid, and the parents were shouting, "Help us, help us, help us." No one was around to help at the time. Cops are just approaching. I took the shirt off my back, gave it to them, said, "Push this on his head, keep pressure." I ran back to my car. I got rags. I got anything I could find to like absorb blood, push on cuts. My mom worked at a doctor's office. She was there. She was helping me. She's disabled. She doesn't walk fast. She was walking fast. And cops were very thankful to us. They said, "Thank you very much. We've got this now. Please try to get out of here safely." There were 3 or 4 car accidents just getting out of the mall. And I'm like, I'm getting out of here. I got home. I threw up twice. Like, because the adrenaline just said, "Hi, I'm here," and I threw up. It was a very shocking and disturbing experience, seeing everything that happened.
Did you know it was a plane right away?
I figured it was a helicopter or plane because I was hearing someone say it was a 747. I'm like, it's too small. We would have heard it. Those big engines. I find out it's a Learjet 55. My sister works on airplanes, literally at Northeast Airport. Well, not anymore, actually. And she texted me saying, yo, did you see that? Yeah. Because she knew that I was going to be right there. She was worried. My entire family was worried. My daughter texted me and saying, please be okay. Please be okay. Please be okay. And I literally got home and I collapsed. I was unable to do anything for a little while.
So when the plane initially crashed, you said the truck next to you got impaled with some debris. Did you see anything like that else going on around you, or was that truck like the
very, very much so. The car that was parked on Cotman on the side had a hole at least 2 feet big in its windshield, and it was burning.
Was
I looked in.
That car, or was it parked?
I don't know. I looked and I couldn't see anyone. I'm hoping that the child got out safely. I don't know anymore. I wish I could find them because it was a small silver car and say, thank you for being alive. Thank you for getting out. The brunt of the impact was absorbed by Dunkin' Donuts. And then I've been scared, but this was a new level.
The powerful and strong words of a witness there who tried to do everything he can to help his fellow Northeast Philadelphians there. Just an incredible soundbite when he says, I got home and threw up twice. It was a very shocking and disturbing experience. I think only he would know what that feels like, and only the people who witnessed this and tried to help and saw some of the things they saw can relate. That is just an experience he'll never forget. Disturbing images he was painting for us the best he could. So, nice work by that young man to try to help in any way he could. Samuel Fells High School is now a shelter, a temporary shelter for those displaced. It does have a large gymnasium that I think people can maybe rest in if they bring in some cots, some warm meals for some of the folks out there. Our Shawnette Wilson is live there at the high school. Shawnette, what are you seeing there at the high school? She's coming. Shawnette, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying I just popped in and spoke with someone from emergency management, and they were telling me that SEPTA buses that were over at the mall, at the strip mall, is on the way here to bring people who have been displaced. So SEPTA buses are there ready to pick up, load people up who need a place to stay tonight and bring them here. He said the buses are en route right now. But again, the Red Cross is here outfitting this place to be able to accommodate anyone who needs help tonight. And I thought it was interesting. I asked him, I said, is this open indefinitely as kind of like a makeshift shelter? And he said, well, at least tonight. He said, we'll reevaluate tomorrow based on how many people we get. And then he mentioned, there could be people who work jobs where they work all night and they were not able to leave work. They are at work and not going to be able to figure out until they get off late tonight what they're going to do based on what has happened. He also mentioned, there are people who stay with family, get there and realize that, they can't really stay there. So, they are looking at all possible scenarios here and just bracing for people, who may pop up tonight, who may pop in tomorrow morning. But again, they are prepared to give them clothing they need and also help them to start making plans moving forward. So again, there's the Red Cross truck here to the left of the building there. Right in the doorway, you can see a police officer. They have a table set up on the inside where as people come in, they get your information, assess what you need, and then take them off to another part of the building. So again, we are here waiting for those SEPTA buses to arrive, which again, Jason, he said that he didn't have a number exactly, and I understand that they're running around just trying to get things in order of how many people are expected to come, but that they have buses over there at the Roosevelt Mall that are on the way here with people.
The Red Cross doing great work, and we'll find out when those buses get there. But Shawnette, thank you very much. We did get some confirmation from Shriners Hospital, who released a statement tonight saying, quote, Shriners Children's is heartbroken to confirm that one of our pediatric patients and the child's mother were aboard the Jet Rescue Air ambulance that crashed in Philadelphia this evening. The patient had received care from Shriners Children's Philadelphia and was being transported back to her home country in Mexico on a contracted air ambulance when the crash happened. Because of patient privacy concerns, we cannot say any more about the patient and her family at this time.
But we do know that the little girl was being treated for a life-threatening condition at Shriners. Right. We weren't sure exactly where she was being treated. We do know that she was being treated for a life-threatening condition. And according to Steve Keeley, information that he gathered, that little girl had been being treated since September. So she had been there for months and was finally getting to go home. And then sadly, she never made it. It was her mom and then 4 crew members, all Mexican, on their way back to Tijuana. They were going through Springfield, Missouri. So they boarded the plane in Philadelphia shortly after 6 o'clock, and then 30 seconds after taking off, for whatever reason, that plane just fell from the sky and burst into a ball of fire.
And as that moment happens, the 911 calls start coming in, and as you can imagine, the dispatchers were moving quite fast and furious. Let's listen in to some of this this broadcast. We've got some sound we're going to play for you in just a moment. We're turning this around quickly of the dispatchers, I believe, summoning first responders to the scene, probably receiving dozens of 911 calls. So here's the first dispatch audio we're hearing.
71, proceed.
One location, 2-story, end of the road. 16 by 45. Explosion. Got heavy fire in the dwelling. We got fire spread around across the street. Multiple vehicles.
And you can hear people screaming in the background. We know that 6 homes caught on fire. We know that a number of vehicles caught on fire when this plane and the wreckage just came slamming down onto this neighborhood at Roosevelt Mall.
And what we heard there was that they didn't know what had happened. There were reports of an explosion, heavy fire in the dwelling, he says, vehicles on fire. Nothing about a plane that fell from the sky or a plane crash, just fire. And so next thing you know, the fire department's there, and there's fuel everywhere, and they're trying to put that fire out. And it was later learned it was a plane.
And the people had no time to react. They didn't know what was happening. Can you imagine at 6 o'clock, a little after 6 o'clock, on a Friday night, you're just going about your business, and all of a sudden something crashes into your home and it catches on fire. You're sitting in your car and a piece of debris comes flying down from the sky and catches your car on fire. I mean, we do know that 6 people were taken to the hospital. The good news is we have learned through Steve Keeley that 3 of them were released, and the other 3 are non-life-threatening injuries, which is an absolute miracle. What we don't know is any others that may have been taken to the hospital with severe burns or worse. So we're still waiting for that information. We have seen that the NTSB is on the scene, so we know that they have begun their investigation. The ATF is there, the FAA, the FBI, all kinds of federal agents. Governor Josh Shapiro coming into the city of Philadelphia to lend his support, his prayers, and any resources that he can to help in this investigation and help in the healing and the picking up of the pieces.
And everybody, you know, watching and just even us, all the times we've driven on Cotman.
Right.
And you know, I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes in that moment. When's the last time
unimaginable.
When's the last time you looked straight up when you were driving up in the air? Never, right? I mean, it's to think they're sitting there innocent and sitting ducks in this area where a plane's coming crashing down with just zero warning. And although people have reported hearing something right before the crash,
like a loud
whistling
boom.
sound as well.
Yeah.
So it's just a wild moment that a lot of people experienced there. Steve Keeley, I would imagine this is a moment you'll never forget in your career, this day.
I'm listening to you, and one thing that strikes me is, Jason, you'll remember in our initial conversations, I was dealing with where there's construction in that Roosevelt Mall parking lot, and there is a cyclone fence about 6 feet high with a tarp all around it. And I was wondering, maybe the pilot was just aiming to get in there because there was no people, because the debris field, this jet didn't just fall straight down from the sky like, you say, a parachute or a helicopter would lose power. It must have just careened through the parking lot across Cotman Avenue and then into the houses toward Calvert, across Cotman Avenue. And that's why it could have been so much worse. If it had hit that spot where there was no cars parked, no shoppers, no pedestrians, and that's why maybe we don't have people injured or any reports yet of anybody hit by the plane itself when it hits the ground at a high speed, and where I saw all the pieces of it all broken up and apart long before I started seeing the flames from the jet fuel on Cotman Avenue. And we talked about Cotman Avenue. One source tells us there is a huge crater in the middle of Cotman Avenue, and that is not a surprise because I had sent video in and tweeted video. It looked like a little tornado of fire coming from that broken gas line, which is on Cotman Avenue right in front of the Cane's chicken shop. And I couldn't tell whether that was in the middle of the street or not. It was so hot and so intense that as close as I was feeling the heat on my face. And that was burning nonstop. The Philadelphia Gas Works team, I just saw everybody walking backwards with their lime green vest on. And I thought, well, they obviously think there's nothing they can do now, and there was no danger of explosion. But when it was burning that intense and that fast, that probably did a whole lot of damage to the infrastructure itself. So what we're seeing nonstop is what we saw coincidentally a week ago today, when all the Department of Public Property was bringing in flatbed trucks and putting down those steel barricades to put on both sides of Broad Street for the anticipated Eagles NFC Championship celebration. We're seeing lots of trucks nonstop for the last couple of hours bringing those barricades around here. So a big section of Northeast Philly may be closed. As I'm talking to you live, here is another optimistic thing. Roosevelt Boulevard's outer lanes, despite with where we are, and there's a police in the right lane, there were several cars now going. Greg, does that look like the outer lane is open now? We're seeing some traffic being let through? Yeah. So the outer lanes going northbound toward Ben Salem, they're allowing traffic to go through here. That is the first sign of life getting back to normal, because I talked earlier, about an hour ago, about how eerily quiet it was around here. Let's hope that doesn't mean a whole bunch of people are going to start driving up here to gaze to their left and see what they can see. So traffic is trickling by. The traffic lights at Cotman are dark. I don't know if that meant that power got out or maybe the Philly police knocked them out. But there's nobody crossing Cotman Avenue unless that would be a police officer or any of the utility crews that are coming here, or maybe some of the media. So hopefully everybody will be careful and take it easy as they're driving by this spot. But we are seeing some signs that this is going to be shut down for an infinite amount of time, possibly, why they get this investigation going and why they make repairs and do all they have to do. And that's the case with the steel barricades that you see going up to keep the crowds back, to keep the roads closed, and to keep everybody back as they have investigators waiting, no surprise, for first light, because this happened just as it was getting dark. This is the hour where it gets dark, and it wasn't completely dark out, but you'll see a lot more maybe that they haven't spotted in terms of debris and whatever they need to find in the first daylight. Plus, hopefully the rain will clear. I haven't been paying attention too close, as you'll understand, to tomorrow's forecast. I just know how tonight's forecast has been nonstop terrible, in a word. So hopefully at first light, they'll get an idea about how bad things are. We'll get an update from officials. I wouldn't expect, it doesn't look like anybody's getting ready for any news conferences here. The media is kind of thinning out. I'm looking at what we used as a podium. It went from 15 mics to 1 microphone. So nobody's telling us, hey, get ready for another update as we're approaching midnight. expect an update probably tomorrow morning after first flight, after authorities get a look at everything, get their updated numbers, and let's hope, if anybody is religious and they want to pray, let's pray that number 6 is the total number in the death toll, and that everybody that was in a car not far from me as we were driving through Cotman Avenue, getting past the boulevard, all made it out somehow miraculously. But, boy, I saw so many cars on fire, and I was hearing all the tires popping from being burned and blowing up outside that I just thought, my first thought was, did everybody get out of those cars, and how much warning did they have? And you talked about nobody looks up. You were saying, Jason, I heard you saying that. Well, nobody in traffic is going to look to their left at a shopping mall and expect a Learjet to come careening across them either. So we'll see if that's the case.
Yeah.
So that's the update as of 11:45 here at Boulevard and Cotman Avenue right now. Lots of Philly police here, lots of Philly Fire Department folks here. They're none in any hurry to leave, and they're going to stay here probably through the night until first flight in the morning.
Yeah, and in all prayers accepted here. Steve, thank you very much.
It's going to be a long night for all these people.
It would truly be a miracle if nobody on the ground was hurt or killed. I know that there are some injuries, but if the death toll stays at 6, as you see the NTSB there behind the road, and just to think that these barricades are coming out when they're so synonymous with, you know, parades and Eagles fun and the mummers and whatever else there is, to think that those are now being used to cordon off what has been just a horrific plane crash in Northeast Philly tonight.
And we were talking just about the stark contrast of a city so hyped and pumped and proud that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to the Super Bowl, and just the excitement, and then contrast that to this deadly crash and the impact and just the horrific scene and everything that people are going through in these neighborhoods, and the first responders, and they're trying to do their job. It's crazy when you think about it, right?
And then add to that the tragedy of 67 people dying 2 days ago. And we have been in a time in this country where flying has never been safer. Now you've got 2 back-to-back air tragedies that happen, you know, within a few hours of each other and a few days of each other. You know, I'm sure there are people out there who, you know, their fear of flying has just quadrupled with these 2 tragic moments. But, you know, Steve Keeley, right to point out that, you know, where this plane crashed and how it didn't hit homes and or businesses, and it maybe found an opening, a safe place. You know, pilots, this is what they're trained to do, and you just never know what that pilot was thinking in his final thoughts.
Right, and Jet Rescues, that was the company, the aircraft that owned it. A spokesperson said that it was a seasoned crew, and everyone involved in these flights goes through rigorous training. When an incident happens, it's shocking and surprising. The spokesperson said all of the aircraft are maintained, not a penny is spared, because we know our mission is so critical, because it's an air ambulance, and they were transporting this little girl back to Mexico to her home. And I know from covering these kinds of things that the pilots do everything in their power when they know they're going down to not have an impact on the ground, to try to land where there are no homes, where there are no businesses. And, you know, like you said, it will be a miracle. And certainly 6 lives lost is tragic, tragic. But hopefully when the sun comes up and officials brief us again, it won't be as bad as it could have been.
Well, yeah. You do think about that little girl who was going through months of treatment, and this was her flight home.
I know.
And in fact, a nurse at Shriners has confirmed to us that they had a little going away party for her this morning or today before she boarded this plane, a little ceremony to send her off. And
she was there with her mom. She's been there since September with a critical condition.
So, you know, those nurses and that medical staff that was very intimate with this family, I'm sure knew them very well through this ordeal. So we're thinking about them tonight as well, because this must be incredibly painful for them to have to endure when they, you know, seemingly nurse this little girl. And I don't think we know her age. but we know she's a minor and that she was there with her mom. But to nurse this girl seemingly to health in Philly and send her off, and then for it to end this way, that's a tragedy in and of itself. But the people on the ground and the ordeal for the community in Northeast Philadelphia, I think we're still in the dark about that. We're not exactly sure how wide-ranging it is, and although our early reporting is that 6 people were sent to a local hospital, and none of them life-threatening. These are people on the ground. So that's an early report, and much more can happen. Steve was talking about what we'll learn at daylight. We should probably hear from hospitals tomorrow morning. We'll hear from the NTSB, you'd think, by tomorrow morning as well. So still much to be learned. So we're left with these live pictures and this jaw-dropping reality of a plane crash on Cotman here. And you know, again, a day we won't forget.
When you think of Cotman Avenue, you talked about it, Jason, when you think about driving down Cotman Avenue, when you think about that neighborhood, when you think about Roosevelt Mall, this is not the picture that comes to mind. And you can see, you know, firefighters still on the scene all these hours later, the NTSB there investigating, all these federal partners on the scene by what looks to be a piece of that plane, trying to piece together what happened. Let's go out to Cheyenne Corinne one final time here. Cheyenne, what's it like there right now?
Well, Dawn, we've been saying all evening that it's going to take some time, if ever, that Northeast Philadelphia and Cotman Ave will ever look the same. But now we see these metal barriers here. This is the first that we are seeing here. You saw moments ago that crews just put these up, and this is to keep people out of this area, because really the priority right now, the ATF is on scene as well as multiple other agencies, is assessing the scene. If you look down there, you can see that there are crews taking a lot of photos, and this is actually the first time that we have seen the ATF actually taking photographs. They're paying a lot of attention to, of course, the piece of the plane that we have been pointing to throughout the evening with that red writing with the numbers on it, as well as some of those charred cars, and then on the ground you can see an engine. Right now, it seems like the focus is just making sure that this area stays clear, so people, I know that it's natural for people to want to come down and look at the scene and assess the damage and figure out what's going on, but the priority is for officials to assess the scene and figure out exactly what happened. So we see them picking up the phone, making phone calls, making notes, taking pictures, and just trying to see exactly what that damage is. I heard my colleague Steve Keeley, he talked about, it almost seems as if there's like a crater in the ground, and that does seem like what it appears to be, some type of crater, definitely a lot of damage there to the ground, and that just speaks to the impact this crash must have had here on Cotman Avenue. Again, this is a residential area. There's businesses. This is the Roosevelt Mall. This was catastrophic, but it could have been even worse, especially a Friday evening. There were people going to these restaurants, going to these stores, headed home. This is such a busy area here in Northeast Philadelphia. Like you two have been saying all night, you drive up Cotman Avenue and you never think that there would be a plane that just falls from the sky. And when we're learning that, it was a little girl who was being treated for months at the hospital, and she was with her mother, and there was a crew, and she was on her way home, first stopping in Missouri, then headed home to Mexico. It just makes this entire thing so much more gut-wrenching. So as well as the investigation taking time, what's also going to take some time is the healing and also the investigation, because people want answers. I just cannot stress enough that a lot of people are on edge right now. They are really on edge because, as you just said, 2 days ago, 67 people were lost in a plane crash in the Potomac River and the DC area. So people are really wondering, is it safe to fly? There's people tomorrow morning who have flights. Do they feel safe taking those flights? Are they canceling their trips? There's a lot that's going on in people's minds, and at this point across the country, not just here in Philadelphia We're in D.C. This is people across our country that are concerned, is it safe to get in the air? So that's going to be something that we are going to continue to ask the questions to officials. We've continued since D.C. You know, we've been asking, hey, is it safe to fly? We've been told yes, but of course after this, we have to continue to push to make sure that people get the answers that they are looking for.
All right, Cheyenne, Corinne there at the scene for us. Thank you very much. The plan here, I just want to let the folks at home know, here's the plan. We're planning to stay on the air until midnight, and we will stay in place in case we hear from a dignitary, a fire official, the mayor, the governor, the NTSB. If that happens anytime soon after, we'll come back on the air and bring that to you live. And, of course, a good day, which comes on tomorrow at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. And so, of course, they're going to be give you full coverage of this. So we're going to stay on the air here for a couple more minutes and just try to, finish up our coverage, what has been about a 6 to 7 hour ordeal since this all happened.
And be sure to tune in tomorrow at 7 a.m. for Good Day Philadelphia weekend, because I think once we see the light of day, we are going to see, it's going to really hit home the reality of what happened, and we are going to get a fresh, different view in daylight. Hopefully we will have more information from state, federal, and local officials, any information that they might have. And typically in an investigation like this, the NTSB will give some preliminary information, and then it could be months or more before we really find out what exactly happened. But hopefully tomorrow we will also find out some more information, or later tonight if officials do hold another briefing about any injuries on the ground after that plane crashed, the impact to that neighborhood, any information related to the city of Philadelphia, not necessarily the crash.
Yeah. The NTSB will come out and discuss next steps. Yep. Here's what we've done so far. Here's what we're going to do next. They will not speculate. They will not answer any questions about what it could have been. That is all weeks or months away. But as far as, this disaster, what did Mr. Rogers say? He said, watch for the helpers. And in so many of these videos, you see people running towards to help. And Northeast Philly stepped up for each other today. They ran to help each other on this disaster, and in such a horrifying moment. This was it was a beautiful thing to see. That's what Philly is made of. That's what humanity is made of. Right. People who reacted that way in such a horrifying moment.
Yeah, the mayor and the governor both saying that in this horrific tragedy, in these dark days, that's what we saw. We saw neighbor looking after neighbor. We saw the best of Philadelphia. Shawnette was telling us earlier in the night about a woman, a nurse, I don't know if she was on her way to the hospital or just getting off duty, rushing.
Still in her scrubs.
Still in her scrubs, rushing into the scene to see what could she do to help. And I don't think Philly gets credit sometimes for its passion and its love for the city and its love for its neighbors.
For each other, no doubt about that. We truly are the city of brotherly love. The barricades are going up the right of your screen. That is going to be an area that is cordoned off for some time, and I'm sure they're getting instruction from the NTSB where to start the barricades and that sort of thing. So Good Day Philadelphia starts at 7 o'clock in the morning. And again, we may come back on the air tonight if we hear from officials in the next hour or so with an update on this crash. We have heard from the mayor, we've heard from Governor Shapiro, and a couple of others, and plenty of witnesses as well. But there's still a lot to be learned, still a lot to be known about what happened on the ground. And of course, we've got you covered here at Fox 29.
Right. Be sure to stay with Fox 29 for continuing coverage of the investigation into the plane crash.